from Corsica to the 4th Rome. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Bribery and Financial Fraud. Well, okay, I understand. You are indeed. Lavoisier was stunned for a moment, then understood what Lawrence meant, and could only smile bitterly and nodded. After all, for Lawrence, he was still shouldering the survival of Corsica and the interests of tens of thousands of people on the island. He could not afford to be like Lavoisier, a scholar who turned a deaf ear to the outside world and devoted himself to academic studies. For the benefit of Corsica, Lawrence did not hesitate to abandon the so-called academic ethics and adopt some despicable means that could not be seen in the light. But I still have to make it clear to you in advance. After reaching an agreement with Lawrence, Lavoisier was still a little worried and reminded anxiously, although I can try my best to help you with the recommendation of academicians and academic works, the final vote of the committee is not something I can control. If it doesn't pass, all the previous efforts will be in vain. It doesn't matter, I will figure out that vote myself, and even if it doesn't pass, it won't be blamed on you. Lawrence waved his hand in relief and said, as for the previous process, the joint recommendation of 3 academicians is no problem for you, right? Oh, of course, I will get it done. Lavoisier patted his chest and assured confidently, I count myself as one, and then I will try my best to convince some of my friends, and my mentor, Mr. Etienne. He will definitely help you. In fact, I'm going to see him in a while. Etienne. Lawrence searched the memory of this Lavoisier mentor in his mind, and finally remembered that he was a mineralogist who was well known in the academic circles and society at the time. He was also a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences. 6 years ago, Guiter led Lavoisier to collect and organize the mineral information of France, and drew the first detailed and clear map of France. This achievement also made Guiter enjoy a high status in the academic circle of Paris. Although Guiter did not make much waves in history and scientific history, Lawrence could not help but shine his eyes when he heard the name. For the National Silver Company, it is more appropriate to borrow the influence of Mr. Guiter instead of using the influence of Lavoisier, who has not yet become famous. Ah, the time I spent communicating with you has passed so quickly. Lawrence turned his head and looked at the wall clock, saying with regret that they had been talking here for more than an hour. Of course, most of the time Lavoisier was demonstrating his experimental process to Lawrence. Yes, I'm really sorry to bother you. I should leave too. Mr. Guiter is still waiting for me. Lavoisier also quickly looked at the wall clock symbolically, then stood up embarrassedly, bowed to Lawrence and said goodbye. Is it urgent? Lawrence also stood up, patted Lavoisier on the shoulder, and asked caringly, do you want me to ask the groom in the mansion to take you there? Lavoisier waved his hands and said, oh, you are too polite. It's not an urgent matter. It's just a club party. You know, no Parisian hates salons and parties. Club party? It sounds interesting. Lawrence put on a very interested look, looked at Lavoisier and said, there are no such things in Corsica. I would like to see them. You want to attend too? Lavoisier looked at Lawrence in surprise, and then thought seriously for a moment, and decided to agree to Lawrence's request. With Lawrence's status and position, it is naturally no problem for him to join that club, and any member of the club will welcome a high-status person like Lawrence to join. After all, this will indirectly raise the status of the club. In addition, Lavoisier was still a little worried about persuading his mentor, Guiter, so he decided to bring Lawrence to the club and let Lawrence communicate with Guiter first, so that it would be much easier for him to seek Guiter's support. Great, I believe they will be very happy to see you, Lavoisier said with some excitement. Lawrence also smiled and nodded, and called the old butler to ask him to tell the groom to prepare the carriage. The club that Lavoisier mentioned is located in the Gobelin district. Most of the people living here are middle-class people in the city. Although the environment is not as good as the Champs-Élysées, it can be regarded as orderly. There are hundreds of such clubs in Paris. Gentlemen are keen to wear decent clothes, and wigs to attend such gatherings. This not only expands their network of contacts, but is also a great way to entertain themselves. When Lavoisier took Clarence into the club, the party had obviously started for a while. The room was filled with the aroma of wine and a bit of tobacco. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4, sitting lazily and relaxing on the sofa, chatting and laughing with others. The waiter stood nervously, observing each guest with sharp eyes and trying to figure out their needs, ready to provide meticulous service at any time. At this time, the receptionist at the door suddenly shouted, "Gentlemen, please let us welcome the arrival of Mr. Lavoisier, a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of Paris." Most of the partygoers just glanced at the door and had no interest in the late academician. Only a few scholars including Goethe waved to the door to tell Lavoisier that they were here. And the receptionist continued to shout, "Governor of the Republic of Corsica, His Excellency Laurence Bonaparte." The conversation in the room almost disappeared with the voice of the receptionist. People subconsciously stopped talking, turned their heads, and looked at the door in a daze. Laurence Bonaparte? The governor of Corsica who was close to the Duke of Choiseul? People looked at Laurence in disbelief, wondering why this Monsieur Bonaparte would attend such a mid-level party. He should have appeared at the Duchess's salon. However, despite their doubts, the partygoers in this room knew how popular Monsieur Bonaparte was. They hurriedly sat up from the sofa, straightened their messy clothes and wigs, and then rushed to Laurence to introduce themselves. "It's an honor, Monsieur Bonaparte. I'm Andres Straven, the manager of the Bank of France. Please accept my business card, sir. I'm Achino Parrots, the editor-in-chief of Paris Morning News. This is my business card. Please take it, Monsieur Bonaparte. I'm Lieutenant Fyodor Otto, and I serve in the Paris Cavalry." Faced with the crowd rushing over, Laurence had to keep smiling and nodding to everyone who introduced themselves, and then took the beautifully printed gold-stamped business cards from them, even though he already had a large stack in his hand. Oh my god. Lavoisier, who had just stood beside Laurence, was squeezed into the corner by the surging crowd in an instant. Looking at Laurence surrounded by the crowd, Lavoisier could only sigh and smile bitterly. He had never been treated like this in such a long time in this club. "Hey, Lavoisier, you are finally here. What's going on?" A strong man with a big beard came up and patted Lavoisier on the back, asking with a fiery look in his eyes, "Mr. Guiter?" Lavoisier looked back at his mentor, pointed helplessly at Laurence, who was swallowed by the crowd, lowered his head, and said apologetically, "I went to meet Mr. Bonaparte today. He also wanted to attend this party, so I brought him. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Mr. Bonaparte to be so popular." "Oh no, you don't have to apologize, young Lavoisier." Mr. Guiter hugged Lavoisier's shoulders excitedly, but his eyes were fixed on Laurence in the middle of the crowd, and he said excitedly, "Remember what I told you before. What is the most important thing in exploring natural philosophy? The determination to pursue the truth?" Lavoisier said tentatively, "Of course determination is important, but the most important thing." Guiter looked at Laurence, licked his lips and said, "It's still money. We are different from those philosophers in the French Academy. They only need to hold a big book and read it all day long. We have to be busy with various experiments every day. Those raw materials and equipment are very expensive." Lavoisier frowned and said hesitantly, "Don't we have the sponsorship of the Royal Academy of Sciences?" "Sponsorship? Sponsorship only funds certain projects, and that money is not enough." Mr. Gayton waved his hand and said defensively. Lavoisier glanced at his money grubber mentor, sighed, gave up arguing with him, and asked, "So what do you want?" "Hehe, this Mr. Bonaparte must be a rich man. It would be great if he is willing to provide us with financial support." It took Laurence more than 10 minutes to deal with the partygoers in front of him, and his pockets were filled with dozens of business cards from people from all walks of life. Although the status of the guests attending this mid-range party was not very high, they were indeed the backbone of their respective industries. Laurence might need to contact them under certain circumstances, so Laurence decided to keep these business cards in his pocket properly. After the social event, Laurence found Lavoisier in the corner of the room. He was chatting casually with Guiter and several other scholars. Seeing that Laurence had finally finished, Lavoisier stood up and took the initiative to introduce, "Mr. Bonaparte, this is my mentor, Guiter Etienne, and these are my colleagues." I won't introduce them one by one. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bonaparte. Please come and sit here. Gita stood up with a smile and invited Lawrence to sit next to him. You must be Mr. Gita. I have admired you for a long time. Lawrence looked at the bearded man in front of him, smiled politely, and sat directly next to him and said, "Oh, you are also interested in natural philosophy? Then we have something to talk about." Gita responded with a smile. Lavoisier on the side quickly added, "In fact, Monsieur Bonaparte is a scholar with profound attainments. He is also interested in joining the Royal Academy of Sciences. I was just discussing this with him. So that's how it is." Gita's smile became even brighter. Knowing that this was a good opportunity to make a profit, he stared at Lawrence and said, "Since even Lavoisier, a talented young man, said that you have profound attainments, I have no reason to doubt you at all. I will be happy to recommend you to join the Royal Academy of Sciences. Perhaps we can find another time to discuss this matter." Lawrence glanced at Gita. Unlike Lavoisier's hesitation just now, Mr. Gita did not hide the greed in his eyes at all. "Of course, but I have something more important to talk to Mr. Gita about. Perhaps you all," Lawrence said with his legs crossed, and at the same time, glanced around the people around him, indicating that he wanted to talk to Gita alone. A perfect version of the book in 16:9. Lavoisier stood up in confusion. It stands to reason that Lawrence had just learned Gita's name from him, so how could he have something important to discuss with him so soon? However, the people around him stood up tactfully and left the area to Lawrence and Gita. "More important things? Mr. Bonaparte, what are you talking about?" Although Gita was also surprised, he had already smelled the smell of coins from Lawrence's words, so he asked with interest, "You should know that a large silver mine was discovered in Corsica 2 years ago." Lawrence explained with a smile. "Oh, I have an impression." Gita rubbed his temple and recalled for a moment. As a mineralogist, he had extra memory for these news. After a while, he recalled, "I remember it was around Ajaccio. From a geological point of view, this is not surprising. Corsica itself has a large mountain range running through the north and south." "Yes, you have a good memory," Lawrence said immediately. "You know, as the controller of Corsica, I also attach great importance to this silver mine. So I plan to establish the Corsica National Silver Company with the French royal family to speed up its development." Gita's eyes lit up after hearing this. As long as it involves a business group such as a company, any profit from it can be a huge sum of money. Silver company, huh? I can understand. It's for early fundraising, right? Gita suppressed his excitement and asked quickly, "But what does this have to do with what you said?" "Of course it does. To be honest, the Corsicans have no experience in mining such a large mine." Lawrence sighed deeply and said sadly, "I think the National Silver Company needs a knowledgeable consultant. I think Mr. Gita, as a well-known mineralogist, you are undoubtedly the right person." "Consultant? This is really an exciting position." Mr. Gita was almost excited to jump up. He knew very well that this so-called consultant was just a name. He didn't even have to go to the silver mine to take a look in his life, and a large salary would be sent to his home. Not to mention, this is still a consultant in a company with national and royal backgrounds. This is a good job. However, Mr. Gita was not carried away. He knew that Lawrence could not offer such generous benefits just for recommending him to become a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences. There must be other conditions. "This is a really attractive position for me." Mr. Gita couldn't help rubbing his hand seal, coughed twice and asked, "But what do I need to do as a consultant?" "You only need to do some very easy work, and you don't even have to live in Corsica. We will ride to Paris and ask you to answer our questions." Lawrence said temptingly, "It's just that you will be a little busy in the early days of the company. I need you to issue an evaluation report on the Ajaccio silver mine before you join the company." Mr. Gita raised his eyebrows. This kind of shady deal was not the first time he had done it. When he heard Lawrence's words, he knew that the price he had to pay was the evaluation report on the Ajaccio silver mine. Evaluation report? What kind of report do you need? Mr. Gita narrowed his eyes and looked at Lawrence and asked after taking a sip of white wine calmly. Lawrence chuckled and said in a low voice, as a future company consultant, I hope you can make some positive adjustments to the situation of the Ajaccio silver mine and the report on the basis of objectivity and fairness. I understand what you mean. Mr. Gita showed an expression of understanding and said with great satisfaction, it is difficult for me to find time recently. I should go to Corsica in a few months to complete the assessment report for you. A few months later, Lawrence frowned slightly, his tone was a little cold, and he looked at Gita and said, I don't think I have a few months. Well, then when do you need to receive this report? Mr. Gita was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, let me think about it. Lawrence closed his eyes and hummed for a while and said casually, maybe 10 days later? 10 days? Mr. Gita widened his eyes and said in disbelief, 10 days later, I haven't even left Paris yet. How can I complete the report for you? Well, maybe you can speculate on the situation of the Ajaccio silver mine in your own study. Lawrence shrugged and said, Mr. Bonaparte, Paris is nearly 2,000 miles away from Ajaccio. If you want to make a guess, you might as well find a gypsy wizard. Mr. Gita protested with a grim expression. Lawrence glanced at Gita, turned his head to face him, and said in a cold voice, you mean you are incapable of completing this report? Then I will have to look for another consultant regretfully. In fact, I'm very optimistic about your student Lavoisier. But Mr. Gita was speechless for a moment, and after a long while he said, but isn't a report written in this way completely nonsense? I haven't even seen a piece of ore from the Ajaccio silver mine. And Lawrence just smiled and shook his head, sitting closer to Mr. Gita, and whispered, to you, this is a completely nonsense report, but as long as this report is signed by the name of the famous mineralogist Gita Etienne, everyone will believe it, especially investors. You mean, forge a fictitious report? Mr. Gita's face was a little pale, and he said hesitantly, if something goes wrong, I will be ruined. Lawrence shook his index finger, smiled cunningly and said, what could go wrong with the National Silver Company? It is jointly owned by the Corsican government and the French royal family. Hiss. Mr. Gita took a breath, but nodded and admitted that Lawrence was right. How could this company have any problems? I understand. After another round of careful consideration, Mr. Gita gritted his teeth, looked at Lawrence and said, I will complete the report you asked for within 10 days, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. That's great. Lawrence nodded with satisfaction, then stood up, patted Mr. Gita on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, by the way, since you want to make up a report, I think you might as well use your imagination, especially on some statistical figures. Of course, it is an upward divergence. Just do as you say, Mr. Bonaparte. Mr. Gita nodded heavily and said that he had already anticipated how much shock a super silver mine that only existed on paper would bring to investors in Paris. In that case, I'll take my leave first. You know where to find me. After Lawrence said the last sentence to Mr. Gita, he waved goodbye to Lavoisier and other people in the club and left here first. Sitting in the carriage back to the mansion, Lawrence turned his head to look at the club and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. This kind of thing is a complete financial fraud, and those investors who are treated as leaks are completely unaware. Oh, and poor Mr. Gita, I'm so sorry that I deceived him. At that time, the National Silver Company will not only have problems, but also huge problems. But if his performance satisfies me, maybe I will help the scapegoat then. Chapter 152, The Crown Prince's Hunt. After saying goodbye to everyone in the club, Lawrence took a carriage back to his mansion without staying for long. Judging from the greed shown by Mr. Gita, he would definitely give Lawrence a satisfactory result in exchange for the good job of company consultant, so Lawrence was also relieved to hand over the evaluation report to him. At the same time, Lawrence and Gita had this relationship, so it was just a piece of cake for Mr. Gita to agree to recommend Lawrence to join the Royal Academy of Sciences. In this way, Lavoisier only needed to mobilize his own relationship and find a colleague or friend to recommend Lawrence to join, which must not be a difficult task for him. The reason why Lawrence tried so hard to join the Royal Academy of Sciences was that in the short term, he wanted to use the Royal Academy of Sciences sign board to continue to hype up the National Silver Company in the long term. Lawrence also wanted to build a good relationship with the scholars there so that he could persuade them to work for the development of Corsica in the future. If there were major changes and turmoil in the French society in the future, Lawrence might be able to take the opportunity to move the entire Royal Academy of Sciences to Corsica. After all, no matter in which era, talent is a rigid need for development. However, in the process of joining the Royal Academy of Sciences, the final committee vote is something that Lawrence cannot handle by himself for a while. And the committee itself will definitely not agree to Lawrence, a young man who has always been unknown in the academic field, to join. However, Lawrence is not worried about this problem. There are still many people in Paris who can have a final influence on the Royal Academy of Sciences Committee, and the Duke of Choiseul is undoubtedly one of them. Although the Duke of Choiseul has not sent anyone to inform Lawrence of the time of the Versailles Palace banquet, Lawrence has sent him a visiting letter this morning and is ready to take the initiative to meet him in Versailles. There are still many problems facing Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul. Let's not talk about joining the Royal Academy of Sciences this time. The Duke of Richelieu and the National Silver Company alone are enough to keep the two busy for a while. Lawrence, based on the principle of delay, does not want to delay these things until after the banquet, so he decided to take the initiative to go to Versailles. Paris and Versailles are only 40 miles apart. Lawrence estimated that he would receive a reply from the Duke of Choiseul the day after tomorrow at the latest. Time passed slowly and soon it was the first day of June. On the official road from Paris to Versailles, a neatly arranged team of carriages drove steadily. All of them were luxurious 4-horse carriages, and the horses were well fed and strong. The side of the carriage leading the carriage was not painted with the coat of arms of any noble family, but a pure black, turbaned man's profile. Occasionally, there would be some knowledgeable citizens on both sides of the road, who could recognize with surprise that this was the flag of the Republic of Corsica. Damn, the road here is really flat, and it doesn't feel bumpy at all. I almost shook my butt off when I took a carriage in Paris a few days ago. In the leading carriage, Grosso still looked very interested. He stuck his head out of the window to observe the neat and smooth cobblestone road below, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Lawrence, who was sitting opposite him, was reading something attentively, and he casually agreed. This is not surprising. The French began to vigorously renovate and build official roads during the reign of Louis XIV. This is also the road that dignitaries and even the king use to travel between Paris and Versailles. Of course, it is of the highest standard. And seeing Lawrence looking at the letter in his hand with a serious expression, John in the carriage couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Sir, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong?" Grosso also keenly noticed the abnormality of today's trip and then said, "Come to think of it, we brought all the guards with us this time. You even asked a painter to paint the Corsica logo on this carriage. What's the matter that's so grand?" Lawrence shook his head slowly, then put away the letter in his hand and explained, "This is the reply from the Duke of Choiseul. In addition to accepting my visit to him, he also invited me to join him in a hunt after I arrive in Versailles." Hunting? No wonder they brought all the guards with them. Grosso nodded in sudden realization. To prevent attacks from wild animals in the forest. As an ordinary citizen born and raised in Corsica, Jan knew nothing about the hunting activities of the nobles, and asked in confusion, "Don't be silly, kid." Grosso put his arm around Jan's shoulder, and said with a smile, "This kind of hunting for noble lords is not dangerous at all. The wild beasts within a few miles will be driven out in advance, unless the lords got drunk last night, and fell off their horses and died. This..." Jan tilted his head slightly, looked through the window at the carriage behind with 20 precision shooters on board, and asked in confusion, "Then what are we doing with these people?" This kind of hunting is essentially a social occasion. Lawrence's expression was still very solemn, and he shook his head and explained, "Bringing guards is just to show status. And if it was just an ordinary hunt, I wouldn't take it so seriously." Grosso's face also became a little serious, and he frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Is this hunting very unusual?" Lawrence looked at Grosso and Jan, nodded heavily and said, "The letter from the Duke of Choiseul said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess of France will participate in this hunting." "Hiss, Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Grosso and Jan both couldn't help but take a breath, looked at each other, and then looked at Lawrence. This was a person they had never thought they would be able to meet. And Lawrence was also very clear that the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess mentioned in the letter were the future French King Louis XVI and French Queen Marie Antoinette. Since Louis XV's only son, Prince Louis, passed away early in 1765, the 16-year-old Louis the Crown Prince became the first heir to the French throne. This is very similar to Louis XV, because Louis XV inherited the French throne from his great-grandfather Louis XIV. Although the current Louis the Crown Prince has two younger brothers, namely Louis XVIII and Charles X during the Bourbon Restoration period in history, considering Louis XV's increasingly weak body and 60 years old, Louis the Crown Prince still has a good chance of taking over the French throne from Louis XV. However, Lawrence did not dare to confirm whether his appearance would bring some variables to this natural succession to the throne. Before the situation became clear, Lawrence decided to treat the Crown Prince seriously as a future king. As for the Crown Princess Marie Antoinette mentioned in the letter, she was the youngest daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Franz I and the famous Maria Theresa. In order to reach a reconciliation with France and jointly fight against the rising Prussians, Maria Theresa chose to marry her youngest daughter to the future King of France, and the Crown Princess only arrived in Paris in April this year. No wonder, this is a big shot. TSK, the future king. Those little nobles probably want to participate in this hunt. The Duke of Choiseul is really nice. Grosso touched his chin and said excitedly. When he decided to follow Lawrence, he didn't expect to meet such a person one day. Grosso had already begun to imagine the scene of bragging to everyone in the tavern that he had seen the King of France. Although Lawrence nodded slightly, he probably guessed in his heart that the Duke of Choiseul did not give him this benefit out of thin air. He should have decided to increase his efforts to win him over after knowing his meeting with the Duke of Richelieu, so he gave this precious quota to Lawrence. Otherwise, Lawrence, as the governor of Corsica, really did not meet the threshold to participate in this hunt. Lawrence and his party set out from Paris at dawn and arrived at the Duke of Choiseul's estate on the edge of Versailles at almost noon. Although it is still some distance away from the Palace of Versailles and can be regarded as a country estate, Lawrence looked at the endless wheat fields in front of him. After learning that these were all the lands owned by the Duke of Choiseul, he couldn't help but sigh at the financial resources of this important French official. It is said that after the fall of the Duke of Choiseul, Madame du Barry suggested that Louis XV pay him 600,000 livres in one lump sum and give him an annual pension of 60,000 livres in order to let him stay in his fiefdom and enjoy his old age. However, such a large sum of money was directly rejected by the Duke of Choiseul, which shows how rich he was. Although the hunting activity will not start until tomorrow, many nobles in gorgeous clothes and surrounded by entourage can be seen in the Duke of Choiseul's manor. Even many carriages on this road are heading for the Duke of Choiseul's manor. There are 7 or 8 carriages that arrived at the same time as Lawrence, and they are all 4-horse carriages. The manor housekeeper has obviously received countless visitors and is familiar with the process. He skillfully sent servants to guide the coachman to park the vehicle in the reserved space and entertain the distinguished guests in the carriage to the manor. The open space next to the manor was already full of carriages of various styles. It was almost impossible to find 2 identical carriages. In order to highlight their own personality, the nobles also put a lot of thought into their carriages. The use of gold and silver decorations was already a bit cliché. Only those vehicles with the most avant-garde Rococo style and soft lines would be praised by everyone. Lawrence got off the carriage under the guidance of the manor servants and looked around. He roughly estimated that there were nearly 100 carriages here. It seemed that tomorrow's hunting would not be a small scene. Damn it, I don't know what the steward of the manor is so arrogant about. A young noble shook off the hand of the servant who led him out of the car with disgust and complained very dissatisfiedly, I think it's not polite for him to come to pick me up in person, and he actually let these peasants come. However, his complaint did not arouse the echo of the nobles around him. Instead, several older nobles shouted at him with a mocking look, hey, forget it, brother, don't you see whose manor this is? The steward here may be more noble than you in terms of aristocratic blood. But The young noble restrained his expression under the ridicule of several people, but still said dissatisfiedly, see the correct version in 1619 book bar. That butler is too arrogant. I just asked him for directions, but he completely ignored me. It's so hateful. Oh, you'd better forget it. Outside this manor, the butler's status is no lower than yours. Lawrence listened to the conversation of these nobles for a while, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that, although the Duke of Choiseul, who holds military and diplomatic power, is in decline, he still has a good status in everyone's hearts. Just as Lawrence was about to enter the arranged accommodation house under the guidance of the servants, he heard someone suddenly call him from behind. Mr. Bonaparte, please wait a moment. Lawrence turned his head and saw that the person who called him was an old man in a plain white robe. He bowed politely to Lawrence and said in a steady voice, I'm the steward of the manor here. His Excellency the Duke wants to see you immediately. Before Lawrence could reply, the people who were still talking about the steward of the manor just now were stunned where they were, looking at this steward who was so arrogant in front of them, but was so respectful to the young man in front of him. Who is that man? The young noble who had been complaining just now widened his eyes and said indignantly, he doesn't even have a wig, let alone a hat. Who is this country bumpkin? Shh, keep your voice down. The people next to him hurriedly stopped him and said, didn't you hear? The butler just called him Mr. Bonaparte. This must be the governor of Corsica. I heard that he has a special relationship with the Duke of Choiseul. The young noble lost his arrogance when he heard it. He didn't dare to offend the popular man in front of the Duke of Choiseul, so he only dared to mutter in a low voice with the voice he heard, it's still a country bumpkin from Corsica. On the other side, Lawrence entered the main building under the guidance of the manor butler and met the Duke of Choiseul after waiting for a while. It's been a few days since I last saw you, Governor Bonaparte. Duke Choiseul smiled faintly, sat beside Lawrence and greeted him. How are you doing in Paris? Everything is fine, thank you for your concern. Lawrence took the tea and snacks served by the servant and nodded to Duke Choiseul. That's good, that's good. Duke Choiseul smiled and took a piece of soft cake sprinkled with white sugar and put it in his mouth and said slowly, you will stay in Paris for a while. I think you can try to adapt to the Parisian lifestyle. For example, salons, clubs, horse racing, and of course, there are. As he said that, Duke Choiseul glanced at Lawrence meaningfully and slowly said, and drama. I heard that you watched a drama at the Paris Comedy Theatre a few days ago, which is very good. Lawrence also chuckled and glanced at Duke Choiseul, knowing that his behavior of meeting Duke Richelieu could not be hidden from him. It is indeed a very good play, but it is a pity that the people around me were not very good at that time. Lawrence shook his head regretfully and said, I think it will be much better to go to the theater with you next time. After hearing this, the Duke of Choiseul smiled even more. It was impossible for him not to hear Lawrence's words of goodwill. So the Duke of Choiseul waved to the servants in the room, signaling them to go out. After the door was closed, he said directly, in this case, let's talk frankly. I'm very happy that you are on the right side. But tell me, Governor Bonaparte, I don't believe that the old bastard Duke of Richelieu did not recruit you. Why didn't you agree to him? Lawrence looked at the Duke of Choiseul and was not going to say anything false, but said directly, because I'm not satisfied with the conditions he offered. The Duke of Choiseul was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head and asked, then if his conditions satisfy you, are you also ready to vote on his side? Of course. Lawrence replied directly without caring. After listening to this, Duke Choiseul did not speak for a long time. He just licked his lips and stared at Lawrence for a long time. Then he fiddled with his fingers, squinted his eyes and said slowly, in other words, you are on my side just for the benefit? Lawrence shrugged and said, yes, I can't be on your side just because I have a kind heart to help others, right? Governor Bonaparte, I'm beginning to admire you more and more. Duke Choiseul turned half of his body to face Lawrence and said in a deep voice, you are absolutely right. Only interests are the most stable bond between people. And I also promise you that, as long as you stand on my side and bring down that damn old bastard Richelieu and that bitch Du Barry, I will promise and guarantee the things you want. Lawrence stood up and bowed humbly to Duke Choiseul to show his obedience and silently said in his heart, Thank you for your kindness, your excellency, but I will take what I want myself. Chapter 153 The Generous Choiseul. After considering Clarence as his own, Duke Choiseul was slightly relieved. He stood up and found 2 silver goblets and poured 2 glasses of crystal clear brandy. Cheers, Mr. Bonaparte. I hope that our careers will be smooth sailing. Duke Choiseul turned around and handed the glass to Clarence and took the initiative to touch his glass with his, smiling. Clarence also smiled and exchanged glances with Duke Choiseul, but he only tasted the liquor in the glass and then put the glass on the small table on the side. After all, there were still many things for him and Duke Choiseul to discuss, and Clarence didn't want to be drunk by alcohol. Oh, right. After taking a big gulp of brandy, the Duke of Choiseul's face became much redder. He leaned back in his chair and said, a little drunk, you should know about the relationship between me and the Duke of Richelieu. That old bastard should have told you about it that day. Clarence nodded slightly. Although the Duke of Richelieu did not mention the Duke of Choiseul at the Paris Comedy Theatre that day, Clarence was quite familiar with the struggle between the 2 men. Based on his memory, the Duke of Choiseul's glass was empty, but he did not refill it. He just asked, while playing with the empty glass, Governor Bonaparte, what do you think, between me and the Duke of Richelieu, who will be kicked back to the fiefdom by King Louis in the end? Hearing this question, Clarence frowned at first, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he answered directly, to be honest, unless the Duke of Richelieu dies suddenly, you will return to your fiefdom first to enjoy your old age. The room was suddenly surrounded by a depressing silence, but the Duke of Choiseul continued to play with the silver wine glass in his hand, as if he didn't hear it, carefully stroking the intricate patterns on it. After a long time, the Duke of Choiseul said in a deep voice, this is a very interesting answer. I'm a minister who handles half of the French affairs, and although the Duke of Richelieu has been reinstated by the High Court, he has no real power, and Madame du Barry is a lowly prostitute. Why do you think so? Clarence looked at the Duke of Choiseul, knowing very well that this was just a test, and that the Duke of Choiseul could not be unaware of his current situation. So he replied calmly, since you welcome me to join your side so much, it means that you have actually discovered that the key to this struggle is not in power at all, but in one person. The Duke of Choiseul smiled, as if he had heard a satisfactory answer from Clarence, so he nodded, and said in unison with Clarence, King Louis. After that, the Duke of Choiseul looked at Clarence with a little more approval. He really didn't expect that this young man who had just arrived in Paris for a few days had seen through the core of the struggle between him and the Duke of Richelieu. Although the current Duke of Choiseul did hold a lot of power in his own hands, and could even dominate and threaten Louis XV to a certain extent, he himself knew that, if his behavior crossed the line, Louis XV would never tolerate it. In addition, when the Sun King Louis XIV was in power, he built France into a highly autocratic centralized state, and strengthened the royal power to a new height. Although Louis XV, as the successor, did not have the ambition and talent of his grandfather, he benefited from this political legacy, and was still able to directly dismiss the Duke of Choiseul, and send him back to his fiefdom. Both Clarence and the Duke of Choiseul who were present knew very well that compared to the Duke of Choiseul, the Duke of Richelieu himself had no real power, and it was completely meaningless to suppress him politically. Therefore, if you want to bring down the Duke of Richelieu and Madame du Barry, you still have to start with Louis XV himself. The Duke of Richelieu and Madame du Barry were undoubtedly aware of this, knowing that they could not compete with the Duke of Choiseul in the political arena, so they would certainly look for opportunities to attack the Duke of Choiseul in the court. I know you want to use Corsica to restore King Louis' trust in you. Clarence knew that a man as smart as the Duke of Choiseul could not be unaware of these principles, so he immediately said, it's just that I think I can do more. As soon as the voice fell, the Duke of Choiseul asked with interest, really? Tell me, Governor Bonaparte. Clarence sat more upright and looked at the Duke of Choiseul meaningfully. Next, it was time to put forward conditions. I think it is inappropriate to just defend against the Duke of Richelieu's attack on you. Although he won't live for many years, he can still pose a great threat to you. Clarence picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip, and said slowly, it is a good choice to actively suppress the power of the Duke of Richelieu and Madame du Barry, and I think I can play a role. You also know that in terms of identity, I'm a foreigner after all, and after the establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica, I'm directly responsible to King Louis, so many rules in Paris cannot bind me, which will provide me with a lot of convenience in the future. Yes, that's true. Duke Choiseul smiled and nodded. After all, Clarence's current identity is still the governor of Corsica. Legally, he is still a foreign ruler, and naturally he will enjoy a series of privileges including diplomatic immunity. Even after the establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica, Clarence was legally isolated from the French political system. He was the Prime Minister of Corsica who directly obeyed Louis XV. Although in reality Clarence could not be completely isolated from the French political scene, these legal grounds could already provide him with many privileges. But Clarence changed the subject and said, this identity also has its limitations. As a foreigner, I certainly cannot openly participate in French political affairs. So, what do you want? Duke Choiseul still smiled and looked at Clarence, knowing what he wanted. A position. Clarence said directly, a position that allows me to legally and reasonably participate in French politics. Since you said that, it means you already have a plan, right? Duke Choiseul was indeed an old man, and said with an expression of understanding. Clarence nodded and said, I think a tax inspector position is the most suitable. After all, no rich man can withstand a detailed tax audit. As long as they are willing, they can find out a lot of black material at any time, which is perfect for suppressing the Duke of Richelieu's men. Tax inspector. Duke Choiseul licked his lips. He didn't care about what specific position Clarence wanted. In his opinion, the important thing was to give Clarence this position to completely pull him to his side. So after thinking for a moment, he said, in this case, a government position is not suitable. After all, you are a foreigner, so we still have to arrange a royal position for you. I think the royal tax inspector is a good choice. Royal tax inspector. Clarence nodded and asked, with your ability, it should be arranged, right? Duke Choiseul shrugged and said, of course. King Louis is very happy with your behavior. At this time, I will say a few good words for you. He will not refuse such a small request. You are very generous, Your Excellency. Clarence raised his glass with satisfaction, saluted Duke Choiseul, took a sip, and said, however, I have a small request, which will be of great benefit to you. Oh. Duke Choiseul frowned slightly after hearing this, and a bit of displeasure appeared on his face. He didn't want Clarence to take the opportunity of the political team to ask for a high price from him. Clarence also noticed the Duke Choiseul's expression, and then said, you should know that Duke Richelieu is a member of the French Academy. Oh, he does have this identity, huh? He is just flattering himself and pretending to be cultured. Duke Choiseul said with disgust. But anyway, the Duke of Richelieu is well known in the academic circle, although his fame does not come from his academic ability. Clarence analyzed carefully. In order to expose this, I hope to go deeper into the academic circle, so I plan to join the Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris. The previous procedures can be handled, that is, the final vote of the Academy of Sciences Committee. Duke Choiseul glanced at Clarence and said lightly, Governor Bonaparte, this is just a small thing for me, but I hope to see your results. You will see it soon. Clarence said with a smile. Very good, very good. I believe you will not let me down. After getting Clarence's assurance, Duke Choiseul nodded with satisfaction, drank the brandy in the glass, let out a refreshing breath, and stood up and said, then I won't disturb your rest. Please don't forget the hunting tomorrow morning. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess will come. You also know that this is a great opportunity. A correct version in 1619 book bar. Of course. Clarence stood up and bowed to Duke Choiseul. For Duke Choiseul and Clarence, these two future kings and queens are undoubtedly the objects that need to be won over. In the early morning of June 2nd, it was only dawn, and the Duke Choiseul's manor was already bustling. The nobles who participated in the hunting got up from bed early, then led their beloved hunting horses from the stables, and rode them in groups to a royal forest farm in the northwest corner of Versailles. Versailles is a great place for hunting. Hunters often bring back strong stags from here. Even the Palace of Versailles was originally built by Louis XIII as a hunting palace for hunting. Grosso, who was riding in the middle of the team, suddenly turned his head to look at the woods on the left side of the road. He heard a faint rustling sound from there, and then a deer-like animal noticed the people moving, and jumped into the depths of the woods. "Hey, I dare say it's definitely a roe deer," Grosso said to Lawrence almost without taking a closer look at the animal. Lawrence asked in surprise, "Aren't you a sailor? How come you know all this?" Grosso raised his head proudly and said, "That's all in the future. When I was young, I was a first-class hunter in my hometown. Local landlords often asked me to be their guide, and the reward was at least 1 florin gold coin. Even though I haven't been to the woods for more than 10 years, I dare say that among these noble lords present 99% of them are not as good as me in hunting. Is that so?" Lawrence nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly remembered something. He waved to Grosso to signal him to come over, and then whispered something in his ear. "Will this work?" After listening to Lawrence's instructions, Grosso shook his head hesitantly and said, "I can't guarantee that I can do it, and if I succeed, it will be quite dangerous for you." Lawrence just patted Grosso on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you are a first-class hunter? This shouldn't be a difficult task, right?" Grosso curled his lips and pointed to the 20 precision shooters behind Lawrence and said, "Okay, but I need to bring some helpers. Send me 10 people, only with knives but no guns." "No problem." Lawrence pointed at the shooters behind him with his chin, indicating that Grosso should pick people and start the action immediately. Soon, the team led by Grosso took the initiative to slow down the pace, gradually came to the end of the team, and then went into the woods without attracting anyone's attention. After nearly 2 hours of marching, the hunting team led by the Duke of Choiseul arrived at the forest farm in the northwest corner. There is a small castle built in the 13th century in the forest. Although it has experienced many vicissitudes, it is a good place for many nobles who come to this forest to hunt. Most nobles choose to take a rest here with their entourage, but some impatient and eager to show off young nobles can't wait to rush into the forest with long bows, ready to prove their bravery to everyone. Where there are men, there are women. This hunting is a real social activity, and many nobles also choose to bring their wives, mistresses or daughters. But for these young ladies, they certainly won't go into the woods with bows and arrows and get covered in mud and dust. For them, this is actually a tea party in the wild. The ladies' entourage carried exquisite picnic boxes and a full set of porcelain tea sets. When the men began to caress the hounds and adjust their hunting bows, they had already boiled black tea on the grass in front of the castle. As for the much anticipated Crown Prince Louis, he seemed not to have arrived yet, but many of the petty nobles who were eager to be promoted had already put on a flattering attitude and waited for the arrival of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lawrence himself was also a small focus among the nobles in the castle. People speculated about his relationship with the Duke of Choiseul behind his back, and even spread such outrageous rumors that Lawrence was the Duke of Choiseul's illegitimate son from some busybody's mouth. But it must be said that the French were obsessed with illegitimate children. In order to attack him, Napoleon's political enemies at the time fabricated many rumors about Napoleon's origin, such as Napoleon was the illegitimate son of Paoli and Napoleon was the illegitimate son of Count Marbeuf. Although Lawrence was too lazy to pay attention to these rumors, he still walked out of the castle with the attitude of out of sight, out of mind, and came to the grass outside to kill time, waiting for the arrival of Crown Prince Louis and the official start of hunting. Dozens of picnic blankets had been laid on the grass outside. The ladies and ladies sat on the ground with their legs crossed, chatting and laughing about gossip in Paris and the Court of Versailles. Lawrence also found a vacant space to sit cross-legged, basking in the bright sunshine, and listening to the women's conversations, enjoying a rare leisure time. However, Lawrence soon heard a discordant voice. "Oh my god, I've had enough. What on earth are you doing for a living?" From the sound, it was a girl who was scolding her servants in an unbearable way. But what surprised Lawrence was that the girl was not speaking French, but fluent German. Lawrence turned his head and saw that the girl looked only 14 or 15 years old, wearing a long-sleeved dress with silver edges, and her eyes were the azure blue of the Danube. Her face was also very delicate, as if it was carved out of marble by Michelangelo, and her skin was white and smooth, as if it was soaked in milk. She had never experienced any hard work, and one could even vaguely see the blue veins on her wrists. Lawrence frowned and stared at the girl. Although he was a little surprised, he guessed her identity from her various features. She is about 14 or 15 years old, speaks German, has a typical court temperament, and doesn't wear a wig or a hat. There is no mistake, this must be the French crown princess who came to Paris in April, Marie Antoinette from the Habsburg family. Chapter 154. Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mary. You are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Please forgive me for such a harsh description, but I can't think of any euphemism at this moment. Oh. What am I apologizing for? You can't understand it anyway. Under the gaze of many young ladies and Lawrence, Crown Princess Mary was very upset and yelled at the two servants in front of her, and her delicate face had already turned red. In the face of Crown Princess Mary's scolding, the two servants in front of him just held their hands on their abdomens, lowered their heads and listened silently, without saying a word from beginning to end, and there was no trace of fear or guilt on their faces, but instead they were full of indifferent expressions. One of the servants even shook his legs arrogantly, passing the time in boredom, and did not take the rebuke of Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess seriously at all. This is a bit strange. The strange behavior of the two servants naturally could not escape Lawrence's observation, and Lawrence also felt very strange about their behavior. Judging from the words of rebuke by Crown Princess Mary, these two servants can't speak German at all. So why did they become the close attendants of the Crown Princess? After all, it is not difficult to find a few servants who can speak German in the Court of Versailles. Moreover, Crown Princess Mary did not bring her own servants. As the little Princess of Austria who has received much attention, she certainly would not come to France alone. There are at least hundreds of maids and servants serving her along the way, but today, there are two French servants who do not speak the same language beside her. Even further, even if the two servants do not understand Mary's words, it can be seen from her actions and expressions that the Crown Princess is extremely angry, but the two of them still look as if it has nothing to do with them. Although these two people are well dressed and wear silver wigs, they are still just servants. According to common sense, they would not and dare not be so arrogant in front of the Crown Princess. It's a bit interesting. Lawrence, who noticed something was wrong, focused his attention on Crown Princess Mary. As for the future queen, she was enough for Lawrence to take seriously. While Lawrence was observing, the ladies who were chatting and drinking tea on the grass were also attracted by the noise made by Crown Princess Mary. They all turned their eyes to her, frowned, covered their mouths, and whispered, "Who is this lady? She can't even discipline her own servants. It's so rude. Hasn't she received any family education? Yes, and what is she saying? I can't understand it at all. It seems to be High German, but I don't understand what she is saying. German? This can't be the Austrian princess. Oh, look at her. She doesn't have the demeanor of a Parisian at all. It must be. Oh my god. I'm really worried about our future king." Crown Princess Mary on the side also felt exhausted after yelling loudly. She gasped and stared at the two servants viciously. Although she didn't understand French, she soon noticed the ladies' frowns and the criticisms from the side and realized that her behavior was inappropriate. "I'm sorry, ladies, I'll take care of it." Although she knew they didn't understand, Crown Princess Mary still apologized to the ladies by lifting their skirts and then waved to the two people in front of her and said, "You two, come over with me." However, the two people looked at Crown Princess Mary's wave to them, but they still turned a blind eye and stood there like wooden men, motionless. Crown Princess Mary, who had been waving to them, felt embarrassed like a funny clown when she saw that the two men had no response. She immediately continued to shout and scold in intolerance. "It's bad enough that you don't understand, but are your eyes blind too?" When the ladies on the grass saw Crown Princess Mary start shouting again, they shook their heads and sighed, complaining to the people around them, "Oh my god, it starts again. I thought today was a good day to go out and play because the weather was mild. Yes, it's really disappointing. I really hope some kind-hearted person can go up and stop her." Compared to the women's complaints and slander, Lawrence had been sitting on the ground silently observing Crown Princess Mary and her servants. After seeing that the two men were indifferent to Crown Princess Mary's waving, Lawrence had a rough guess. "Okay, ladies." Lawrence stood up, straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, bowed to the ladies, and said with a smile, "I'm happy to serve you." I'll go up and talk to the princess. Seeing this, a respected old lady hurriedly put on a kind smile, nodded to Lawrence and said, "Oh, you are Mr. Bonaparte. That's great. I don't know what we would do without you." The other ladies also smiled and nodded to Lawrence, and many unmarried girls blushed when they saw this handsome, young, and courageous gentleman. "Good afternoon, Your Highness. It's an honor to see you here." Lawrence walked up to the still angry Crown Princess Mary and saluted, saying, "I'm Lawrence Bonaparte, a knight of Florence, the governor of the Republic of Corsica, and I'm happy to serve you." Crown Princess Mary was suddenly interrupted and was stunned for a moment. She was about to subconsciously say that she had something else to do, but suddenly realized that Lawrence was speaking High German, so she looked at Lawrence excitedly and said, "Ah, finally someone who can speak German is here. I'm so happy. You are Mr. Bonaparte, right? That's great." As for the two servants in front of her who had been silently accepting the reprimand with a blank expression, they couldn't help but frowned after seeing Lawrence coming forward. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Lawrence glanced at the two servants who looked embarrassed and said to Crown Princess Mary with a smile. Crown Princess Mary nodded repeatedly and said, "Oh, of course. To be honest, I don't speak French. I hope you can help me ask these two damn guys where the luggage I asked them to carry is. They came here empty-handed, without even a picnic box or tea set." Lawrence nodded, turned to look at the two men, and asked in French, "Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess asked you where the things she brought with her on this trip are." The two men obviously hesitated for a while. After looking at each other, one of them mustered up the courage to say, "Sir Bonaparte, we are very sorry. It was a negligence that caused us to forget to take it." Lawrence snorted coldly after hearing this, and confirmed his guess just now, so he did not rush to translate for Crown Princess Mary, but said in a deep voice, "Please answer seriously. I don't believe that the servants in the Versailles court would make such a mistake." The two swallowed their saliva, broke out in a few drops of cold sweat, gritted their teeth and replied, "Sir, this is indeed our negligence, but we were assigned to the Crown Princess by the Countess du Barry, so it seems that you should not hold us accountable." Lawrence squinted his eyes and listened to the two people emphasizing the words Countess du Barry, thinking that his guess was indeed correct. The Countess du Barry was standing behind these two servants, so they dared to be so disrespectful to Crown Princess Mary, and their actions today are likely to be instructed by Madame du Barry, deliberately making Crown Princess Mary look bad in front of everyone. After all, in history, Marie Antoinette and Madame du Barry were quite at odds. Born in the traditional Austrian court, Marie Antoinette naturally formed a relatively conservative mindset, so during the time she first came to France, it was difficult for her to accept the free and romantic style in Paris that was almost promiscuous. Especially for Madame du Barry, Crown Princess Mary was extremely disgusted with her, thinking that she was just a prostitute who relied on constantly hooking up with men, and then climbed to the Palace of Versailles, and her promiscuous life was even more unbearable. Although Louis XV in history also paid great attention to the discord between Crown Princess Mary and Madame du Barry, he still tended to protect Madame du Barry. Even after Crown Princess Mary was angry and ignored Madame du Barry, Louis XV specially summoned the Austrian ambassador to France, hoping that the ambassador would persuade Crown Princess Mary and Madame du Barry to reconcile. Although Louis XV made a lot of efforts, the conflict between the two women was still not eased. Finally, after Louis XVI inherited the throne and Marie Antoinette became the Queen of France, she directly exiled Madame du Barry to the monastery, ending the conflict between the two. Although Crown Princess Mary has only been in France for more than a month, she must have met Madame du Barry at the family gathering of the Bourbon royal family. With the character of this spoiled little princess, it is estimated that she did not hide her disgust for Madame du Barry at all. Therefore, it is not surprising that what happened today, Madame du Barry used her power to transfer the entourage of Crown Princess Mary, arranged her own people, and then instructed them to make the Crown Princess lose face in front of the noble ladies. Although Lawrence is not interested in women's palace fighting, both Madame du Barry and Crown Princess Mary undoubtedly have considerable influence on Louis XV. On one side is Louis XV's most beloved mistress, and on the other side is an important figure in easing relations with Austria. Louis XV attaches great importance to both sides, which is why Lawrence took the initiative to show his courtesy to Crown Princess Mary. After all, in the party struggle between the Duke of Choiseul and the Duke of Richelieu, the key point lies in Louis XV himself, so it is particularly important to win over Crown Princess Mary. Countess du Barry, right? Lawrence sneered, raised his head, and looked down at the two people, and said calmly, then guess, when His Majesty the King knows about this, will Madame du Barry go out of her way to excuse you two servants? A correct version in 16 to 9 book bar. This the two people obviously began to struggle, but still said with determination, His Majesty the King will not know such a small matter. Lawrence glanced at the person who spoke, stared at him and said, you can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. The two servants immediately showed panic after hearing this. Under Lawrence's guidance, they also understood that, if they did not follow Lawrence's requirements, this matter would eventually be heard by the king. By that time, Madame du Barry's purpose of embarrassing Crown Princess Mary had been achieved, and there was no need to risk disobeying the king to intercede for their two servants. Disobeying Madame du Barry would at most result in a reprimand and demotion, but if the king found out that they were disrespectful to the Crown Princess, it would be enough to put them in jail or even send them to the guillotine. I understand. We will go get the Crown Princess's things now. The two looked at each other again, gritted their teeth, and bowed to Lawrence. Wait. Lawrence suddenly stopped the two who were about to leave, chuckled and said, as the Crown Princess's attendants, you can't even speak German. Let me teach you a few words. Yes, please teach me, Mr. Bonaparte. The two hurriedly stopped, and said with a stiff upper lip. Princess Mary looked at Lawrence, and whispered something to the two men in confusion, and then saw the two servants suddenly turn to face her, bowed deeply, and said in German, Your Highness, we are guilty of offending you. We will go to get your luggage for you. After that, before Princess Mary could react, the two ran away. Princess Mary was stunned for a moment, staring at Lawrence with her big blue eyes in disbelief, and looked at Lawrence with gratitude and said, I can't believe how you did it. My god, they are like different people. Just a little trick. Lawrence just smiled and nodded. Crown Princess Mary finally put away the anger on her face, raised the corner of her mouth and said, but anyway, you really helped a lot. By the way, you just said that you are the governor of Corsica? Where is Corsica? Is it in Europe? Lawrence was slightly stunned, and then he remembered that this princess was indeed as playful and arrogant as recorded in history, and did not value academics. Even with a very good educational environment, she did not learn any knowledge. Not only could she not speak French, she didn't even know where Corsica was. Thinking of this, Lawrence had to smile bitterly, and shook his head to explain, it is an island located west of Italy and southeast of France. I'm the governor there, that is, the ruler. Ah, so you are also a foreigner. Crown Princess Mary looked at Lawrence with some joy, as if she felt very cordial to see a foreign visitor in a strange land, and hurriedly asked curiously, is this your first time in France too? What do you think of it here? Lawrence shrugged and said, everything is pretty good. Of course some aspects are not very harmonious with my traditions. Yes, I think so too. Crown Princess Mary said excitedly, many people and things are very good, but the style of some people is really disgusting. I can't believe that such people will appear in the Palace of Versailles. If you have the opportunity to go to Vienna, you will know that there will never be such people in the Hofburg Palace. Lawrence listened patiently with a smile, and after Crown Princess Mary finished speaking, he added just right, I think you should be talking about Madame du Barry. Oh, do you know her too? Princess Mary blinked her eyes, looked at Lawrence in surprise and said, I feel sick every time I see a large group of people bowing and nodding to her. Before I came to Paris, I had no idea that France was such a country. You know, she is just one by one. Princess Mary said excitedly, but she was speechless at the end, as if her background and upbringing did not allow her to say this word, so Lawrence understood and added, prostitute. Princess Mary paused, and could not help but cover her mouth and giggled. The silver bell-like laughter stopped after a long time, and she said to Lawrence almost out of breath, I'm so glad you said this word for me. I'm also happy to serve you. Lawrence nodded slightly, lowered his voice and said, in fact, there are many people in the court who are dissatisfied with her. I'm one of them, and the Duke of Choiseul is also one of them. Our Princess Mary tilted her head to look at Clarence's face, bit her lip slightly for a moment, and then said slowly, then I think we have a lot to talk about. Thanks to bookfriend 20210906090037100 and bookfriend 20190204001119-93 for their monthly ticket support. Chapter 155 Young Louis XVI. Then I think we have a lot to talk about. Although Crown Princess Mary is a princess who doesn't care about politics, it doesn't mean that she is not smart. When she heard Clarence say that both he and the Duke of Choiseul were very dissatisfied with Madame du Barry, Crown Princess Mary immediately understood what Clarence meant. This means that they have a common enemy. Although Crown Princess Mary is not familiar with the name of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Duke of Choiseul is a French minister, and his name is resounding throughout most of Europe. After learning that the Duke of Choiseul was also dissatisfied with Madame du Barry, Crown Princess Mary decided to show a positive attitude towards Clarence's solicitation. After reaching a preliminary agreement with Crown Princess Mary, Clarence did not rush to leave, but sat cross-legged on the ground and chatted with Crown Princess Mary. After all, no one else present could speak German, and Clarence himself was very happy to establish a good personal relationship with the future queen. So, you are a governor? Crown Princess Mary also sat down with her legs hugged, staring at Clarence with great interest and said, I have also seen many governors. Whether they are from Venice or Lucca, they are all as old as mummies. This is the first time I have seen one as young as you. Clarence shook his head and smiled. If he wanted to take over the Corsica regime peacefully, he would probably have to wait until his beard turned grey before it would be his turn. So he shrugged and said, okay, but I don't think I'm that young. Alexander the Great started conquering the world at the age of 15. Alexander the Great. Ah, I remember this person. Crown Princess Mary obviously slacked off in history class a lot, and she only had an impression of such a person. She patted her head and thought for a long time, before poking her chin and said uncertainly, is he the Roman Emperor? Clarence couldn't help blinking after hearing this, smiled awkwardly, and then said, well, in fact he is Greek, and Rome was still a republic in his time, but... Clarence glanced at the depressed Crown Princess Mary, and then said with a smile, you must have confused Alexander of Macedonia with Alexander Severus of the Roman Empire. The latter was a little-known Roman emperor. You know this name, which shows that you are quite knowledgeable. Oh. So I was just confused. Although Crown Princess Mary didn't know who Alexander Severus was, she still wiped away the depression on her face, and said with a smug smile. Seeing Crown Princess Mary's mood change so quickly, Clarence also smiled bitterly, thinking that no matter how noble her background and status were, she was still just a girl of 14 or 15 years old. Just as the two were about to continue chatting to pass the time, they heard a sound of horse hooves on the path outside the castle. In the dust, raised by the horse hooves, a team of riders in neat formation surrounded a young man with extraordinary temperament in the middle, and galloped towards the castle. At the end of the team, there were two riders holding high the dark blue iris flag, which is the symbol of the French royal family. Seeing this, the ladies outside the castle interrupted their conversations, stood up from the picnic blanket, and looked at the young man and the team. The nobles in the castle also heard the noise, and rushed out to welcome the arrival of the team. Oh, this must be my husband. Crown Princess Mary frowned slightly, glanced at the middle of the team unhappily, and said nonchalantly with her chin in her hand, to be honest, the total amount of words I have spoken to him so far is less than 100. Clarence did not speak after hearing this, but just nodded in agreement. Although he himself was very disgusted with arranged marriages, he was not qualified to make any comments on the marriage between France and Austria with his current status. The team gradually slowed down as it approached the castle. The riders drove their horses to walk quickly, and the young man who was the focus of everyone's attention also took the initiative to ride his horse to the front of the team and wave to the crowd welcoming him. This is the current crown prince, the future king of France, who will be called Louis XVI. He was clearly well prepared for today's hunting. His upper body was loose and refreshing dark green coat, and his shoulders were wrapped with a short cape embroidered with irises. His lower body was silk stockings and high-heeled cavalry boots, both of which were specially designed for riding. However, He was obviously not proficient in riding, so 2 followers followed him on foot to pull the reins for him, and 2 more followers followed him on horseback, one carrying his quiver, and the other adjusting his longbow. Lawrence looked at Louis XVI in the crowd and nodded approvingly. At least from his outfit today, and his energetic temperament, he was in line with the identity of the Crown Prince of France. In fact, Louis XVI was not the passive locksmith king that people thought he was in the early days of his reign. In the early days of his succession to the throne, he also had a period of aggressiveness. He frequently changed prime ministers and adopted more radical reforms and policies, including intervening in the American War of Independence and carrying out financial reforms with the assistance of Turgot. These actions also earned Louis XVI the title of radical reformer. Of course, some people also called him sudden reformer to satirize his overly radical policies. However, as his grandfather Louis XV said, "After I die, there will be floods." France's financial problems are not something that this immature king can improve. In addition, Louis XVI's reforms themselves also have many drawbacks and huge debts caused by his involvement in the North American War of Independence, so France fell into a more serious financial crisis in the hands of Louis XVI. After Louis XVI found that he was powerless to shake the nobility and the clergy, he gradually lost interest in governing the country and gradually indulged in hunting and machinery manufacturing, becoming a passive locksmith king in people's mouths. Of course, these are just later stories. Although the current Crown Prince Louis has shown considerable interest and talent in lockmaking and hunting, he has not yet reached the point of being addicted to them. The nobles pouring out of the castle consciously lined up on both sides of the path, making way for the team of Crown Prince Louis. Most of them showed obvious respect and deference to the future king. Of course, there were also a few nobles of high status who just watched the arrival of Crown Prince Louis calmly, without showing any special courtesy and respect to him. The Duke of Choiseul was a typical example of this kind of people. As an important minister who called Louis XV a brother, the Duke of Choiseul also acted like an elder when facing Crown Prince Louis. He stood in the middle of the road, smiled kindly at Crown Prince Louis, and did not take the initiative to greet him. It was Prince Louis who took the initiative to dismount when he was about 10 yards away from Duke Choiseul, led his horse and humbly walked to the Duke Choiseul and greeted him. "I haven't seen you in Versailles for a long time. It's so nice to see you today." Duke Choiseul grinned, stepped forward and patted Prince Louis on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "You have grown taller, but also gained a lot of weight. Time is really unpredictable, but let's not talk about this today. Enjoy hunting, Your Highness." "Of course, thank you for your hospitality." Prince Louis nodded and said, and then exchanged greetings with other nobles on both sides of the road. It was not until a long time later that he noticed his radiant and arrogant wife standing on the grass beside him. Prince Louis glanced at Princess Mary with some embarrassment. As one of the few royal members of the Bourbon royal family who was not interested in women, he naturally felt very uncomfortable and embarrassed about this political marriage, especially since the couple were not only young, but also did not speak the same language, so normal communication required the presence of an interpreter, not to mention some private activities to keep in touch. Of course, despite the embarrassment, Crown Prince Louis, as a member of the royal family who had received a good court education, knew that he had to show harmony with his wife on such occasions. Otherwise, countless versions of the story of the Crown Prince Louis and his wife's discord would circulate in the salons of various ladies in Paris the next afternoon. Even in similar rumors in the past, the most talked about version was that a certain nobleman lost his manliness and caused a discord between his wife and his wife. While walking towards Crown Princess Mary at a loss, Crown Prince Louis waved to a follower in the team, motioning him to follow quickly. In order to communicate with Crown Princess Mary, Crown Prince Louis specially arranged a German-speaking follower to follow him. "Dear Mary, you're here much earlier." Crown Prince Louis greeted stiffly with the help of the translator. "How do you feel? This is your first time attending such an event in France, right?" Humph! Crown Princess Mary snorted, stared at Crown Prince Louis fiercely and said, "I have to say it's terrible. The servants in Versailles are even more rude than the hooligans in Vienna." Crown Prince Louis scratched his head in confusion. Although he had no idea what happened, he still knew the character of this spoiled princess. she would definitely not give him a bit of face in public. Read the correct version in 1619 book bar. However, just when Crown Prince Louis felt helpless and thought he was going to lose face in front of everyone, Crown Princess Mary just shook her index finger with a little dissatisfaction and said, HMPH, forget it. If it weren't for the help of Mr. Bonaparte today, this place would have become a nightmare for me. Mr. Bonaparte? Crown Prince Louis was relieved when he saw that Crown Princess Mary was not going to make a scene, but hearing the name Bonaparte still made him frown in confusion, and then he noticed Clarence standing next to Crown Princess Mary. Prince Louis quickly remembered who this young man who looked only a few years older than him was, so he hurried forward and whispered gratefully, "So you are Governor Bonaparte? I've often heard my grandfather mention you recently. Anyway, it's great that you can help me deal with this crazy woman, otherwise I don't know how today will end." Clarence glanced at the Crown Prince in front of him. From his anxious and grateful expression, it can be seen that he really has no way to deal with the woman, Crown Princess Mary. So this henpecked king started from this time. Clarence remembered the cowardly performance of Louis XVI in history when facing the Queen, and could only sigh helplessly. Of course, although Clarence already had some opinions about Crown Prince Louis in his heart, in front of him, Clarence still acted flattered, bowed and said, "It's just a small favor. I'm honored to save you the trouble." "Oh, yes, yes." Crown Prince Louis stared at Clarence for a while with gratitude and curiosity. It was also the first time he met this person who had often appeared in Louis XV's mouth recently. When he found out that this young man of the same age as himself was already the head of a country, Crown Prince Louis was a little surprised, so he couldn't help but invite him with great interest. "By the way, Governor Bonaparte, do you want to go hunting with us later? I feel you are a good hunter." "Hunting? This is really..." Clarence raised his body in surprise, smiled and said, "I have no reason to refuse. I hope I won't hold you back then." "Ha ha ha, look at what you said." Prince Louis couldn't help but laugh, and then glanced at Princess Mary beside him. Seeing that this woman didn't stage a fuss here, he was very happy. He waved to Clarence happily and said, "See you later. I think you are a really good person, Governor Bonaparte." After that, Prince Louis led his team into the castle to rest and prepare for the afternoon hunt. Clarence couldn't help but sigh after watching Prince Louis back disappear into the castle gate. After a few words with the Crown Prince, it seemed that he would indeed become the indecisive, weak and timid king in history. Of course, on the bright side, at least the Crown Prince was very generous and kind in dealing with people. While Clarence was silently speculating about Crown Prince Louis, Duke of Choiseul walked up to Clarence at some point and said meaningfully, "How does it feel to talk to the future king?" Clarence glanced at Duke of Choiseul and whispered casually, "To be honest, I don't feel anything. He's a good person, that's all." "Well, just don't spread this kind of thing out loud." Duke of Choiseul shook his head indifferently and said, "But Crown Prince Louis took the initiative to invite you to go hunting together, which is a good thing. I originally wanted to personally come forward to let you and Crown Prince Louis form a team, but I didn't expect you to solve it yourself." "Oh, and the Crown Princess, it seems that you and her are having a good chat?" Clarence shrugged and said, "There is no such thing as a good chat. I was just trying to make the little girl happy. After all, she is a key figure in overthrowing Madame du Barry. Of course it's best if you have this idea, but from a personal point of view, I still want to remind Governor Bonaparte." Duke Choiseul's face became more serious. He looked at Clarence seriously and said in a deep voice like a generous elder, "Your relationship with the Crown Prince and his wife is not only to help me overthrow the Duke of Richelieu and Madame du Barry, but it will also be of great benefit to you. You understand?" For Duke Choiseul, if he can win the support of the Crown Prince and his wife, he will have many advantages in the fight with the Duke of Richelieu. However, as an important minister, Duke Choiseul himself is obviously not suitable to get close to them personally. After all, the current King Louis XV is still sitting on the throne. When the contemporary monarch is still in power, the important ministers collude with the Crown Prince. No matter in which era or country, this will definitely cause the monarch's disgust and resentment, and even imprisonment and death. However, as a young man of the same age as the crown prince and his wife, and in the future he will be the prime minister of Corsica directly under the king, he can completely establish a deep friendship with the crown prince and his wife in the name of normal social interaction. This is why the Duke of Choiseul specially invited Clarence to this hunting trip, and even prepared to personally introduce Clarence to Crown Prince Louis. Governor Bonaparte, Clarence. The Duke of Choiseul said earnestly, you are still young, Crown Prince Louis is still young, and the Crown Princess is still young. In the future, the two of them will rule France for decades, and you will spend the rest of your life serving them, so I don't need to say how important your friendship with them is. Of course. Clarence smiled and nodded, affirming the second half of the Duke of Choiseul's words. As for his first half of the sentence, Clarence is not going to spend the rest of his life serving anyone. This chapter was posted yesterday, but it was reviewed all night and posted in the morning. I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting for so long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, A Self-Directed Crisis. The group of people rested in the small castle until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then the Duke of Choiseul gathered everyone. As the organizer of this hunt, he expressed his joy to everyone for being invited to participate in the hunt with deep affection, and announced the official start of the hunt. Clarence did not have time to listen to the Duke of Choiseul's overly enthusiastic speech. He was in a small dimly lit room, and had to change his clothes helplessly. Although this hunt was not organized by Prince Louis, since Clarence was invited to join Prince Louis' hunting team, according to the rules of Versailles, he had to change into a set of clothes that could be called a uniform, to match the honor of being a member of the royal hunting team. A black and grey coat, a dark red vest and breeches, a shirt with gold edges on the upper body, high boots with high heels like Prince Louis, and a hunting knife that was not sharp, but had a gorgeous carving on the handle. These were all sent by Duke Choiseul very carefully. After all, he placed his hope of further winning over Crown Prince Louis on Clarence. Just as Clarence was changing his clothes, a precision shooter hurried into the castle and walked into Clarence's room as inconspicuously as possible. Clarence, who had basically finished dressing, was standing in front of the mirror to make the final adjustments. Seeing this shooter suddenly rushing in, Clarence was also slightly stunned. However, Clarence glanced at the shooter's appearance and recognized that he was one of the people who followed Grosso and quietly left the team halfway in the morning, so he guessed that the task assigned to Grosso was probably completed. And this shooter was also panting, obviously running all the way back. His clothes were also very messy, with a lot of dust and branches on them, and even a few imperceptible bloodstains on his waist sword. Although he had cleaned up a little before entering the castle, it can still be seen that in the past 6 or 7 hours, they probably had some intense activities in the woods. Clarence put his index finger to his mouth to signal the shooter not to speak, then walked to the door cautiously and looked out for 2 seconds. After making sure no one noticed here, he closed the door and locked it from the inside. So, have you finished it? After confirming the secrecy, Clarence lowered his voice and asked the shooter. It's not that Clarence is too cautious. It's really that, if this matter is revealed, it will be very disadvantageous to him, and jail time will be considered a light punishment. The shooter also answered in a low voice, yes, sir, Lord Grosso has done it, and basically meets your requirements. Very good, no one found out. Clarence nodded with satisfaction, and continued to ask. The archer nodded and replied, no, the forest ranger there slept like a pig, and we took some tools from outside his hut. Forest ranger? Clarence frowned and asked, he didn't notice what happened later, did he? No, we walked several miles into the woods before we started to act. Well, that's good. Clarence also breathed a sigh of relief and then made arrangements. You go back and let Grosso stay where he is and be careful to be alert to the surroundings and not be discovered. As for the rest, he knows what to do. Yes, the archer answered and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly handed a package in his pocket to Clarence and said, by the way, This is given to you by Lord Grosso. He said you should carry it with you. Lawrence took a look at the thing, which contained a string of wild beast teeth with fresh blood on it, and wrapped in a small piece of wild beast fur that had just been peeled off. Lawrence nodded in understanding, stuffed the teeth and fur into the inner pocket of his clothes, and said to himself, I didn't expect that this arrangement could be used on Crown Prince Louis. It's really a sudden surprise. When Lawrence changed his clothes and walked out of the castle, more than half of the nobles had already gone into the woods with their hounds. Crown Prince Louis and his team were waiting patiently in front of the castle. The area of this royal forest is very large. Unless there is a great fate, the possibility of two hunting teams colliding is still very low, so Crown Prince Louis was not in a hurry to enter the hunting ground. Ah, Governor Bonaparte, you are finally here. Crown Prince Louis saw Lawrence from a distance and waved at him. Lawrence also wore an apologetic smile, trotting forward to apologize to Prince Louis and other nobles in the team, saying, I'm so sorry, Your Highness. This outfit really took me a lot of time. It's okay, it's not my fault. Prince Louis smiled and waved his hand. As a kind and generous prince, he didn't care about Lawrence's lateness. Instead, he said to the others in the team with a little self-blame, I invited Governor Bonaparte temporarily and didn't give him too much time to prepare. I have to apologize for this. No, Your Highness, you said too much. The nobles in the team shook their heads repeatedly. After all, Prince Louis apologized because he was approachable, but if they really accepted the apology, it would be a violation of etiquette. Lawrence also took the opportunity to glance at Prince Louis' hunting team. In addition to the prince himself and 3 guides and entourages, there were only 4 nobles in the team who were dressed like Lawrence. They received the invitation from Prince Louis a long time in advance. These nobles are very young, and most of them seem to be legitimate sons or heirs of some powerful families. Although they have no status now, it is estimated that more than half of them will inherit the title of duke in the future. Although they are somewhat dissatisfied with Lawrence's sudden joining and lateness, they can't get angry in front of Crown Prince Louis, so they can only look at Lawrence expressionlessly. Lawrence didn't care about the attention of these noble young masters, but silently counted the number of people in this team. After counting that there were only 9 people in this team, Lawrence was relieved. After all, the smaller the number of people in this team, the more conducive it will be for Lawrence's arrangement. And what makes Lawrence feel fortunate is that Crown Prince Louis did not choose to go on a hunting trip today, but just took a small number of followers for an ordinary hunting trip. Hunting is loved and often carried out by the great nobles and kings. After all, only their financial resources can afford it. During hunting, the king would bring hundreds or even thousands of followers who would surround and drive the prey in a huge hunting ground and drive the prey to the king from all directions. The king only needed to stand still and keep drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Sometimes, if the king missed, there would be an experienced hunter beside him to shoot an arrow immediately. After the prey was shot dead, everyone would tacitly pretend that it was the king who shot it. In fact, Louis XVI was addicted to such hunting after he ascended the throne. Otherwise, with his fat body, it would be a foolish dream for him to kill 1,500 prey a month in ordinary hunting like a real hunter, as he said in his diary. As for the small nobles and the wealthy and idle landlords, if they wanted to hunt, they had to bring or hire a small number of hunters as followers and go on a hunting trip that lasted for several days, just like sightseeing. The Russian writer Turgenev liked this kind of hunting very much. He wrote a book called Hunter's Notes to record his experiences during hunting. Then let's go. When Prince Louis saw the team gathered, he became excited. He took the longbow and put it on himself, then patted his guide and said. Everyone nodded, cheered up, and began to follow the guide into the depths of the dense forest. The forests in Versailles are all royal forests. Louis XV often organized grand hunting here. Judging from his harvest every time, there are many prey here. Especially the stags in Versailles, which are legally only eligible for hunting by members of the royal family and their close relatives. As members of the same hunting team as Prince Louis, these nobles also have such privileges today. Even for people with such a distinguished status as them, if they can hunt a majestic stag back, it is also a considerable honor. Therefore, everyone including Prince Louis, is full of expectations for this hunt. Lawrence was not interested in this. Although hunting a stag and offering it to Crown Prince Louis was a good way to get closer to the two, Lawrence also had a good understanding of his hunting skills and wisely gave up this unrealistic method. Of course, this was also because Lawrence had a more effective way to get closer to Crown Prince Louis. Under the guidance of the guide, everyone shuttled through the woods. The two followers of Crown Prince Louis also took broad-bladed swords similar to machetes to split the weeds and thorns on the roads for the dandies behind them to avoid dirtying their clothes. Maybe it was bad luck, or maybe these novice hunters didn't pay attention to hiding their breath and movements. Everyone walked through the woods for a long time, but didn't see the shadow of a stag. On the contrary, the two followers of Crown Prince Louis looked experienced. They quickly caught a few fat hares, cut their arteries with broad-bladed swords, and presented them to Crown Prince Louis and other nobles, so that everyone would not return empty-handed. Oh, that's terrible. After another round of walking, Crown Prince Louis gradually felt a little tired. Although he was only 16 years old, his figure had already changed after being fed with delicacies from the mountains and the sea every day. After this exercise, he was inevitably a little out of breath. A noble glanced at the tired face of Crown Prince Louis and said, "Very well, I think it's getting late, Your Highness. How about we go back?" Crown Prince Louis let out a long breath, looked at the gradually darkening sky, and then looked at the prey that could only be regarded as comfort, a few hairs that were about to bleed dry. Although he was a little unwilling, Crown Prince Louis frowned and said, "Well, if we go back too late, we won't be able to find the way. At least we still have something to gain today, right?" Several people next to him immediately flattered a correct version of the book in 1619. Of course, I bet many people will go back empty-handed. And you see, these hairs are so plump, they are definitely worth half a stag. You guys. Prince Louis smiled and shook his head, saying to the guide, "In that case, let's start to go back. Please lead the way." The guide nodded respectfully and was about to turn back, but suddenly frowned, subconsciously bent his waist, looked around cautiously, and listened to something. Everyone present looked at the guide in surprise, not knowing what his reaction was. Only Lawrence at the edge of the crowd had his eyes lit up, knowing that Grosso had started to act. "Huh? What are you doing?" Prince Louis asked, somewhat displeased. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," but the guide, as a skilled hunter, said nervously at this moment. "There was movement in the woods just now. It should be a group of animals passing through the bushes." "Oh, a group of animals? It can't be a herd of deer, right?" After hearing this, Prince Louis immediately rubbed his hands and asked excitedly. The guide said palely, "No, no, no, Your Highness. The deer will not approach us on their own initiative. It looks like some kind of wild beast." Wild beast? Crown Prince Louis was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of any wild beast in this area. Even a weasel would be hunted and killed by the royal forest rangers here. The guide had no time to explain. The sound was getting closer and closer. Soon, he pointed to the left with his hunting knife in fear and waved his hand to signal everyone to retreat. There was a sound in the bushes he pointed to, and then under the nervous gaze of everyone, 3 wild wolves with grey fur came out of it, staring at everyone with fluorescent green eyes. Huh? Why are there only 3? Damn it, these are definitely 3 hungry wolves. The guide was stunned for a moment, a little surprised at the small number of wolves. But he did not relax because of this, because judging from the empty stomachs of these 3 wolves, they must have been hungry for a whole day. Under normal circumstances, the 3 wild wolves would not dare to attack such a large number of humans, but if these beasts are hungry, they will fight to the death. The guide swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look at the crowd. The nobles, including Crown Prince Louis, were already scared and stood there. In their understanding, hunting is to shoot animals that will not fight back with bows and arrows. As for wild animals, they have only seen the animal heads hanging in the exhibition room. Seeing that these noble children are completely unable to help, the guide can only wave to the other 2 stunned followers and shout, "Let's hold these beasts and let the adults go quickly." The 2 followers woke up immediately. They also understood that the 3 of them still had a good chance of subduing these wild wolves together. although they would pay the price of injury. If these nobles, especially the crown prince, made any mistakes, they would not have enough heads for the executioner to chop off. Seeing the three people stepping forward and confronting the three wild wolves with swords in hand, Lawrence, who had expected this, calmly walked to the side of Crown Prince Louis, grabbed his arm and said, "Let's go quickly, your highness. We don't know how long they can drag on." Crown Prince Louis also woke up, as if from a dream, and said repeatedly with a pale face, "Yes, yes, let's go quickly." After Crown Prince Louis said this, his legs were weak, and he almost walked to the back with the support of Lawrence. A group of nobles also hurriedly followed the pace of Crown Prince Louis, walking and running to the back. Everyone ran a few hundred yards away in panic, and just when they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a rustling sound from the woods beside them again. Another female wolf came out of the woods with its tail swaying. Its bloody mouth was always open, and transparent and sticky saliva kept dripping from it, and people could even smell the stench of rotten meat in its mouth. "Oh my god, this is..." Prince Louis looked at the wolf's tongue and sharp teeth, and couldn't help but screamed. The other nobles turned pale, and took a few steps back, even though they knew that, if the 6 people present worked together, they would definitely be able to subdue the beast. But these nobles knew that they were different from the 3 lowly followers. They were all heirs to the duke. Even if they escaped, they would not be implicated too much. There was no need to risk their lives to resist here to the end, and who knew how many wild wolves there were in the forest. Prince Louis trembled all over and glanced at the people who had begun to retreat. Although he was extremely scared, he did not lose his mind. Prince Louis could completely guess what these nobles were thinking. If everyone fled in all directions, the fat Prince Louis would undoubtedly be the last one to fall behind. "Your highness." Lawrence gently let go of the hand that was supporting Prince Louis and said to him in a deep voice, "You, Governor Bonaparte, you too?" Prince Louis' pupils shrank, and he spoke incoherently, thinking that Lawrence let him go and was going to run away like the other nobles. However, under everyone's shocked gaze, Lawrence slowly walked to the front of everyone, standing between the wolf and the nobles like a wall. Then, Lawrence pulled out the hunting knife from his waist, pointed it directly at the forehead of the female wolf, and turned to Prince Louis, and said in a deep voice, "Please go first, your highness." Chapter 157 The Trust of Crown Prince Louis. "Please go first, your highness." Lawrence's voice rang in the ears of Crown Prince Louis. Crown Prince Louis was stunned for 3 seconds. At the moment when Lawrence let go of his hand, he had anticipated what Lawrence would say to him. Whether it was false words, a howl that revealed his true nature, or silence, all were within the expectations of Crown Prince Louis. However, not only Crown Prince Louis, but also other nobles, no one expected that this country bumpkin from Corsica would take the initiative to draw his sword and stand in front of the beast with bared teeth. The bloody mouth of the she-wolf was facing everyone. The nobles with good eyesight could even clearly see the rotten meat stuck on its sharp teeth. No one would want to be stuck on the teeth of a beast like that piece of meat. The nobles stared blankly at Lawrence holding a knife and confronting the ferocious beast. Then someone came to his senses and shouted to Crown Prince Louis in panic, "Your highness, let's go." Although his legs were still weak, Crown Prince Louis stared at Lawrence's back with a dull look, and a few tears flowed down his white and plump cheeks. He couldn't help muttering, "Lawrence, you are so brave and fearless. I will never forget this scene." Lawrence heard the murmur and tilted his head slightly, but said nothing, just pointed behind with his chin. Seeing this, Crown Prince Louis also closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, then turned around and fled to the back like other nobles. The she-wolf's mouth was still wide open, and a large amount of saliva flowed out of it, forming a small puddle on the ground. The man and the wolf confronted each other for a few seconds. The female wolf growled and jumped up from the ground with all her limbs, rushing straight at Lawrence. "Oh my god." Crown Prince Louis, who was running back, heard this low roar that made his back cold and couldn't help but slow down his pace and turned his head to look back. Although the female wolf had jumped up with all her strength, it only jumped more than 1 meter high. Its claws should have pressed on Lawrence's shoulders to push him to the ground, but the female wolf's front limbs were weak and only scratched Lawrence's chest lightly. However, the wolf's head is indeed the hardest part of the wolf. Clarence's chest was hit hard, and he felt stuffy in his chest, so he had to fall back to the ground. Crown Prince Louis, who was standing in the distance and watching, didn't notice these details at all. He only saw Clarence being pounced on the ground by the beast, so he felt distressed and stopped subconsciously. After the she-wolf threw Clarence to the ground, it moved its bloody mouth forward, ready to bite Clarence's neck directly. However, its sharp teeth had already clearly touched Clarence's skin, but it still failed to bite down. Clarence also took the opportunity to raise the hunting knife in his right hand and directly inserted it into the beast's mouth. His left hand pressed against the back of the knife to try to push its mouth away from his neck. Although humans are stronger than wild wolves, Clarence's arms were slightly sprained when he fell to the ground just now, and it was not easy to exert force in this position when he was thrown to the ground. Therefore, he only had a slight advantage and was still in a stalemate with the she-wolf. Damn Grosso, this guy really trusts me. Clarence sighed while struggling to support himself. Although it was only a matter of time to subdue the she-wolf, Clarence still regretted not asking Grosso to do more. Your Highness, stop looking and walk. On the other side, Prince Louis, who saw Clarence being thrown to the ground by the she-wolf, could no longer walk. Even though several nobles beside him tried their best to dissuade and pull him, it was of no use. For the kind and generous Prince Louis, watching his savior being thrown to the ground by the beast in front of him, and standing by, and watching was something that made his conscience extremely condemned. Your Highness. The noble beside Prince Louis was about to pull the prince back, but he saw Prince Louis shook off his hand, and pulled out the hunting knife from his waist without saying a word. The blade slid out of the sheath smoothly, making a series of faint sounds in the air. The noble whose hand was thrown away looked at the resolute Prince Louis in disbelief, and stood there with his mouth wide open. Is this still the cowardly and timid good-natured prince in his impression? Prince Louis ignored the nobleman standing there in a daze. He just gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Clarence with a knife, shouting, Governor Bonaparte, hold on. Clarence, who was wrestling with the she-wolf on the ground, heard the noise, and couldn't help but look sideways. He saw the breathless Prince Louis holding the hunting knife tightly and running towards him. Louis XVI is really a good man. Clarence was stunned for a moment and shook his head with a wry smile. Although the she-wolf was no threat to him at all, seeing Prince Louis so desperate still made Clarence smack his lips. In a few breaths, Prince Louis had already rushed to Clarence's side. He looked at the beast in front of him, who was growling and lying on Clarence, and he didn't have time to think about anything else. He closed his eyes, swung the hunting knife, and chopped at the back of the she-wolf with all his strength. Because he was too nervous, Crown Prince Louis even used the back of his knife to chop the she-wolf. But it didn't matter. The she-wolf, who was suddenly hit, was a little weaker in suppressing Clarence. Clarence took the opportunity to exert his strength, and used all his strength to push the she-wolf away from him with his hunting knife. After being pushed away by Clarence, the she-wolf rolled on the ground for several rounds before standing up, uttering a miserable wail. Its two front paws were bent out of shape, and it was obvious that the bones had been broken long ago. The bloody mouth, that couldn't be closed, had a half-finger deep scar under Clarence's hunting knife. Oh my god, you are so brave. Crown Prince Louis said breathlessly. Although he had never seen a few real wild wolves in his life, Crown Prince Louis could see the miserable appearance of the she-wolf at this time, and thought that she was injured by Clarence in the fight just now. Clarence just nodded calmly without replying. He knew very well that the injuries of the she-wolf were not caused by himself. Although it was covered in wounds, the she-wolf still didn't think of running away with its tail between its legs. It first let out a wail, then turned into a chilling roar, and stared at Clarence with its green pupils, as if the fat and white Crown Prince Louis was not important at all in its eyes. Clarence didn't plan to delay here for too long, so he winked at Crown Prince Louis, then stepped forward, and kneed the wolf's head. Although the she-wolf had already made a move to dodge, the serious injuries on its body only made it move a few inches. With a dull sound, the she-wolf fell to the ground on its side, and even its belly was exposed without any defense. Crown Prince Louis also immediately seized the opportunity, rushed up with a brisk step, gritted his teeth, raised his hunting knife, and stabbed it fiercely into the belly of the she-wolf. Amid a more shrill cry, Clarence also hurriedly came forward, pointed the tip of the knife at its neck, and stabbed it without hesitation. As the shiny tip of the knife sank into its black and shiny fur, the she-wolf fluttered a few times with all her might before she was completely silent. Crown Prince Louis obviously had not yet come to his senses. He looked at the lifeless wolf on the ground with a pale face, and after a long while he slowly pulled out the bloody hunting knife. Although Crown Prince Louis had also participated in some hunting with his grandfather, the feeling of standing in the same place and leisurely shooting arrows with the stars and the feeling of stabbing the sharp knife into the body of the beast with his own hands was completely different. The nobles who had already fled far away looked at the motionless wolf lying on the ground and the blade in the hand of Crown Prince Louis that was still dripping with blood, and suddenly felt a burning shame on their faces. According to feudal law, they, the ministers, should use the swords in their hands to protect the safety of the royal family. However, at this moment, their hunting knives were all hidden in the sheaths and had not been pulled out, but the royal blades were the first to be stained with blood. Prince Louis looked at the nobles not far away with an expressionless face and ignored them. Instead, he looked at Clarence's injurers anxiously and asked repeatedly, "Governor Bonaparte, oh no, dear Clarence, are you okay?" Although Clarence's injuries were not serious at this time, he looked very embarrassed. When he was knocked to the ground by the she-wolf, his pants were worn out on the ground with several large holes, and his shirt on his chest was also torn by the wolf's claws. His body was also covered with dark red blood stains, making it difficult to tell whether it was Clarence's own blood or the blood splashed by the she-wolf. "It's okay, it's okay, thank you for your worry." Clarence smiled and shook his head and was about to wave his hand to show that he was fine, but as soon as he raised his hand, the sprain on his arm immediately made Clarence gasp and gave up the idea of moving his arm. Prince Louis felt even more guilty when he saw Clarence's reaction. He smacked his lips and took off his coat without hesitation and put it on Clarence. At the same time, he turned his head and shouted to the nobles who were standing there in a daze, "What are you all standing there for? Come and help. Don't you know who saved your lives?" Several nobles looked at each other and had to run over. At the same time, they also understood in their hearts that the status of the heirs of the Duke's family in Prince Louis' heart was probably much lower than that of the Corsican country bumpkin. It was completely dark, and the hunting teams had basically returned to the castle. However, most of the nobles who returned from hunting did not enter the castle to enjoy a pleasant dinner, but gathered at the castle gate, whispering something solemnly. "What's going on? Why hasn't His Royal Highness's team returned yet? Could they have lost their way? It's dark now. That shouldn't be the case. They must have a guide." Well, forget it. Duke Choiseul has sent people to the forest to find them. Let's wait for news here. The focus of everyone's discussion was undoubtedly on Crown Prince Louis. As the future king, his whereabouts would make a lot of people's hearts rise to their throats, even if they showed a little abnormality. Time passed by minute. Just when everyone was beginning to get a little anxious, they heard footsteps in the woods in front of the castle. It must be that Crown Prince Louis team has returned. Read the correct version in 16:9 book bar. Before everyone could be happy, they were stunned when they saw the team of Crown Prince Louis clearly. The person walking in the front of the team was the governor of Corsica, who was supported by Crown Prince Louis himself. The governor was still wearing Crown Prince Louis' coat, and his body was covered with blood stains, which even stained Crown Prince Louis' shirt. But Crown Prince Louis obviously didn't care about it at all. Following closely behind them were the four nobles who were dressed neatly but looked depressed. They were working together to lift the wolf that had already died, and followed Clarence and Crown Prince Louis like servants. Oh my god. Duke Choiseul, who had been waiting for news from Crown Prince Louis, rushed out of the castle immediately. He was stunned when he saw the team and asked with a frown, "Hey, your highness, what's going on?" The nobles around him also cast their eyes on Clarence and Crown Prince Louis. Although they had participated in many hunting trips, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. As the Crown Prince, the grandson of Prince Louis actually took the initiative to help a Corsican back to the castle and put his clothes on him. The signal revealed was enough for people to speculate. Prince Louis did not answer the Duke of Choiseul's question directly, but pointed at Clarence and said with a small breath, "Let's not talk about this for now. Governor Bonaparte is injured and needs a doctor." Duke Choiseul turned his eyes to Clarence. When he heard that Prince Louis's team had not returned, Duke Choiseul felt that this matter was a bit strange. Now seeing that Clarence and Prince Louis were so close, Duke Choiseul felt that this matter was not that simple. However, Duke Choiseul was not going to investigate this matter. After all, the deep relationship between Clarence and Prince Louis was what Duke Choiseul was most happy to see. I know, I will send someone to bring the court doctor. Duke Choiseul just glanced at Clarence, then looked at Prince Louis and said calmly, ahem. Clarence coughed twice to interrupt Duke Choiseul and said, don't bother you. My men can take care of these injuries. Please find me a room to rest for a while and bring my men here. His name is Grosso. Duke Choiseul nodded in understanding, waved his hand, and sent someone to take Clarence from Prince Louis, and then helped Clarence into the castle to rest. TSK, how did you get so miserable? Grosso, who was brought into Clarence's room, smiled cynically as soon as he entered the door. I broke the forelimbs of the female wolf and cut the jaw muscles for you. Why did you take so long? When I was your age, I could fight a strong male wolf alone. Clarence rolled his eyes at Grosso unhappily. Personal force was not his forte. In addition, this was the first time he faced a real beast in his two lives. Although it was a female wolf that could hardly jump or bite, Clarence still suffered from his lack of experience. However, it doesn't matter if the process is a little tortuous. Clarence's biggest goal has been achieved anyway, to improve the relationship with Crown Prince Louis through a deliberately created crisis. The wolves that Clarence and his party encountered just now were all released by Grosso, but only the female wolf that faced Clarence at the end was deliberately tampered with. As early as this morning, when Clarence assigned this task to Grosso, he already had this idea, but Clarence didn't expect that he would go hunting with Crown Prince Louis at that time. Originally, in Clarence's idea, this trick was enough to be used to improve the relationship with a certain noble, but he didn't expect to catch the big fish of Crown Prince Louis in the end. But I admire you a lot. Clarence rubbed his aching arm and said casually, I actually caught a pack of wolves here. I thought they were all killed by the forest rangers. Hey, that's nothing. Don't you think about it? Grosso waved his hand and said indifferently, this forest farm is full of deer, rabbits, roe deer and so on. The wolves outside must have tried their best to get in. Even if the forest rangers kill them more frequently, they will definitely find them at the edge of the forest farm. You have a talent for ecology. Clarence said casually with a chuckle. What? Ecology? What the hell? Don't let me go to school. Grosso frowned and said, as if he was facing a great enemy. Clarence smiled, but was too lazy to explain to Grosso. He then took out the teeth and fur that Grosso had sent him in the afternoon and asked, by the way, what is this thing? Grosso glanced at the thing in Clarence's hand and said casually, nothing, the teeth and skin of a wolf cub. If you carry this thing with you, the mother wolf will attack you like crazy when she smells it, and it will not be a threat to others. I see. Clarence nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the mother wolf did not run away, even though she was so seriously injured. It seemed that she smelled the scent of her child on him. This maternal desire for protection and revenge is ingrained in the bones of living things. Grosso stood up and walked to the window, looking at the square in front of the castle gate downstairs. The nobles gathered there had not dispersed yet, because Crown Prince Louis was still talking to everyone in front of the gate about his experience in the woods. In any case, Prince Louis was still a 16-year-old boy, and he also wanted to show off in front of everyone. After all, he had just bravely killed a wild wolf with Clarence, and such an honor was no less than bringing back a stag. By the way, your trick is very effective. This fat prince must be very happy with you. Grosso said in amazement, looking down at the nobles below from the castle. He could hear the nobles' exclamations from time to time from where he stood. He didn't know whether they were infected by Prince Louis' brave deeds or simply agreed with him. But one thing is certain, Prince Louis will never forget the scene when Clarence drew his sword and stood in front of him, and the description of this scene will soon spread to the entire Paris and Versailles court, including Louis XV himself will soon know about it. The benefits this brings to Clarence are immeasurable. Clarence nodded to Grosso and looked down through the window. Seeing the excitement of Crown Prince Louis, he said slowly, that's right, and we should be able to squeeze out a lot of benefits by using this relationship with him. Grosso was stunned for a moment, curled his lips and said, "Boy, maybe he wants to treat you as a close friend, and you are already calculating his value." Lawrence stretched himself with great effort and said nonchalantly, "I don't think this is a conflict. I can treat him as my best friend in personal relationships, but when there is a conflict of interest, I will not hesitate to let him get out of my way." "Hey, you are still so arrogant. He will be the king in the future. You want him to get out of your way." Grosso laughed twice and said nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Lawrence shrugged. Chapter 158, King Louis is delighted. The next morning, the Palace of Versailles. This magnificent palace is the undisputed center of all France, and even culturally, it can be called the center of the European continent. The court fashion that originated here continued to radiate out, affecting monarchs all over the European continent. Even in remote Russia, the landlords and nobles there were proud to speak fluent French, and pursued the fashion of Paris. The most admired place in the Palace of Versailles is undoubtedly the King's Suite on the east side of the main building of the Palace of Versailles, which is the residence of the French ruler. Although the King's Suite is just a room in name, it is actually a large bedroom independent of the Palace of Versailles. In addition to the King's bedroom, there are also multiple areas such as the Bullseye Hall and the small conference hall, which are used to entertain visiting princes and nobles, and as a private workplace. Anyone who has had the honor of seeing the King's bedroom will be deeply moved by the luxurious layout there. In the center of the bedroom was a large bed with golden and red brocade, large enough for the king to hug his lover and play on it. Under the bed was a light red ottoman carpet, which would feel warm, even if you walked barefoot on it in winter. Above the bed was an embroidered canopy, and on the ceiling was a set of exquisite and beautiful giant marble reliefs, called France Guarding the King's Sleep, made by the most outstanding craftsmen. King Louis XV sat up from such a bed and stretched slowly. Although he was nearly 60 years old, Louis XV's face was still very ruddy. Only from his slightly grey temples could you tell that he was indeed an old man. Of course, Louis XV wearing a wig on formal occasions would still make people feel that this energetic king could continue to rule France for another 20 years. Although in history, he died of smallpox 4 years later. Louis XV sat up, licked his lips, and turned his head to look at a girl who was still sleeping beside him, as if he was reminiscing about the snow, moon, wind, and flowers of last night. The girl was indeed a young and charming woman, with a graceful figure in her gauze-like pajamas. Her thick long curly golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, her large almond-shaped eyes gently closed, and she looked like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. The only other person who could stay in the king's bedroom so peacefully, apart from the late queen, was the king's favorite chief mistress, Countess du Barry. You should know that the title of chief mistress is not a folk nickname, but an official title conferred by Louis XV. The last person to receive this title was the famous Madame Pompadour. It can be said that for French women, unless her origin is noble enough to become the king's queen, the position of chief mistress is the highest position they can achieve. Of course, if a woman has the ability to become the Joan of Arc of this era, it will naturally be different. Madame du Barry, lying on the bed, rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Judging from her peaceful expression, Louis XV was probably still as vigorous as ever. As Louis XV sat up from the bed, Madame du Barry slowly opened her eyes. It was unknown whether she was woken up by Louis XV, or had already woken up, but was waiting for him to get up first. Oh, lovely Jean. Louis XV sat at the head of the bed, looking at Madame du Barry's shy and charming eyes, and couldn't help leaning over and kissing her on the face, and said with emotion, "You are so charming, I really don't know which angel sent you to me." Madame du Barry smiled, and when Louis XV kissed her cheek and was about to get up, she hugged his head and kissed him, and then whispered seductively, "Your Majesty, it's still early, why don't you?" "Oh, that won't do." Louis XV smiled and shook his head, gently pushed Madame du Barry away, touched his sore waist and said, "I'm the king, and I have things to do, so I can't waste time." Madame du Barry smiled sweetly, and she knew in her heart that the king was indeed very busy every day, but he was not busy governing the country. The two of them lingered a little at the head of the bed again, and then simply changed into casual clothes, and walked out of the room together. The servants had already arranged everything in an orderly manner. The dining table was already filled with fruits and dishes, and in the middle was a golden, crispy, and fragrant roast suckling pig. After Louis XV and Madame du Barry sat on the chairs, a servant hurried forward and respectfully placed 2 booklets in front of Louis XV. The 2 booklets were one thin and one thick. The thin one was a brief summary of the military affairs of all parts of the country yesterday, and the thick one was all kinds of gossip and scandals around Paris yesterday, and interesting things that happened in the aristocratic circle. In the early years, the 2 booklets were the same thickness, and the one that recorded national affairs was even thicker than the one that recorded gossip and scandals. However, as France's financial problems continued to worsen, and the war situation continued to deteriorate during the 7 Years' War, Louis XV could only read bad news in this booklet, and he gradually lost interest in reading this booklet. In Louis XV's opinion, it would be better for him to read the newspapers in Paris than to read this report full of bad news. At least the criticism of himself and the royal family by the bourgeoisie in the newspapers was only on the lips, while the bad news in this report was all painful reality. Especially after the Duke of Choiseul was busy with most of the political affairs of France, Louis XV had no more thoughts about governing the country and became increasingly addicted to luxurious and enjoyable court activities. After realizing this, the people who compiled the 2 reports also very cleverly reduced the content of the previous report and thickened the content of the latter. After all, even if he is a king, his nature is to yearn for entertainment to death. As expected, Louis XV frowned and opened the first booklet and glanced at it. The text about the deficit in armaments on it immediately made him very bored. He couldn't help shaking his head and sighing after reading it for less than half a minute. He impatiently threw the booklet aside and picked up another booklet to read with relish. Madame du Barry, who was sitting next to Louis XV, stuffed 2 cherry tomatoes into her mouth, glanced at Louis XV carefully, and then coughed twice to attract his attention. Oh. Louis XV raised his head, looked at Madame du Barry with concern and said, "What's wrong? Dear Jean, are you not feeling well?" "No, Your Majesty, I just remembered something." Madame du Barry held her forehead, sighed softly, shook her head and said, "I heard that there is a new person in Paris, the governor of Corsica, named Bonaparte or something." "Ah, yes, Laurence Bonaparte, a young man who knows the times." Louis XV smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with the young man, so he took the initiative to add, "He is really a young talent. The Duke of Choiseul has also praised him highly. I'm looking forward to meeting this little guy. In fact, he will be the protagonist of the banquet in a few days, and you will see him there." Madame du Barry keenly observed Louis XV's expression. After seeing that Louis XV was so satisfied with Bonaparte, she couldn't help but hesitate for 2 seconds, but still said, "He sounds like a good person, but I have also heard some rumors about him." "Rumors? Tell me about it," Louis XV said with interest, while looking at the book in his hand. Madame du Barry spoke a little stiffly, and it was obvious that these words were not her own. "I heard that he tried to apply to join the Royal Academy of Sciences, but he is so young and a politician, how can he have the energy to focus on academics? I think there may be something fishy here." "Royal Academy of Sciences?" Louis XV frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Madame du Barry, and said slowly, "Dear Jean, why are you suddenly interested in the Royal Academy of Sciences?" Madame du Barry's expression showed a little embarrassment. Of course, these words, she said, were not her own ideas, but the Duke of Richelieu's instructions, including the fact that Laurence tried to join the Royal Academy of Sciences. It was also noticed by the Duke of Richelieu, who was a member of the French Academy, and then told Madame du Barry, wanting Madame du Barry to reveal this matter to Louis XV to undermine Laurence's position in Louis XV's heart. However, although Louis XV was not interested in governing the country, he was not someone who could be easily fooled. After all, he had been on the throne for 55 years, and Madame du Barry could still see through this trick. Fortunately, Madame du Barry was also a seasoned socialite, and she quickly adjusted her embarrassed expression. She knew that she could not hide anything in such matters, so she said directly and frankly, "In fact, it was the Duke of Richelieu who mentioned this to me. I think such a person who may be somewhat inferior in moral character is not worthy of your serious treatment." Louis XV nodded slightly and admitted that Madame du Barry was right. If Clarence really wanted to get into the Royal Academy of Sciences without any academic knowledge, then his moral character was indeed somewhat inferior. However, this matter can only be said to be neither big nor small. Not to mention that the truth of this matter has not been confirmed yet. Even if it is confirmed, this kind of thing has long been common in the upper class, and it just made Louis XV have some opinions about Clarence. Therefore, Louis XV did not take it seriously. Instead, he thought that he could personally award the young governor of Corsica the title of honorary member of the Royal Academy of Sciences as a reward for his voluntary submission. Seeing that Louis XV did not show any dissatisfaction at all, Madame du Barry was not discouraged and continued to persuade him. "You are right, but I also heard that Bonaparte is not a good person. It is said that when he was in Corsica, he was a profit-seeking villain who regarded his own interests as infinitely important. Such a person is not worthy of your attention. If something really happens, he will definitely run away without hesitation." A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Louis XV glanced at Madame du Barry and said, "This is completely different from what I heard from the Duke of Choiseul." "Oh, your majesty, you know that the Duke of Choiseul is not trustworthy at all." When she heard Louis XV mention the Duke of Choiseul, Madame du Barry immediately became angry and said, "He is simply a mean and sarcastic villain. People like him must be false in their descriptions of others, not to mention that Bonaparte is so close to him. The Duke of Choiseul will definitely say good things about Bonaparte." Louis XV sighed helplessly after hearing this. The fight between the Duke of Choiseul and Madame du Barry was nothing new. Almost everyone in the aristocratic circle knew about it. Louis XV personally went out to mediate their conflict, but it seemed to have no effect at all. But at the same time, Louis XV also knew that what Madame du Barry said made some sense. Bonaparte was so close to the Duke of Choiseul, and the Duke of Choiseul would definitely say good things about him. Therefore, Louis XV still said in a conciliatory manner, "Dear Jean, I know that the Duke of Choiseul has treated you unfairly, but you don't have to be so excited. I still hope that you can get along in harmony. In addition, let's stop here with the matter of the governor of Corsica. I will find out later." However, Madame du Barry was not satisfied with Louis XV's answer. Instead, she leaned directly into Louis XV's arms and said in a delicate voice with her beauty, "But your majesty, I have heard a lot about that Bonaparte. They all say that he is a profit-seeking villain and a coward who runs away." Louis XV looked at Madame du Barry's fair face, opened his mouth, but still held back the words of rebuke, just shook his head helplessly, and said nothing. Louis XV didn't have the heart to say anything harsh to this lover who was spoiled, so he had to let her continue and try not to listen to these words. The two continued to enjoy their breakfast at the table, and Madame du Barry kept talking non-stop, telling the so-called dirty laundry she had heard about Clarence. Louis XV was also skeptical about these words, responding one sentence at a time, and concentrating on the booklet on the table while eating breakfast. "So, your majesty, you really shouldn't be so concerned about that Bonaparte, let alone holding a banquet for him. You haven't even held any banquets for me yet. Am I less important than that outsider?" After a few minutes, Madame du Barry was still talking non-stop, leaning on Louis XV and acting coquettishly, deliberately making a jealous expression. "Wait." Louis XV, who had never responded, was suddenly stunned for a moment, looking at the booklet in front of him in disbelief. Madame du Barry was delighted, thinking that her words had touched Louis XV, and asked quickly, "What's the matter, your majesty? Have you finally figured it out?" However, Louis XV ignored Madame du Barry and just read the contents of the booklet twice. Then Louis XV slowly turned his head to look at Madame du Barry and asked meaningfully, "Dear Jean, you just said that Bonaparte was a coward who ran away and a profit-seeking villain?" Madame du Barry nodded doubtfully and said, "Of course, that's true. Then I think you should listen to this passage." Louis XV leaned back in his chair, held the pamphlet in front of his head, cleared his throat and read aloud. "Yesterday afternoon, Crown Prince Louis was attacked by wild beasts while hunting in the royal forest, but the Crown Prince himself was not injured. According to the Crown Prince's own statement, they were surrounded by a large group of wolves at the time. It was Laurence Bonaparte who was accompanying them who stepped forward to fight with the wolves, which saved the lives of the Crown Prince and several other nobles. The Crown Prince himself also assisted Laurence Bonaparte, personally killed a wolf, and brought it back as a trophy. Among them, the injury of Governor Bonaparte is unknown, but judging from the blood on his body at the time, he is likely to be seriously injured. Obviously, when retelling this experience, Prince Louis exaggerated a lot of content in order to show his bravery. Not only did he describe a few wild wolves as a pack of wolves, but he also omitted the behavior of the followers who held the wolves back, making people think that he and Laurence fought against a whole pack of wolves. Madame du Barry sat there in a daze listening to Louis XV finish reading this record. Her mind was suddenly blank. She opened her mouth for a long time without saying a word. That Bonaparte? How could it be possible? How could he just happen to save the prince, and save Prince Louis in a way that was almost like the protagonist in a night novel? But no matter what Madame du Barry thought, this was a reality that could not be changed. Louis XV glanced at Madame du Barry and ignored her. He read the record over and over again, and could not help but admire. My good grandson, Louis Auguste, was so brave that he killed a whole wolf himself. Compared with his heroic deeds, the hunting trophies in my showroom pale in comparison. He is worthy of being the heir to the Bourbon royal family, don't you think, my dear Jean? Madame du Barry forced a smile and nodded awkwardly. Yes, your majesty. Oh, of course, there is also our dear governor of Corsica, Laurence Bonaparte. Louis XV also said in amazement, while his eyes kept glancing at Madame du Barry on the side. He stood up to a whole pack of wolves to protect the crown prince, and was not afraid of being seriously injured for this. He is really a loyal minister. He has not even formally surrendered to the Bourbon royal family. I think such a person must not be the coward who runs away, and the prophet seeking the lane as rumored. Not at all, your majesty. Madame du Barry's face was even paler than her chest. She had to lower her head deeply, and answered in a low voice. Then she dared not say anything. I have to think about what reward to give to this Bonaparte. I can't let people think that I'm a stingy king. Seeing that his grandson survived the crisis without any danger and showed extraordinary bravery, Louis XV couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Even his appetite increased greatly. He excitedly ate a big bite of suckling pig and said to himself. Madame du Barry, who was sitting beside him in a daze, could not say anything. There was only one thought in her mind. I must tell the Duke of Richelieu not to provoke this damn Corsican for a while. Chapter 159. Winning over the locksmith crown prince. Laurence, who was dozens of miles away from the palace of Versailles, naturally didn't know that the old king in the court had already favored him. For Laurence, how to further consolidate the relationship with Crown Prince Louis is what he values most at the moment. Although Laurence has saved his life, if he does not take the initiative to continue to build a good relationship with Crown Prince Louis, this favor will only become a one-time favor. Just after dawn, Laurence was awakened by the chirping chorus of birds in the woods. Fortunately, after returning to the room last night, everyone thought that Laurence was seriously injured and did not come to disturb him. After all, when Laurence returned to the castle last night, the blood on his body really scared many nobles, but Laurence slept well. Of course, only Laurence himself and Grosso knew that their injuries were actually not serious at all. At best, they were just some scratches and sprains on both arms caused by falling to the ground. Although Grosso is not a doctor, as the saying goes, long-term illness makes a good doctor. For him, who is used to fighting, it is easy to deal with these minor injuries on Laurence. However, in order to conform to the most widely circulated version of the story, Laurence still asked Grosso to treat him, as if he was seriously injured last night. Grosso also understood this. He wrapped gauze all over Laurence's abdomen and chest, as if it was free. He also found a cane for Laurence, and fixed his arms with a simple splint. Grosso, this guy, wrapped my chest so tightly that I can't breathe. Laurence sat at the head of the bed and looked helplessly at his upper body wrapped tightly in bandages. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly knocked hurriedly. Before Laurence could respond, the person outside the door pushed the door and rushed in, seeming very anxious. This was Crown Prince Louis with a worried face. Laurence saw that it was Prince Louis who came, and was about to stand up and greet him, but Prince Louis stopped him and said, "Oh no, 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 dear Lawrence, just sit down." After that, Prince Louis looked at the bandages wrapped around Lawrence's body, couldn't help but take a deep breath, then personally moved a chair to sit in front of Lawrence, and said, "Are you okay with your injury? My god, it was too dark last night, I didn't even notice it. It was already dusk when Lawrence and his party encountered the wild wolf yesterday, and before Prince Louis drew his sword to help Lawrence had already fought with the female wolf for a while, which made Prince Louis think that Lawrence's injury was caused at that time. In the eyes of Prince Louis, Lawrence's injury was almost taken for himself, because under the circumstances at that time, if Lawrence hadn't drawn his sword, then it would probably be him who was left alone to fight the wolf. Those Ducares would not be so kind as to risk their lives to rescue him. After all, Crown Prince Louis still has 2 younger brothers, and even if he died, it would not lead to the extinction of the family. Thinking of this, the kind-hearted Crown Prince Louis felt even more distressed after seeing the injuries on Lawrence's body, and felt that his choice to visit Lawrence early in the morning was the right one. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Although it is a little uncomfortable, it is not a big deal. You will be fine after a few days of recuperation." Lawrence's fingers ran over the bandages on his body, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Huh, that's good, that's good." Crown Prince Louis also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If Lawrence had any accident, in order to save the Crown Prince, with the character of Crown Prince Louis, even if the outside world thought it was a matter of course, he would definitely feel bad. After a simple greeting, the conversation between the two paused for a moment, and Lawrence took the opportunity to look at the Crown Prince, thinking about how to maintain his friendship with him. After all, this favor alone was not enough. So Lawrence glanced at Prince Louis, and after thinking that he was already interested in lockmaking at this time, he deliberately added, "Alas, it's a pity that I can't pick up a ruler and compass for a while. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I'm also a mechanical engineering scholar." Huh. Prince Louis blinked twice when he heard it, and immediately became interested and asked, "I really don't know this. What kind of machinery do you study?" Lawrence tilted his head and thought for a while, and said to please him, "Generally speaking, it is fine machinery, such as pocket watches, guns, etc. Oh, of course, I'm also very interested in locks." Lawrence said this not outrageously. He was a diligent mechanical engineer in his previous life. Although his hands-on ability in this era is much worse, the theories and future designs in his mind can definitely attract Prince Louis. After all, when it comes to lockmaking, Prince Louis will not personally hold the hammer and do everything from iron smelting. Most of the work he does is assembly and design. Really? What a coincidence. I'm actually very interested in these things. It's a pity that no one in the aristocratic circle likes these things. Prince Louis' eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I have a workshop in the Palace of Versailles. When your injury is healed, you must come and see it. Maybe we can make some amazing works together." Lawrence nodded, knowing that Louis XVI did set up a hardware workshop in his bedroom when he was the Crown Prince, and hired many locksmiths to work in it. Among them, the most skilled locksmiths were even allowed to enter and leave Prince Louis' bedroom at will. Of course, Lawrence also had the confidence to take this right to enter and leave the bedroom at will. After discovering their common interests, Prince Louis also became cheerful and outgoing, and kept telling Lawrence about his recent innovations in lockmaking technology. Lawrence also listened patiently, and from time to time used his knowledge to ask some questions about Prince Louis' design, and also briefly described the design of some later locks to Prince Louis. It was not until the birdsong in the woods outside the castle gradually subsided that Crown Prince Louis realized that they had been talking for too long, so he said with lingering interest, "My god, I dare say you are definitely a master locksmith, and the design of the pin lock you mentioned is so interesting. I can't wait to see how it works." Lawrence smiled and nodded. After all, the pin lock was invented in the mid-19th century. Of course it could attract the locksmith Crown Prince, so he pretended to be regretful and said, "In fact, this lock is still only on the design drawing, but I think I can work with you to make a sample." "Really? That's great. I'll write you an invitation letter after I go back, and you can come to my bedroom then." "Oh, of course, after your injury is healed." Crown Prince Louis became even more excited when he heard this. After all, this meant that the ingeniously designed pin lock would be born in his own workshop, so he excitedly invited Lawrence. Lawrence nodded very willingly to accept the invitation, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. With this relationship, at least he could maintain his friendship with Crown Prince Louis for a long time. Look, it's Crown Prince Louis. Beside him is Governor Bonaparte. Oh, his injury is really serious. Alas, after all, he was facing a whole pack of wolves. He was lucky to be able to save his life, but he is really brave. I can't do that. Humph, I think he stood up, just to please Crown Prince Louis. Look at the close relationship between the Crown Prince and him. Come on, if you face a group of wolves, you probably can't even hold the sword. When Crown Prince Louis and Lawrence came to the breakfast hall together, they immediately became the focus of all the nobles. Even some nobles who had finished breakfast and were ready to continue hunting today turned back when they saw the two of them. The Duke of Choiseul in the middle of the crowd also narrowed his eyes and looked at Lawrence, nodded to him meaningfully, and raised the white wine in his hand to greet Lawrence. As for most of the young and unmarried ladies, they looked at Lawrence with even more obsession. In their eyes, this brave young foreign governor was enough to be their fantasy spouse in terms of status and character. I heard that he was born in a Ruindale family, but it is not easy for him to become the governor of Corsica. Not only that, it is said that he can also fight with soldiers. Oh my god, I really want to see him in military uniform. I must ask the best painter to draw that scene. I want to write him a letter. Some brave ladies even went directly to find their fathers or brothers, hoping that they could express their willingness to marry the handsome Corsican governor. And Crown Prince Louis supported Lawrence with one hand and waved to everyone with the other. When people praised Lawrence's bravery, they also mentioned Crown Prince Louis, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the 16-year-old Crown Prince. After all, it was very rare for Crown Prince Louis to be praised by people not for his identity, but for his behavior. Bathed in the discussion of the crowd, Lawrence and Crown Prince Louis smiled at each other, supported each other, and did not care about any etiquette rules. They just found a table and sat down and began to feast. In the 16:9 book, there is no wrong version. Halfway through the breakfast, many savvy nobles who realized Lawrence's political value also came up to greet Lawrence and introduce themselves. They also understood that Lawrence was now a popular person around Crown Prince Louis. For those nobles who wanted to climb up, it was undoubtedly very important to curry favor with a character like Lawrence. Even some nobles who were not able to show up due to their status sent their subordinates to send greetings to Lawrence and politely invited Lawrence to visit their manor house in the future. Lawrence also patiently accepted these greetings and invitations with a smile. Who knows if he will need these people in the future. However, just as Lawrence and Crown Prince Louis were accepting these kind greetings, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly came from the crowd. Your Highness, I'm so glad to see that you are okay. If you have any accident, your brother will be very sad. As soon as these words came out, the nobles present were stunned, wondering who dared to say such treasonous words in front of Crown Prince Louis. After all, everyone knew that Crown Prince Louis had two younger brothers who were a threat to his succession to the throne. The little nobles gathered in front of Lawrence subconsciously turned their heads to look at the speaker, but after seeing the man's face clearly, they immediately put away their surprised expressions and hurriedly stepped aside from Lawrence to make way for him. If it was this person, he really had the capital to be arrogant in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lawrence frowned and looked up at the man, only to see that he was a young man of the same age as Crown Prince Louis, probably about the same age as himself. Although he also had a smile on his face, it was a typical fake smile, and his body was still shaking slightly. His eyes were fixed on Crown Prince Louis, without a trace of respect. When Crown Prince Louis saw this man, his brows twisted into a ball, and he looked at him almost gritting his teeth, but he said nothing. Seeing that Prince Louis ignored him, the man laughed twice with contempt, then turned his gaze to Lawrence and said with even more disdain, "And this governor from Corsica, you rejected my grandfather's offer that day. I thought you had some lofty ambitions, but it turns out that you want to be the prince's lackey. I'm really disappointed." After that, the man snorted coldly and left the breakfast hall with his entourage without looking back. When the man's back disappeared at the door, Prince Louis sighed, glanced at Lawrence, and said directly, "I know what you want to ask. He is Count Falconet, a proud and arrogant playboy, and also a hateful and abominable bastard. Every time I see him, I want to seek justice for Judas." "Count Falconet? A count is so arrogant?" Lawrence asked with a frown. Prince Louis said helplessly, "His grandfather is the Duke of Richelieu, and he is also the legitimate son of this generation of the family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the 5th Duke of Richelieu in the future." No wonder Lawrence nodded slightly. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of the Crown Prince. With the power of the Duke of Richelieu, even if Prince Louis reported these things to Louis XV, Louis XV would not care too much about the disputes between these young people. After all, Count Falconet did not commit any illegal acts against Prince Louis. Just verbal disrespect was not enough for Louis XV to put the heir of the Richelieu family in the dungeon. The reason why Count Falconet was so hostile to Lawrence was probably because Lawrence had rejected the reminder and recruitment of the Duke of Richelieu before, and turned to the side of the Duke of Choiseul. However, in Lawrence's memory, the 5th Duke of Richelieu in history should have been only 4 years old at this time, obviously not this Count Falconet. It seems that there are still many changes in the middle. Oh, how abominable. Thinking of the face of Count Falconet just now, Crown Prince Louis couldn't help but sigh, but he was helpless. For this indecisive and cowardly Crown Prince, being able to draw his sword to help Lawrence last night was already his highlight moment. As for how to deal with Count Falconet, he was completely confused. Lawrence looked at Crown Prince Louis with a little helplessness. It seemed that the Crown Prince's political ability was indeed quite mediocre. However, this may be a good opportunity to further win over Crown Prince Louis. Lawrence held his forehead thoughtfully and pondered carefully. As long as he could help Crown Prince Louis to avenge Count Falconet, the relationship between the two would undoubtedly become closer. Although this would lead to a fallout with the Duke of Richelieu, Lawrence, who had decided to side with the Duke of Choiseul, didn't care about this. On the contrary, as long as Lawrence's relationship with Crown Prince Louis is better, Duke Choiseul will pay more attention to Lawrence. After all, his relationship with Crown Prince Louis is maintained by Lawrence as an intermediary. In this way, Lawrence can use the power in the hands of Duke Choiseul to gain more benefits. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed worth a try. After Lawrence made up his mind silently, he patted Crown Prince Louis on the shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered seductively, "Your Highness, do you want to make this bastard suffer a little?" "Well, of course I want to. How to make him suffer?" Crown Prince Louis became interested as soon as he heard it, and asked repeatedly, "Let him bleed." Thanks to the monthly ticket support of book friends 56 Bastards and Little Zhang Hanlin and the reward of book friend 202207121614405551. Quote. Thank you very much. Chapter 160 Provocation and Duel. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the breakfast in the castle was almost over. The nobles who had a hearty meal here cheered up and began to adjust their longbows and sharpen their hunting knives, preparing to go into the vast forest again. For many nobles who returned empty-handed yesterday, if they still couldn't prove themselves in this last day of hunting, it would be quite shameful. Of course, with the injuries Lawrence showed in front of everyone, he obviously couldn't join the hunt again, and had to stay in the castle waiting for the hunting teams to return. But this doesn't mean that Lawrence is idle. After just deciding to help Crown Prince Louis take revenge on Count Falconet, how to take revenge on this noble dandy in a way that both Crown Prince Louis and Duke Choiseul would be happy to see became a problem facing Lawrence. Before Prince Louis left, Lawrence also got some information about Count Falconet from him. He is a playboy who disgusts young ladies. Even for Parisians, he is too romantic. A different lady comes in and out of his mansion every 2 days. He is less than 20 years old, but he already has a bunch of illegitimate children. I dare say that his mansion can't accommodate all those illegitimate children. Prince Louis couldn't help becoming indignant when he said these words. When Lawrence asked how the two of them had a grudge, Prince Louis became even more annoyed and said indignantly, "It was a few months ago. I was walking in the garden west of the Palace of Versailles at night and heard some movement in the garden. At that time, I thought it was some blind thief, so I called the guards directly. As a result, the guards pulled apart the bushes and saw that our Count Falconet was jogging in parallel with a sexy lady, of course, naked. When Prince Louis said this, he shrugged helplessly and added, and you know, Count Falconet felt that this was a great humiliation caused by me, especially after he left his female companion and ran away without even wearing pants, which also earned him the nickname of Night Runner in the social circle. Of course, you must not call him that in front of him. This arrogant man can't stand such humiliation, and he even dueled with a baron for it last week. Well, Lawrence recalled the description of Crown Prince Louis and labeled Count Falconet in his heart an arrogant uncontrollable dandy. Judging from his duel with the baron and his performance just now, he seems to be a little irritable. Such a character is common in the heirs of those big families, especially when they are in their teens and 20s, which is the age when they are most impulsive and flamboyant. And for Lawrence, as long as he knew this, it would be simple to make this young and frivolous count pay the price. Just as Lawrence was rubbing his forehead and thinking about revenge against Count Falconet, there was a brisk sound of footsteps behind him. Then the man patted Lawrence on the shoulder and asked with a smile, "What's the matter, Mr. Bonaparte? Why do you look so sad? Is there something bothering you?" Lawrence turned his head and saw Crown Princess Mary looking at him with a smile. There was an attendant standing behind her. It should be that Crown Prince Louis left his German translation to the Crown Princess. In the breakfast hall, as the men went out hunting, the ladies started their own activities. Judging from the plates of exquisite desserts brought by the castle servants, it was estimated that they were going to have a tea party. Even with the translation, Crown Princess Mary obviously had not yet integrated into the circle of these French ladies, so she had to run to Lawrence to kill time. Lawrence was about to stand up and salute, but Crown Princess Mary gently pressed his shoulder, smiled and shook her head and said, "You are still injured. Just sit down." Lawrence smiled prettily and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I don't have anything worrying. I'm just thinking about some problems." "Oh? Tell me about it?" Crown Princess Mary asked excitedly, and took the initiative to pull out a chair and sit down opposite Lawrence. "You may have seen that the young nobleman who just spoke rudely to Crown Prince Louis is Count Falconet." Lawrence shrugged and said casually, "I was thinking about him." "Count Falconet? I seem to have heard someone talk about him yesterday." After hearing this, Crown Princess Mary puffed up her lips slightly, poked her chin and thought for a while, and said uncertainly, "It seems that Miss Elvie mentioned it. Are you interested in the Count? I can let Miss Elvie talk to you." After Lawrence nodded in agreement, Crown Princess Mary waved to her entourage and asked him to invite Miss Elvie over. After a while, a radiant lady in her 20s walked over with an elegant step. Lawrence looked at Miss Elvie with interest. It seemed that she had a good relationship with Crown Princess Mary. This also made Lawrence a little curious. After all, Lawrence thought that the French noble ladies had not yet accepted this foreign crown princess. Miss Elvie simply lifted her skirt to Lawrence and Crown Princess Mary, and then sat next to Crown Princess Mary. She first greeted Crown Princess Mary in fluent German, and then introduced herself to Lawrence with a smile. "It's a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Bonaparte. I'm Elvie Francois." At first, Lawrence was a little surprised by her fluent German, but after hearing her last name, Lawrence understood that Francois was the last name of the Duke of Choiseul. So Lawrence looked at Miss Elvie and asked, "It's also my honor. So, are you the Duke of Choiseul's?" "I'm the Duke's daughter," Miss Elvie said with a smile. Lawrence nodded in understanding. No wonder Crown Princess Mary could only chat with Miss Elvie. On the one hand, it was because Lawrence tried to win over Crown Princess Mary in the name of the Duke of Choiseul yesterday, and on the other hand, it was because the Duke of Choiseul and Crown Princess Mary were somewhat related. The father of the Duke of Choiseul was the advisor of the Duke of Lorraine at that time, and the Duke of Lorraine was also the later Holy Roman Emperor, the father of Crown Princess Mary, Franz I, including the Duke of Choiseul himself and his brother. They had served in the Austrian army, and served as attendants of Franz I. In this sense, the Duke of Choiseul could be regarded as an old subordinate of the father of Crown Princess Mary. Therefore, it is not surprising that Miss Elvie can speak German and chat with Crown Princess Mary. However, it seems that the European aristocratic circle is indeed a circle. "I often hear about you from my father. He said you are a good person." Miss Elvie's eyes have a fascinating charm. She looked at Lawrence and said slowly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing important, just chat with you. I heard that you know Count Falconet better?" Lawrence asked, looking into Miss Elvie's eyes. "Oh, Count Falconet." When Miss Elvie heard the name, the smile on her face disappeared in an instant, and she showed an expression of disgust. She shook her head and sighed. "Just hearing this name can make me irritable." "Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Bonaparte. It's just that this pervert is so disgusting." Lawrence asked with concern. "What happened, Miss Elvie?" Miss Elvie gritted her teeth, patted the table in annoyance and said, "He has been sticking to me like a fly recently, and shamelessly expressed his pursuit of me. This arrogant man has also challenged several duels to my other suitors, which really makes me feel sick." "Well, no wonder." Lawrence nodded in understanding. No wonder Count Falconet, as the grandson of the Duke of Richelieu, came to participate in the hunting organized by the Duke of Choiseul. It seemed that he came for Miss Elvie. Lawrence looked at the beautiful Miss Elvie in front of him again, and probably guessed that Count Falconet's pursuit of her had nothing to do with political purposes, and it was simply because his lower body began to get restless. After all, it was impossible for the grandson of the Duke of Richelieu to get together with the daughter of the Duke of Choiseul in marriage. However, Miss Elvie's words about Count Falconet challenging other suitors made Lawrence's eyes light up. "Can you tell me about his duels with other people?" Lawrence asked after echoing Miss Elvie's disgust for Count Falconet. "Duel? Not much to say. He probably thinks he's quite manly." Miss Elvie shook her shoulders and said with a curled lip, "In just these few months, he has initiated at least 10 real sword duels." "Did he win all of them?" Lawrence asked with a frown. "In a real sword duel, life and death are at your own risk. If Count Falconet can really win so many duels, it means he is really capable." "From the results, yes. But," Miss Elvie said indifferently, "half of the people he challenged to a duel did not accept it at all, and the remaining half, even if they accepted it, would voluntarily admit defeat after just 2 moves. Who made him the grandson of the Duke of Richelieu? He relied on this shield to challenge others even more unscrupulously." "Really?" Lawrence listened patiently, and he almost had a plan in his mind, so he smiled and waved to Miss Elvie, motioning her to come closer, and then whispered in her ear. The second day's hunting went smoothly, and all the teams returned to the castle before it was completely dark. The nobles and the ladies gathered in the banquet hall again, exchanging or showing off their gains today. Many young nobles would present their prey as gifts to the ladies they liked to show off their bravery. Check out the correct version on the 16:9 book forum. Miss Elvie. Count Falconet was the last to enter the banquet hall, but he was also the most flamboyant. As soon as he stepped into the door, he shouted inside, wishing everyone would notice him, "Please allow me to present you my prey, a majestic stag. I hope you can accept it." The nobles looked at Count Falconet in surprise. He was indeed holding half of the antlers in his hand as a symbol of the stag, and the ladies would only accept a symbol like this when accepting the prey. After all, they couldn't let the ladies carry bloody animal carcasses back. Count Falconet raised his head proudly, accepting the gazes of the crowd with envy and jealousy, and wanted to raise the antlers in his hand to the top of his head, because not every hunter can bring back a stag. For the ladies, half of a stag's antler is undoubtedly the gift they are most willing to receive during hunting activities. However, Count Falconet stopped and waited for a long time, and Miss Elvie did not come up to accept his gift. In an awkward atmosphere, Count Falconet frowned and searched in the crowd for a long time before finding Miss Elvie. He saw that the lady he loved was actually talking to the Corsican country bumpkin with a smile on her face, and their fingers even touched each other intentionally or unintentionally, and Miss Elvie was completely deaf to Count Falconet's gift. Seeing this, Crown Prince Louis grinned and pinched his throat to boo, and soon the crowd also rang out boos and laughter one after another. They all noticed this embarrassing scene. Seeing Count Falcone standing there like a clown, he was proud of his hunting, but frustrated in love. They couldn't help laughing. Count Falcone, who was ridiculed, couldn't help but growl. Then he tightly grasped the antlers in his hand, walked towards Lawrence angrily, and said sternly, "Mr. Bonaparte, please move aside. I want to talk to Miss Elvie." Lawrence laughed contemptuously twice, walked to Count Falcone, patted his shoulder with his bandaged right hand, and said in a voice that everyone could hear, "I walked away, but Miss LV didn't seem to want to talk to you." Under the gaze of everyone, Miss LV turned her head to look at Count Falcone, but her eyes didn't even stay on him for more than 2 seconds, and there was no smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the laughter in the crowd became even louder. You country bumpkin, you lackey. Count Falconer was so angry that he smashed the antlers in his hand to the ground and pointed at Lawrence and cursed without caring about his manners. Lawrence bent down silently without changing his expression, picked up the antlers that Count Falconer had thrown on the ground, held them in his hands, and looked at them for a long time, put on an unbelievable expression, and said loudly, "Wait. Count Falconer, is this the prey you want to give to Miss LV? What do you want to say, Mr. Bonaparte?" Count Falconer asked with a trembling voice. Since he was a child, he has rarely suffered such anger. TSK. This is really wrong. I didn't expect it. Oh, I really didn't expect it. Lawrence had a look of regret on his face. He stroked the antlers in his hand in a mysterious way and said with a sigh, even if you want to attract Miss LV's attention, you can't be fake." Upon hearing Lawrence's words, the nobles in the banquet hall immediately became excited and gathered around to look at the antlers in Lawrence's hand. What are you talking about? Count Falcone was stunned and then angrily snatched the antlers in Lawrence's hand, not knowing what Lawrence meant. Alas. Lawrence sighed, looked up at Count Falconer, and sighed again. After whetting everyone's appetite, he said loudly, "Your antlers are fake. Fresh stag antlers are darker in color than the antlers in your hands, and there are no spots. Your antlers are either bought from the market or prepared in advance. In any case, they cannot be cut from a stag that has just been hunted." Hiss. A gasp sounded in the banquet hall. After listening to Lawrence's explanation, people shook their heads and looked at Count Falconer with very strange expressions. "What? You damn beast. What nonsense are you talking about? The body of the deer is still outside. Do you dare to come out and take a look?" Count Falconer's face turned red, and he pointed at Lawrence's nose and cursed incoherently. Lawrence just shrugged helplessly, looked at the other nobles and said, "I'm not interested in how you forged it. Anyway, this antler has betrayed you." Miss LV also walked to Lawrence's side at the right time, looked at Count Falconer with disgust and said, "Oh my god, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Please don't bother me anymore. You can't even have the most basic integrity. What else can you do? You. Count Falconer was trembling all over. He turned his head and looked around. Almost everyone showed a regretful expression to him, and they had already determined the fact that he had forged it. "How dare you slander my reputation like this?" Count Falconer's voice was already squeezed out from his teeth. He put the damn antler under his feet and stomped it to pieces. Then he pointed at Lawrence and said, "Lawrence Bonaparte, to defend my reputation, I want to duel with you." Before Lawrence could reply, Miss LV stepped forward and scolded, "Are you serious? Don't you see the injuries on Mr. Bonaparte's body? You actually want to duel with such a wounded man? I really see you completely." Miss LV's words immediately caused a heated response. People looked at Count Falconer with sighs, thinking that his behavior of challenging the wounded to a duel was simply too despicable. Even for a furious person, this was a completely inappropriate misconduct. Count Falconer was speechless for a moment, but he didn't want to postpone the duel, because by the time Lawrence recovered from his injury and was able to accept the duel, the rumors about his fraud would have spread all over Paris. Just when Count Falconer was about to give up the duel, to everyone's surprise, Lawrence took 2 steps forward and blocked Miss LV behind him and said to Count Falconer seriously and clearly, "I accept the duel with you. Thanks to bookfriend 20200510191723751 and Fengling Iuxiu for their monthly ticket support." Chapter 161. It seems we have a new unit count. You accept. Not only the nobles who were watching, but even Count Falcone couldn't help but widen his eyes, thinking that he had heard something wrong. Lawrence nodded solemnly, stared at Count Falcone and said, "Your Excellency, in order to expose your true face and to drive people like you away from Miss LV, I accept your duel. But Lawrence showed his injuries to everyone and then said, "My body is obviously unable to use a longsword now, so I propose that we have a pistol duel." For the nobles, they actually prefer to have a real sword duel rather than a pistol duel because in their opinion, a pistol duel has no skills and a simple trained civilian also has a considerable chance to kill a well-trained noble in a pistol duel. And such a situation is rare in a real sword duel. It is almost impossible for someone who has not received sword training to defeat a well-trained swordsman. In this era, basically only nobles have the money and leisure to practice dual swordsmanship. Therefore, mastering swordsmanship and having a real sword duel is also a way for nobles to show their status. But Count Falconet obviously couldn't care less. He was stunned for a moment, looking at Lawrence's arm with a splint, and regardless of other people's opinions, he nodded with joy and said, okay, you have the guts, then let's have a pistol duel. I will go find the notary and the deputy, and we will fight to the death in this castle. After that, Count Falconet was afraid that Lawrence would go back on his word and ran out of the banquet hall with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, with Lawrence's disabled arm, even a pistol duel would still be a death sentence. In the banquet hall, the nobles were even more respectful to Lawrence. They didn't expect that he would choose to accept the duel with his injured body in order to defend the truth and protect Miss Elvie from harassment. As for Count Falconet, people already despised him to the extreme. Not only was it very likely that he used fraudulent means to win the favor of Miss Elvie, but he also shamelessly accepted the duel with Lawrence, a wounded man, which was a completely unmannerly performance. Lawrence saluted the nobles around him, then winked at the worried Miss Elvie and the crown prince and his wife, indicating that everything was under control, and then took Grosso out of the banquet hall to get his equipment. TSK, boy, how did you know that the antlers were fake? I didn't see any problem. After leaving the banquet hall, Grosso, as an experienced hunter, hurriedly whispered to Lawrence. Lawrence rolled his eyes, shrugged and said, "I've never even seen a stag in my life. How can I tell if the antlers are real or fake? Damn it, I told you." Grosso said unhappily, "I was wondering how you could tell that I didn't even notice the problem with the antlers. You must have said this on purpose to provoke the count. You're such a liar." Lawrence smiled and responded indifferently, "How can this be called a lie? This is called a political proposition, but political propositions have nothing to do with facts. And if you were an ordinary person present, who would you believe? The heroic governor of Corsica who saved the crown prince? Or the notorious playboy in Paris? This kind of proposition is almost cost-free." Okay, I can't argue with you." Grosso restrained his playful expression and asked seriously, "But since you have accepted a pistol duel with him, are you sure? A pistol duel is more dangerous than a real sword duel to some extent. After all, bullets don't have eyes." Lawrence nodded, took Grosso back to his room, found his pistol, and handed it to Grosso. This pistol didn't look special. It was a very ordinary engraved flintlock pistol, but the barrel was longer than that of an ordinary pistol, and it was heavier in the hand. Grosso took the pistol and looked at it carefully for a while and said with sudden enlightenment, "So that's it. This is the same as the muskets of those precision shooters made by Major Trethry." After that, Grosso picked up a few special bullets next to him and took a look. It was indeed mini-A bullets used with rifled muskets. "Hey, no wonder you specifically proposed a pistol duel." Grosso chuckled twice and finally put down his worries about Lawrence. He patted Lawrence on the back and said, "It seems that the Count is going to be in trouble." When Lawrence returned to the banquet hall, Count Falcone had not returned yet, and the topic of discussion in the banquet hall was still the upcoming pistol duel between the governor of Corsica and Count Falcone. Although people all recognized Lawrence's courage and will, they still had no confidence that he would win the duel. Therefore, as soon as Lawrence stepped into the door of the banquet hall, many nobles came forward to persuade Lawrence to give up the duel. "Dear Lawrence, you are so young, there is no need to put your life on the same scale with that villain." The nobles persuaded him earnestly. "Besides, you are injured. This duel is against the rules. You have every right to give up this duel unconditionally." Lawrence bowed to the nobles who persuaded him and said righteously, "Thank you for your concern, but this duel is for Miss Elvie and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Louis. I can't watch my two friends continue to be insulted by Count Falconet. Therefore, even if it is extremely difficult, I'm willing to stand up. There was a short silence in the banquet hall, but it was followed by a warm applause and cheers. People looked at Lawrence in admiration, and did not hesitate to applaud and praise him. Many elderly nobles even said that they saw all the fine traditions of French nobles in this Corsican. The ladies around Miss Elvie looked at her with envy, and said with some jealousy, "Oh my god, Elvie, did you hear that? He said this was a duel for you. He was just like a loyal knight. I bet you can't find another man like him in Paris." Faced with the envy of her companions, Miss Elvie just forced a smile and nodded. Compared to these, she was more concerned about whether Lawrence could survive the duel. "Oh, Lawrence, you are so loyal and brave. You actually did this for me." Crown Prince Louis looked at Lawrence with tears in his eyes. Although he knew that Lawrence would stand up for him and avenge Count Falconet, he really didn't expect that Lawrence would actually have a life and death duel for this. Crown Princess Mary on the side glanced at her husband with some dissatisfaction, pouted her lips and said, "Humph, why don't you persuade Mr. Bonaparte? I don't want such a good man like him to die here." After listening to the translation, Crown Prince Louis scratched his head and realized that he was not very righteous, but he didn't know what to do. Crown Princess Mary sighed helplessly and ordered directly, "Send someone to call the court physician to prepare them, and if Mr. Bonaparte is injured, you can interrupt the duel directly. Anyway, this duel is illegal." "Ah, it's a good idea." Crown Prince Louis nodded repeatedly, almost obeying his wife's words, so he quickly sent someone to make arrangements according to what the Crown Princess said. At this time, another man hurriedly came to the door of the banquet hall, but it was not Count Falconet, but Duke Choiseul, who came immediately after hearing the news of the duel. Duke Choiseul was not in the banquet hall just now, so he learned the news from his subordinates. As soon as he knew that Lawrence was going to duel with Count Falconet, Duke Choiseul rushed over without stopping. Duke Choiseul frowned and looked around. He soon found Lawrence in the crowd. He stepped forward and patted Lawrence on the shoulder. He took him to a corner and asked in a low voice with great displeasure, "Governor Bonaparte, are you serious? In my impression, you are not such an impulsive person." For Duke Choiseul, whether it is personal feelings or interests, he does not want Lawrence to have any accidents at this time. "I'm indeed not an impulsive person." Lawrence smiled. Duke Choiseul was confused, looked at Lawrence for a few seconds, and asked, "Are you sure to win?" "I dare not say I will win, but I'm 90% sure," Lawrence said with his head down. Duke Choiseul narrowed his eyes and looked at Lawrence, and the displeasure on his face also disappeared. Although he didn't know where Lawrence's confidence came from, according to Duke Choiseul's understanding of Lawrence, this young man would not take risks without confidence. Moreover, if Lawrence was really sure to win the duel, then Duke Choiseul would be happy to see this result. After all, Count Falconet was not only the grandson of Duke Richelieu, but also had been harassing his daughter recently. Duke Choiseul also wanted to teach this damn bastard a lesson. It would be the best result to let him die under the gun. "In this case, I choose to believe you, Governor Bonaparte." Duke Choiseul nodded and said, "But for the sake of safety, I will still send someone to watch you. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately interrupt the duel. Do you have any objection?" Lawrence smiled and nodded to accept it. It seems that he still has a very important position in Duke Choiseul. While Lawrence was talking to the Duke of Choiseul, Count Falconet also returned to the banquet hall with his deputy and notary. He looked at Lawrence with a gloomy face and said, "Mr. Bonaparte, I'm ready. I hope you will not be afraid of the battle." Lawrence glanced at Count Falconet with contempt and said loudly, "I'm standing here. How can I be afraid of the battle? It's you who took so long to show up. Are you not mentally prepared? Humph, let's see how you can still speak sweetly when you fall in a pool of blood." Count Falconet twisted his nose and said viciously, "Then don't waste time. Check your weapons quickly. I can't wait to shoot you, a country bumpkin who is full of lies." Before a pistol duel, checking each other's pistols is also a necessary process. This process also originated from the early days of pistol duels. At that time, duelists exploited loopholes in the rules in order to win, and used many weapons designed specifically for duels that could hardly be called pistols. For example, there are pistols with 6 barrels, or hand cannons with a caliber as big as a baby's fist, and even shield guns with shields fixed on the gun body. In order to prevent the pistol duel from becoming an arms race, the later duelists designed a process for checking weapons, completely excluding these strange weapons from the duel. But Lawrence still handed his pistol to the opponent's deputy for inspection. Although his pistol was engraved with rifling, it still did not look different from ordinary pistols in appearance, and the inspection of weapons basically stayed at the inspection of appearance. Sure enough, after taking Lawrence's pistol, Count Falcone's deputy only looked up and down for a while, and then quickly returned the pistol to Lawrence. After all, in the eyes of everyone, this duel was not good for Lawrence, and it would be unreasonable if he still made things difficult for Lawrence on the weapon. Engrosso also took Count Falcone's luxurious pistol decorated with gold and silver, and looked at it for a while, saying that there was no problem. HMPH, then let's go to the castle courtyard. Don't let your legs get so weak that you can't walk. After checking each other's pistols, Count Falcone gnashed his teeth, and looked at Lawrence and said, "Wait." Lawrence put the pistol back into his waist, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the notary brought by Count Falcone and said, "I should have the right to discuss the rules of the duel, right?" "Well, of course, as long as both of you reach an agreement." The notary nodded hesitantly. "Very good. Then I propose to set the duel distance from the normal 30 steps to 60 steps. Lawrence looked at Count Falcone and said, "60 steps?" Count Falcone sneered, thinking that Lawrence deliberately increased the duel distance to delay time. After all, a distance of 60 steps would probably take 7 or 8 rounds for a pistol to hit the target. But in Count Falcone's opinion, his shooting frequency must be faster than that of the injured Lawrence, and he still had the advantage, even if the distance was increased, so he answered directly, "Okay, 60 steps is 60 steps, let's see what tricks you can play." A moment later, Lawrence and Count Falcone came to the courtyard of the castle. The nobles and ladies crowded the second floor platform, watching the duel from above, and most of them silently prayed for the brave Monsieur Bonaparte in their hearts, hoping that he could defeat the despicable Count Falcone. The correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Both of them took off their coats and stood back to back in their shirts, which was also to prove that neither of them was wearing protective gear. The bandages wrapped around Lawrence's body were still faintly visible under the thin shirt. The noble ladies who were watching him sighed and shook their heads and admired his courage and character even more. In addition to the two duelists and the notary, the people sent by Prince Louis and Duke Choiseul were also standing below, ready to rush up and interrupt the duel at any time. Prince Louis even stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching Lawrence anxiously. Soon, the notary began to give orders skillfully, directing the two people who were back to walk forward, accurately opening a distance of 60 steps. The summer evening breeze stopped at an appropriate time, and the castle courtyard was silent. The onlookers looked down with bated breath and swallowed nervously. "Both sides start reloading," the notary announced nervously. As Lawrence and Count Falcone had pulled out their pistols and finished reloading, the notary finally raised his voice and shouted, "The duel begins." As soon as the voice fell, the two turned around almost at the same time and raised their pistols to point at each other. The distance of 60 steps is about 50 yards, which is more than 40 meters. At this distance, it is only enough to barely distinguish the head, body and legs of the other party. Coupled with the poor shooting accuracy of the pistol, experienced duelists would not pursue defeating the enemy with one shot, but would skillfully reload to shoot the most times in the shortest time. Count Falcone was obviously experienced. He turned around and pointed the barrel at Lawrence and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A burst of white smoke spurted out from the muzzle of his gun, and the bullet also came out, but it only hit the soil more than 10 yards in front of Lawrence. The distance of 60 steps was indeed a bit far for the accuracy of the pistol, but Count Falcone was not discouraged by this. He skillfully took out the ammunition in the paper bag and started another round of reloading. In his cognition, such reloading and shooting would last for more than 10 rounds to determine the winner. However, while reloading, Count Falcone also noticed that something was wrong. He just heard the sound of his own gun, and Lawrence on the opposite side seemed to have not fired the first shot yet. Through the slowly dissipating smoke, Count Falconet glanced at Lawrence, only to see that Lawrence was still standing there, holding the pistol with both hands, aiming at himself, but he was hesitant to pull the trigger. Seeing this scene, even Count Falconet, who was in the duel, couldn't stop laughing and cursed in his heart. It turns out to be an inexperienced peasant. It's so funny, he is still aiming there. Does he think this is archery? At the same time, the nobles watching on the second floor also noticed Lawrence's abnormality and discussed in panic. What's the matter? Why hasn't Lord Bonaparte shot yet? Is the pistol malfunctioning? No, he didn't report to the notary. He looks like he is still aiming. Oh my god, it's useless even if you aim at this distance. Hey, Governor Bonaparte, can you hear me? Shoot quickly. Even Duke Choiseul frowned and looked at Lawrence. He could see from Lawrence's performance that this was a complete rookie who had never experienced a pistol duel. Duke Choiseul couldn't help but regret agreeing to this duel with Lawrence. However, Lawrence, who was the center of attention, just stood there calmly, blocking out all the shouts from the outside world. For a humanoid target more than 40 meters away, for this musket in hand, as long as the shooting skills are in place, the hit rate is at least 70%. Lawrence was still waiting silently, waiting for the white eyes in front of Count Falcone to slowly dissipate. Only then could he aim at Count Falcone's head with complete accuracy. What a fool looking for death. Count Falcone had completed the second reload, pointed the pistol at Lawrence, and said to himself with disdain. The grey-white gunpowder smoke slowly faded away, as if it dissolved in the air, and before Count Falcone fired the second gunshot, Count Falcone's head hidden in it was briefly revealed. Now, Lawrence's face condensed, and his wrist suddenly exerted force to hold the musket more steadily, and he pulled the trigger at almost the same moment. Driven by the gas in the barrel, the mini-A bullet was ejected from the muzzle at a high speed, while rotating within the constraints of the rifling, squeezing the air in the air, to form a short but visible transparent bullet mark. When Count Falcone heard Lawrence finally fire his gun, he subconsciously opened his mouth to mock this slow-witted fool. However, when he opened his mouth, what came out was not mocking words, but a chilling scream. Ah! Count Falconet's deputy, like the nobles watching the battle, could never have imagined that Lawrence could actually knock down Count Falconet with one shot. However, as a deputy, he still rushed to the duel arena and shouted, "We surrender! We surrender! Damn it, where's the doctor? Call the doctor! He is the grandson of the Duke of Richelieu." Seeing this, the notary hurried forward to stop Lawrence from loading, and announced loudly, "In this case, I declare that His Excellency Lawrence Bonaparte has won the duel." Although the nobles watching on the platform were full of disbelief when they heard the notary's declaration of victory, they cheered in unison, and the thunderous applause lasted for a long time. Prince Louis also hurried to Lawrence's side, patted his shoulder and said excitedly, I really don't know how you did it, but no matter what, hearing his screams actually makes me feel a lot happier. Hey, let's go see how this bastard is doing." Prince Louis said excitedly, and at the same time, pulled Lawrence forward to check on Count Falconet's injuries with the court doctors. Count Falconet fell to the ground, his body twisted in pain. His pistol had long been thrown aside, and the base of his pants was stained with blood, but it seemed that the amount of bleeding was not large. Lawrence's mouth twitched, and he probably guessed where the bullet hit to make the count so painful, so he patted the doctor who was examining Count Falconet's injuries and asked, "How is his injury?" Well, how should I put it?" the doctor said with a strange look on his face. "Your bullet pierced his unborn offspring. After we help him stop the bleeding, he shouldn't be in danger of life, but in the future." Lawrence and Crown Prince Louis looked at each other very tacitly, and both felt a chill in their lower body and a faint sadness. What a pity. Dear Count Falconet still has a lot of romance to enjoy. You must cure him, Lawrence said to the doctor with regret, while Count Falconet hadn't fainted yet. Alas, what a pity. Crown Prince Louis also raised his eyebrows and shook his head at Count Falconet, saying, he may never be able to do his favorite night jogging again. You guys. Count Falconet, who was squirming on the ground, raised his finger with all his strength and pointed at Lawrence and Crown Prince Louis. He fainted just after spitting out 2 words. It was unknown whether he fainted from anger or pain. It seems that we have a new unique count. Lawrence shrugged as he looked at the fainted Count Falconet. Crown Prince Louis nodded repeatedly in agreement with Clarence's words with an expression of reverence. If it weren't for this loyal and brave governor of Corsica, he couldn't imagine that he would be proud of Count Falconet before he inherited the throne. I really don't know how to repay you, Clarence, Crown Prince Louis said from the bottom of his heart. Oh, your highness, what you said is true. Clarence put his arm around Prince Louis' shoulders intimately, shook his head and said indifferently, we are friends, aren't we? Is helping a friend for the sake of getting paid? I, Clarence Bonaparte, am not such a person. Prince Louis was even more excited and shook Clarence's hand and said, you are absolutely right. We are friends, and it is a great honor for me to have a friend like you. It is even more of a blessing for me, your highness. Clarence said with his head down, revealing a meaningful smile. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of Wanfeng. Book friend. Thank you very much. Chapter 162 Preparations before the banquet. Several court doctors surrounded Count Falconet in a panic and performed some emergency hemostasis treatment for the count who had completely fainted. When Crown Prince Louis assigned these doctors to wait outside the duel, he was thinking of interrupting the duel at any time to rescue Clarence, but he never expected that Clarence not only won the duel unscathed, but also directly shot the playboy's second half of his life. It was not until several doctors worked together to carry Count Falconet away that Crown Prince Louis hammered his still trembling heart and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Since he had a feud with Count Falconet, Crown Prince Louis had also thought about how to retaliate against this annoying pervert. But this 16-year-old crown prince who grew up in a greenhouse obviously knew nothing about conspiracy and intrigue, and he couldn't come up with a trick, no matter how hard he scratched his head. In the end, he had to use the most common trick used by children, looking for parents. Louis XV did not care about the minor conflicts between these young people, especially since the other party was the grandson of the Duke of Richelieu. He only criticized Count Falconet verbally. Seeing that he did not get support from his grandfather, Crown Prince Louis was at a loss. He almost wanted to show weakness and give up the hostility with Count Falconet. Therefore, Crown Prince Louis looked at the blood of his enemy that had flowed all the way on the grass. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to see the miserable appearance of Count Falconet. This kind of gratifying pleasure was even more enjoyable than making the most exquisite gold lock. Crown Prince Louis looked at Clarence beside him with excitement. He would not forget who did all this for him today. So the happy Prince Louis did not care about the status. Seeing that Clarence was still wearing a thin shirt, he ran to the side and took Clarence's coat and put it on him, saying with concern, "Dear Clarence, don't catch a cold. Let's go back to the banquet. I must toast you with 5 glasses of wine today." "As you wish, your highness." Clarence smiled kindly and nodded. The nobles watching upstairs could not help but marvel at this scene. It was the first time for them to see a member of the royal family, especially the future king, treat others so kindly and intimately. I'm afraid that the young Louis XV and the Duke of Richelieu did not have such a close relationship at that time. Clarence buttoned up his coat and was about to return to the castle with Prince Louis, but saw the Duke of Choiseul coming down to the courtyard with a look of surprise. "I really have a new understanding of you, Governor Bonaparte." Duke Choiseul circled Clarence, and only after making sure that Clarence was not injured did he show a satisfied smile, nodding and saying, "By the way, my daughter Elvie asked me to bring you a message, saying that she is very grateful to you for driving away the damn fly, but she can't thank you in public because of her ladyship." Clarence smiled and nodded to show his understanding. A well-educated lady certainly couldn't show her joy at such a bloody scene in public, although Miss Elvie was probably happier than Crown Prince Louis at this time. "But how did you do it? You could actually shoot that bastard down with one shot at that distance." After bringing the message, Duke Choiseul looked at Clarence in surprise and asked. Clarence had already prepared an answer to this question. "To be honest, I didn't expect to knock down Count Falconet with the first shot. But this is also the result of luck, skill, and equipment advantages. My pistol is made by the most exquisite craftsman in Corsica." Clarence would certainly not reveal the existence of the rifled musket to Duke Choiseul, but he didn't want to make up a few lies to cover up a lie, so he explained half truthfully. "Is that so? Duke Choiseul glanced at the pistol on Clarence's waist and saw that the barrel of this pistol was indeed longer, but it looked like an ordinary custom-made dual pistol on the market. In addition, Duke Choiseul himself had no interest in firearms, so he didn't ask any more questions, thinking that Clarence was indeed lucky. In that case, let's go back to the banquet hall. Crown Prince Louis looked up at the nobles upstairs and said excitedly. He couldn't wait to bathe in the congratulations of the crowd with Clarence. This kind of sincere congratulations was not common in the Palace of Versailles. Duke Choiseul patted his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I need to talk to Governor Bonaparte, so I'm afraid I have to leave for a while." "Is that so? Alright." Prince Louis shook his head with some regret, but did not raise any objection to Duke Choiseul's decision. He smiled and looked at Clarence and said, "It seems that I have to toast you again in 2 days. You will be the protagonist in the Palace of Versailles then." Clarence humbly declined, and was also reminded by Prince Louis' words. Louis XV's banquet, which was nominally held for himself, was about to begin. Although such banquets were only common in the Palace of Versailles, it was Clarence's first time to meet the King of France after all, so he had to take it seriously. And Duke Choiseul suddenly wanted to have a private conversation with Clarence, probably for this banquet. Clarence then bowed and said goodbye to Prince Louis, and then, under the guidance of the Duke of Choiseul, he avoided the sight of the nobles, and returned to the Duke of Choiseul's own room. There was no one else in the room, not even a servant to take notes. It seemed that this was indeed a very confidential conversation. After entering the room, the Duke of Choiseul first asked Clarence to sit down, then closed the door tightly himself, and lit 2 candlesticks with a match. "I pulled you out of the cheers of the crowd. You won't blame me, right?" The Duke of Choiseul put the candlesticks on the small table, and said jokingly in a relaxed tone. Clarence shrugged. Of course, he didn't care much about participating in those occasions, unless sometimes he needed to improve his prestige in people's hearts. But from the Duke of Choiseul's relaxed tone, there should be nothing particularly serious that needed to be told to him, which also made Clarence a little relieved. Duke Choiseul sat next to Clarence, and said with a smile, "By the way, I have to tell you some good news first." "Good news?" Clarence frowned and asked. Duke Choiseul lowered his voice and explained, "The news that you saved Crown Prince Louis last night reached the king's ears this morning. King Louis is very satisfied with your behavior, and is ready to reward you." Clarence listened silently and nodded calmly. King Louis must have been able to get the news immediately about such things happening under his nose. As for the so-called reward, it was also within Clarence's expectations. Any shrewd ruler would reward such loyal and brave behavior to encourage the people to follow suit. However, Duke Choiseul's intelligence network surprised Clarence a little. After all, King Louis only learned the news in the morning, and Duke Choiseul knew that King Louis was very satisfied with him before the evening. It seems that Madame du Barry is not the only one who can cover the sky in the Court of Versailles. At least around Louis XV, there must be people of Duke Choiseul. It's no wonder that the Duke of Choiseul had to dismiss the others and talk to Clarence alone. Although everyone knew that there were spies around the king, if it was exposed, there would still be a lot of trouble. So what reward will our king give? Clarence didn't care about the reward itself. Instead, it was more important that Louis XV had improved his favorability towards him in this incident. Who knows? It depends on the king's mood, but he did say that he can't let people think he is a stingy king. The Duke of Choiseul turned his head and looked at Clarence and said, "It's very likely that you will be given a title." "Oh, can you give me a dukedom?" Clarence asked casually. "What are you thinking about?" Duke Choiseul curled his lips in annoyance. He was promoted to the title of Duke because of his military merit in the War of the Austrian Succession and his family tradition. So he shook his head and said, "It may be a title of Earl. Of course, there is no actual fiefdom and annual salary, only a title. A correct version in 16 to 9 book bar." Clarence couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. This result was also expected. After all, for the king, the canonization of such a fictitious title of Earl had almost no cost. At most, it would make other nobles feel a little dissatisfied. Moreover, the nobles who were qualified to express dissatisfaction actually only accounted for a small part of the aristocracy. because in France during the Louis XV era, the phenomenon of selling official positions and titles was actually quite common. Any civilian could buy the status of a minister of state at the price of 120,000 livres of silver coins, and automatically become a noble. By the time of Louis XVI, there were as many as 900 such bought ministers of state. During the reign of Louis XIV, he once sold noble titles for as low as 6,000 livres. Therefore, among the French nobles today, there are only a few who can trace their family bloodlines back centuries, like the Duke of Choiseul and the Duke of Richelieu. Even in the local areas of France, since the official positions of some local officials can be hereditary, that is, the official positions can be passed down from generation to generation like the titles of nobility, these powerful bureaucrats will also call themselves court nobles and compare themselves to the ranks of nobles with their civilian status. It is no wonder that on the eve of the French Revolution in 1789, about 95% of the nobles were actually from the middle class. Voltaire also recorded this phenomenon. Countless bankers, surgeons, businessmen, clerks and even servants of princes have been granted noble titles. Those who hold government positions, such as ministers or chief judges, have to proclaim themselves nobles. Therefore, when Lawrence heard that Louis XV was likely to confer such a title on himself, he was not at all happy. If possible, Lawrence would rather convert this title directly into money. After all, a count would cost at least tens of thousands of livres. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Seeing that Lawrence had no reaction, Duke Choiseul asked curiously, I remember that you were a knight of Florence in terms of noble status, right? You know, many people now don't regard knights as nobles at all, especially foreign knights like you. I think such an empty title is useless. It's enough that the identity is enough to match your status. The most important thing is the power in your hands. Lawrence shook his head and said, like Maria the Tsar, she is legally only the Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, but we are still accustomed to calling her the Empress of the Holy Roman Empire. If I wanted to pursue a noble identity, I could still call myself the Emperor of Corsica. Emperor of Corsica. I really don't know where you stole the imperial legal system from. Duke Choiseul couldn't help laughing twice, and then looked at Lawrence and said, however, if you are really not satisfied with this reward, you can indeed refuse the king, and he may have other preparations. Of course, if he doesn't, it depends on his mood at the time. I understand. Lawrence nodded, kept this matter in mind, and planned to think carefully about how to maximize his benefits from this reward opportunity after returning. After informing Lawrence of the good news, Duke of Choiseul also restrained his expression, became serious, and said in a deep voice, anyway, this is your first time to meet the king, you have to take it seriously, and many people are not happy to see that the king favors you. Lawrence also frowned slightly, nodded in understanding and asked, will Madame du Barry and Duke Richelieu attend the banquet? Madame du Barry will definitely accompany King Louis to attend. Duke Richelieu shouldn't attend such a banquet. After all, he has one foot in the ground. But, Duke of Choiseul analyzed seriously, they will not tolerate us being too close to King Louis, and you have beaten the grandson of Duke Richelieu into a cripple. For both public and private reasons, Duke Richelieu will not stop. I just don't know what means he is going to use. Lawrence nodded in approval and added, that's true, but their means are nothing more than alienating the relationship between us and the king, but the specific method is unclear. I think. Well, do you have any ideas? Seeing Lawrence's thoughtful look, Duke Choiseul couldn't help asking. This young governor of Corsica had given him many surprises. Lawrence didn't rush to answer, but closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then shook his head slowly and said, I'm not sure if it will work, but I think we can make arrangements first. Well, what arrangements? Duke Choiseul moved closer to Lawrence and asked hurriedly. Even in this secret room with only two people, Lawrence leaned over and whispered in Duke Choiseul's ear. After hearing this, Duke Choiseul's brows wrinkled into a ball, and they didn't relax for a long time. What do you think? This shouldn't be difficult for you. Lawrence looked at Duke Choiseul calmly and asked. Duke Choiseul lay in a chair, squinted his eyes and said slowly, Governor Bonaparte, your arrangements are indeed to deal with Duke Richelieu and Madame du Barry, right? Of course. Lawrence nodded expressionlessly. Duke Choiseul laughed to himself twice, then stood up, put his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "If your plan really works, I won't care about the little tricks you have used to get yourself in it." Thanks to book friends Eluo Shubinu and Bing Shacha for their monthly ticket support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Encounter in the Palace of Versailles. 1770 was the third day after the hunting in the forest of Versailles. In the early morning of that day, on the gravel road of Versailles, a 4-horse carriage decorated with a Sherpa was driving steadily towards the center of France, the Palace of Versailles. Pedestrians on both sides of the street cast envious and respectful eyes on the carriage, because they recognized the coat of arms painted on both sides of the carriage. For the nobles, the coat of arms with a yellow cross on a blue background and dotted with yellow rectangles should be recognizable even without profound knowledge of heraldry, because it is the coat of arms of the famous Choiseul family. The identity of the owner of the carriage is self-evident. We will be at the palace in about an hour. In the carriage, Duke Choiseul took out his gold pocket watch and looked at it. He smiled and looked at Clarence across from him and asked, "Governor Bonaparte, you should be ready, right?" As a senior official and favorite, Duke Choiseul was certainly experienced in such banquets. As long as he stayed in Versailles, he would receive invitations from Louis XV to attend banquets almost every month. Therefore, he did not feel anything special about such an ordinary royal banquet. "If you are talking about those damn court etiquettes, I think I'm not ready yet." Clarence shrugged and joked. During these 3 days, Clarence did not return to Paris, but temporarily lived in the Duke Choiseul's manor, claiming to be recuperating from his injuries, but in fact he was cramming court etiquette. Although it was indeed a blessing to be received by the king, the red tape that followed made Clarence very anxious. Duke Choiseul also specially sent Mr. Lund, who was staying in Paris, to personally guide Clarence in court etiquette. As a qualified aide-de-camp, Mr. Lund was quite proficient in those cumbersome court etiquettes, but Clarence, who came from the later generations, was obviously not familiar with this. Until Clarence was about to leave for the Palace of Versailles with the Duke of Choiseul, he had only mastered the etiquette when facing the king. Haha, you should be glad that the current king is not his great-grandfather. Otherwise, if you are rude in the court, it will not be as simple as making a fool of yourself. You may really be sent to the guillotine. The Duke of Choiseul laughed and said, "But you don't have to worry. Anyway, everyone knows that you are a foreigner, and there will be no high etiquette requirements for you. To be honest, it's great that you can speak French so fluently." Clarence nodded. In his impression, Louis XV was indeed much more tolerant than his great-grandfather Louis XIV. At least he would not get angry because of his negligence in etiquette. "If I have a chance, I will definitely abolish all these damn court etiquettes. I think handshakes and bows are fine." Clarence also laughed along with the Duke of Choiseul, looked out the window, and said casually, "Hey, then you can only try in Corsica. There are many people in France who are pretentious. Their grandfathers may be poor farmers, but they want to talk and walk like kings. Maybe there is a chance." Clarence just smiled and said in a joking tone. While Clarence and the Duke of Choiseul were chatting and laughing, the carriage slowly approached the magnificent Palace of Versailles. Although it was only early morning, a long queue of carriages had already formed at the gate of the Palace of Versailles. Their carriages were also painted with various noble emblems that Clarence did not recognize. Obviously, they were all people of status who came to the banquet. Although the banquet will not start until around dusk, except for a few nobles who really come to the banquet to eat, drink and enjoy themselves, most people will take this opportunity to stay in the Palace of Versailles for a whole day. After all, this is the power center of all France. This is the Palace of Versailles. It's really nice. Clarence nodded while sitting in the carriage. Although only the gate of the Palace of Versailles can be seen, judging from the marble walls and the well-trained royal guards at the gate, this is indeed a palace that can be called the center of Europe. No wonder during the heyday of the Palace of Versailles, a quarter of France's fiscal revenue was spent here. Not bad? My dear Lawrence, there are nearly 40,000 people living here, and there are 4,000 cavalry guards alone. This is not something that can be described as not bad. Seeing Lawrence's calm comment, Duke Choiseul shook his head and said, if the guards and royal police inside are counted, the population of Corsica is not as large as the people here. Lawrence nodded in approval, but according to Duke Choiseul's way of counting servants and guards, the Forbidden City was about the same size in its heyday, so he immediately said, maybe, but palaces of this size also exist in the East. Oh, the East? Do you mean India? I heard from explorers that it is basically full of monkeys. Duke Choiseul frowned and asked, India is indeed basically full of monkeys, but I want to talk about an ancient country further east of India. Lawrence shook his head and said, oh. Duke Choiseul nodded in understanding and said with some regret, it's a pity that I'm an old man and I don't have the opportunity to see what you said. Then I can bring you a set of picture albums in the future. Lawrence closed his eyes and said slowly, I should go there once. The carriage team moved slowly, and it took a long time for Duke Choiseul's carriage to arrive at the gate. Although Lawrence thought that this short distance could be walked, in the eyes of traditional nobles like Duke Choiseul, only taking a carriage to reach the destination was not a disgrace to one's status. The two got off the carriage with the help of the groom, and the two guards at the door came forward. One of them looked at Duke Choiseul and Lawrence lazily and said loudly, gentlemen, please show your invitation letters, and we need to conduct a security check on you. Before the guard finished speaking, an officer who looked like a captain rushed out of the barracks not far away. As soon as he came up, he slapped the two guards hard on the helmets and shouted, two idiots. Get out of here. After that, before Duke of Choiseul could say anything, the officer bowed to him and said sincerely, I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, they are new here. Please come in, and I wish you a happy banquet. Duke of Choiseul nodded and said nothing. He took Lawrence into the Palace of Versailles as a matter of course. Only after the two men had walked away did the officer point at the two guards with a look of disappointment and curse. You are really blind. Don't you see what is painted on their carriage? That's the Duke of Choiseul. How dare you stop such a big shot? The two guards also looked like they had gotten into trouble, but they still carefully explained. But what if the Duke of Choiseul doesn't have an invitation either? Bullshit. The officer became even more angry, pointing at the two men's noses and cursing. I think you'd better buy more newspapers and read. Did you know that the king and the Duke of Choiseul call each other brothers? What banquet of the king can't he attend? Yes, sir. But the young man next to the duke, I don't think he looks like a nobleman either. The two men asked unwillingly. The officer cautiously glanced at Lawrence's back and said with certainty, the one who can be so close to the Duke of Choiseul must be the governor of Corsica. I heard that he made the eldest grandson of the Duke of Richelieu a eunuch 2 days ago. If you piss him off, The two guards' faces tightened when they heard this, and they subconsciously covered their crotches, repeatedly sighing that they were lucky not to offend this person. Let me see the time. Oh, it's still so early. Walking in the marble courtyard at the entrance of the Palace of Versailles, the Duke of Choiseul took out his pocket watch and saw that it was only after 10 o'clock in the morning. He said to Lawrence very easily, there is nothing to arrange before the banquet. Let's just do something and wait for the evening to come. The Palace of Versailles is a good place to have fun. I like the billiard table in the Venus Hall. The Royal Opera House is also good, but the level is not as good as the Paris Comedy Theatre. Lawrence smiled bitterly and nodded. It is estimated that only people of the status of the Duke of Choiseul can regard the Palace of Versailles as a place for entertainment. Just as Lawrence was looking around, thinking about what to do to kill time, a somewhat unexpected person suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Governor Bonaparte, what's wrong? Duke Choiseul asked in confusion when he saw Lawrence suddenly frowned. Lawrence pointed to the two men walking side by side not far in front of him and said in a low voice, the two people in front, the one on the left, is it the Duke of Richelieu? A correct version of the book in 1619. When Duke Choiseul heard it, he squinted his eyes and looked at it, then frowned and said, yes, it must be that damn old man. I didn't expect him to attend the banquet in person. Humph, I guess he couldn't sit still after hearing the bad news about his grandson. Lawrence also agreed with Duke Choiseul's opinion. After all, Duke Richelieu was already 74 years old, and under normal circumstances, he would definitely not attend such an ordinary banquet. However, this also means that the Duke of Richelieu must have come for Lawrence, so he probably already has a way to deal with Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul. Wait, the man next to him. After confirming the identity of the Duke of Richelieu, the Duke of Choiseul did not immediately look away, but stared closely at the man next to the Duke of Richelieu, and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Baron Berchela." Baron Berchela. Lawrence felt that he had heard this name around the Duke of Choiseul, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The Duke of Choiseul nodded and added, "He is an Englishman and the English envoy to France. I had a good relationship with him, but because of what happened in Corsica, we had a little bit of a quarrel." Lawrence looked at the Duke of Richelieu with some surprise. Although there was nothing wrong with a duke walking side by side with the English ambassador in the Palace of Versailles, at this sensitive moment, this scene still made Lawrence a little suspicious. Duke de Choiseul obviously thought so too. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and said in a deep voice, "This is quite intriguing. They should have gotten off the same carriage, which means they have been together for a long time. What is the personal relationship between Duke de Richelieu and Baron Berchela?" Lawrence analyzed it quickly in his mind and asked at the same time. Personal relationship? It is difficult for the British and the French to have any personal relationship. If there is anything in common between Duke de Richelieu and me, it is that we both hate the British. Duke de Choiseul said with his hands spread out. Lawrence also agreed and said, "This is also the common point between Corsicans and French. In other words, it means that they are together probably because of their political relationship, political affairs." Duke de Choiseul shook his head after a moment of silence and said, "Although Duke de Richelieu was reinstated by the High Court 4 years ago, he has no power at all. He is just a French marshal. His status is basically reflected in his influence." Lawrence and Duke de Choiseul looked at each other, and both of them had noticed something wrong. If the Duke of Choiseul had a good relationship with the English ambassador, it was because the Duke of Choiseul was in charge of France's foreign policy. Then the Duke of Richelieu was walking with the English ambassador without any personal or political exchanges, which was indeed a bit suspicious. So the two kept a distance from the Duke of Richelieu and followed them for a long time. Fortunately, the Palace of Versailles was still crowded today, and the two people's tracking was not noticed. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul, the Duke of Richelieu and Baron Berchela walked into the Royal Opera House located in the east wing of the Palace of Versailles. Seeing this, the two gave up following them. It was still easy for them to be noticed in the theater environment, and the Duke of Richelieu, like the Duke of Choiseul, also had his own private box in the Royal Opera House. "What do you think, Governor Bonaparte?" Duke Choiseul and Lawrence stood in front of the Royal Opera House, leaning against the wall, and talking in a low voice. In this case, the only thing that can bring the two of them together is some common interests. It is very possible. Lawrence nodded affirmatively, but maybe they really just happened to run into each other in the Palace of Versailles. As for the specific situation, I think we still need to have direct contact with them to draw a conclusion. Direct contact? You mean with Baron Berchela? Duke Choiseul nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and said with great agreement, "That's just right. You will have to talk to him sooner or later about the execution of the officers on the Liberty ship in Corsica. Why not take this opportunity?" After that, Duke Choiseul casually called a passing servant and directly ordered the servant to notify his subordinates in the Palace of Versailles to wait at the door of the Royal Opera House until Baron Berchela came out. "By the way, Your Excellency, having an affair with the British must be a serious crime in France." After seeing Duke Choiseul finish his order, Lawrence suddenly asked, "Of course, it can be considered treason at the highest level." Duke Choiseul realized something and frowned and asked, "Are you sure that Duke Richelieu had an affair with the British?" "No, I can't be sure." Lawrence shrugged and said, "I just hope that in the end, he really had an affair with the British." Duke Choiseul chuckled and asked with understanding, "Then what about the process?" Lawrence shook his head and replied, "Who cares about the process? Thanks to the monthly ticket support of Day Chief Book Friend. Chapter 164, a tiny but useful chess piece. Okay, I can finally take a break. To the west of the gate of the Palace of Versailles is a large flat open space. The coachman Pim hummed a little tune happily, drove the carriage to the open space very easily and stopped, and then stretched his body in a relaxed manner. He was wearing a brand new black suit. If you get close, you can smell the smell of burnt fur from the iron. Although the hat on his head looks very inappropriate, it is 3 hat sizes smaller than his head, but it is still decent if you don't pay attention to it. Although such a dress would be ridiculed in any ladies' salon, it is undoubtedly a very luxurious uniform for a coachman. Although Pim didn't like the feeling of this suit tightly around his neck, he still enjoyed wearing this uniform and driving the carriage through the streets of Paris, because this shows that he is the coachman of the Duke of Richelieu. In Pim's opinion, not everyone can be the coachman of the Duke. After the carriage stopped in the open space, Pim took out his pipe and started to smoke. For him, half of the work for the day was done. The 4 horses had been fed before departure, and he had nothing else to do. He just needed to sleep here for half a day and wait for the Duke of Richelieu to leave the banquet at the gate of the Palace of Versailles. Pim, half lying in the driver's seat, adjusted himself to the most comfortable posture and then closed his eyes to take a comfortable nap. However, just after Pim closed his eyes for more than 10 minutes, he felt a violent shaking of the carriage, almost shaking himself out, followed by a scream of horses. He woke up from his sleep, sat up, opened his eyes and looked forward, only to see that a black horse on the far right had gone crazy for some reason, raising its hoof to kick a young gentleman next to it. The young gentleman looked startled and was panicking to avoid the horse's hoof. Oh my god. Pim's eyes widened, and he jumped off the carriage in a panic, desperately grabbing the black horse's bridle, and shouted at the young gentleman, "Sir, get out of the way, this beast has gone mad." After that, Pim pulled the black horse even harder, and at the same time, reached out to take the whip from the seat, and whipped it on the horse's back without hesitation, cursing and shouting. It was not until a long time later that the horse was finally subdued by Pim, and walked back quietly to stand with the other 3 stallions. Ha ha, this beast, damn it. Pim spat on the ground and cursed, while wiping the cold sweat with lingering fear. He looked at the young gentleman who was almost kicked just now with great anxiety, and asked with a trembling voice, "Dear sir, are you okay? I'm really sorry." Although Pim was just a horseman who pulled carts and raced horses, he knew that those who could walk around the Palace of Versailles were all nobles and celebrities without exception. Especially the other party's dress. Although Pim couldn't tell the ins and outs, but he felt that it looked like the clothes of an important person. Although the other party did not seem to be injured, he must have been frightened by the black horse just now. Thinking of this, Pim became even more uneasy and thought extremely nervously, "My god, if the Duke knew about this, wouldn't my job be got? Then I will definitely move to the slums." The gentleman frowned and glanced at the horse just now, snorted in dissatisfaction, and said, "Humph, fortunately I reacted in time. You are such a bad groom. You can't even take care of your own horses." After that, the gentleman turned his head and looked at the emblem on the carriage, showing a surprised expression, and added, "Oh, are you still the coachman of the Duke of Richelieu? TSK, the Duke of Richelieu actually hired such a coachman. I really have to talk to him when I see him in the Palace of Versailles later." Pim's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he even felt his heartbeat stop for a moment. He quickly said with a pale face, "My dear sir, I really don't know what happened. These horses are usually very well behaved. Look, they are so quiet now. They are fine, even if you whip them. I have no idea what happened." The gentleman's face became even gloomier after hearing this, and he said unhappily, "What do you mean? Do you want to say that I provoked this horse myself?" No, of course not. I don't mean that." Pim's face became even paler, and he waved his hands repeatedly. The young gentleman frowned and looked at Pim, then glanced at the Richelieu family's coat of arms on the carriage, and said slowly, "I still don't believe that someone like you is the Duke of Richelieu's groom. Are you a horse thief?" After saying this, the young gentleman immediately looked around, as if he was ready to call the guards to deal with it. I'm not a horse thief. Please don't call the guards." Pim screamed and knelt down in front of the gentleman. Wiping his tears, he said, "I really didn't lie to you. Please don't call the guards. The Duke of Richelieu will definitely drive me away if he knows about this. I have a wife and daughter to support." They all rely on my salary. Okay, get up quickly. The gentleman raised his chin impatiently, motioning Pim to stand up, then spread his hands and said, okay, it's okay not to let the guards deal with it. Then I will ask you a few questions about the Duke of Richelieu. If you can't answer these, I won't believe your lies. Let me tell you first, the Duke of Richelieu and I have a good relationship. Don't think about getting away with it. Oh, of course. Go ahead and ask. I'm definitely not a thief. Pim hurriedly stood up, bowed several times to the young gentleman with gratitude, and spoke incoherently. The young gentleman touched his chin, pondered for a moment, looked at the coachman Pim in front of him, and then asked loudly, you should know who the Duke of Richelieu came to the Palace of Versailles with this morning? I know. It was with an Englishman. He seemed to be a baron, but I don't know him, and the Duke only met him recently. Pim said excitedly. In order to gain the other party's trust, he wanted to tell everything he knew, both relevant and irrelevant. Well, in fact, it was Baron Berchula. Okay, you are right. The young gentleman nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, then you should know where the Duke of Richelieu picked up Baron Berchula this morning? Where did he pick up Baron Berchula? Pim muttered in some surprise, scratched his head anxiously, looked around helplessly, and then whispered, but Baron Berchula has been living in the Duke's residence these days. They set out together in the morning, and I personally helped them get in the car. Oh, this is a little different from what I know. The young gentleman pretended to be calm and said, forget it, just pretend that I remembered it wrong. Then the last question, has the Duke of Richelieu stayed in Versailles more, or in Paris recently? Pim blinked, calculated a little, and answered confidently, the Duke is basically in Paris. This time he came to Versailles just for the banquet. My itinerary is to return to Paris tomorrow. Oh, the young gentleman nodded slightly, then shrugged and looked at Pim and said, although I have some doubts about your workability, it seems that you are indeed the coachman of the Duke of Richelieu. Keep an eye on your horse, and don't hurt others. By the way, what is your name? Pim swallowed his saliva, and said in fear, my name is Pim Dudley. Okay, Pim, I won't pursue you this time, but don't let it happen next time. I still have to deal with the Duke of Richelieu, and maybe I will see you again. The young gentleman waved his hand at Pim, and then turned, and walked towards the gate of the Palace of Versailles. Seeing the gentleman turn around and leave, Pim breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been reborn after a disaster. He quickly took off his hat, and bowed to the back of this kind gentleman. Only after the gentleman walked away did Pim wipe the sweat from his forehead, stagger to the side of the black horse that had just kicked him, and while checking its body, he whispered, my old friend, you almost killed me. What happened to you today? Wait, this is... Pim, who was stroking the horse's belly, suddenly touched something, and then leaned over to look at the black horse's belly. He saw that there was a blood hole the size of a fingernail there, and blood was still oozing out in small streams. Pim took a breath of cold air when he looked at the wound, stroked the horse's back, and shook his head and said, so it was injured. No wonder it became so irritable. Alas, it's really unlucky. I don't know where it was injured. On the other side, the young gentleman threw the steel nails in his pocket, stained with horse blood, into the grass on the side of the road, and walked into the Palace of Versailles under the respectful gaze of the guards. Bang! In the billiard room in the Venus Hall of the Palace of Versailles, Duke Choiseul leaned over the billiard table gracefully, aiming at the black ball in front of him with full concentration. The mahogany cue on the back of his hand was stretching and retracting, as if he was considering the strength and position of the hit. Several nobles beside the table also watched Duke Choiseul with bated breath, ready to offer the fastest compliments after the Duke scored a goal. A figure like Duke Choiseul, who stood at the top of the political arena, naturally became the object of the nobles' fawning. Even in such a billiard entertainment game, everyone present subconsciously regarded Duke Choiseul as the most central figure, listening to and watching his every move. Duke Choiseul took a deep breath, and was about to push the cue in his hand to start hitting the ball, but he saw the door of the billiard room was pushed open without any courtesy. After noticing that Duke Choiseul was interrupted by the sudden noise, the nobles in the room looked at the young man who pushed the door with indignation, frowned and scolded. Hey, young man, you are so uneducated. Didn't you see that Duke Choiseul is hitting the ball? You are such a spoil sport. Really, how did you get into the Palace of Versailles? However, Duke Choiseul, who was interrupted from hitting the ball, looked up at the intruder, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he threw the club on the table, walked up, patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "You are finally back, Governor Bonaparte. Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is the governor of Corsica, Laurence Bonaparte." Laurence bowed expressionlessly to the nobles in the room and said lightly, "Good afternoon, gentlemen, I'm sorry to bother you." The people who had just reprimanded him suddenly felt as if they had eaten a fly. They really wanted to slap themselves and hated themselves for not remembering that there was a Corsican who was highly regarded by the Duke of Choiseul following him recently. Seeing this, the people also stood up quickly, came up without any embarrassment, and said with praise, "It turned out to be Governor Bonaparte, a young talent, even opening the door so energetically. We have all heard about you, and we have to say that we really admire you. Would you like to play a game of billiards?" The man who was playing with the Duke of Choiseul took the initiative to hand the cue to Laurence and asked. Duke Choiseul took the initiative to speak for Laurence and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I think Governor Bonaparte has received it. However, Governor Bonaparte and I have something to do, so I have to leave first." After that, Duke Choiseul led Laurence out of the billiard room, leaving the nobles in the room looking at Laurence's back with envy and sighing. They wished that they could be the ones that Duke Choiseul valued so much. Duke Choiseul led Laurence to the back garden and found a secluded long table to sit down. After confirming that there was no one else around, the Duke of Choiseul asked in a deep voice, "So, how is your progress in gathering information? Some results?" Laurence nodded and said, "It has been confirmed that Richelieu and Baron Berchelieu did not meet by chance today. Baron Berchelieu has been a guest at the Richelieu residence for a few days, and the Duke of Richelieu has not been in Versailles during this period. He has been in Paris most of the time, so it is very likely that he had contact with Baron Berchelieu when he was in Paris. Well, it is indeed possible. The king prefers great nobles like us to stay in Versailles rather than Paris. He hopes that we keep everything under his nose." The Duke of Choiseul said with deep conviction. The Duke of Richelieu, who attaches great importance to his relationship with the king, cannot be unaware of this, but he still chooses to stay in Paris. There must be something that he needs to deal with. When Louis XIV was in power, in order to consolidate the royal power and prevent the great nobles from rebelling in their fiefdoms, he forced the great nobles to leave their local fiefdoms and live in Versailles. At first, the nobles were very resistant to this, but as Versailles and the Palace of Versailles became larger and larger, more and more nobles regarded living in Versailles as a symbol of fashion and glory, and the king was naturally happy to see this. Anyway, let's make a conclusion. After communicating with the English envoy, I have arranged 4 people to wait at the door of the theater. They will invite him after watching the show. Duke Choiseul said very skillfully, "By the way, who did you get this information from?" "The coachman of the Duke of Richelieu." Laurence said easily, "I used some tricks, and the coachman didn't notice my identity, and I think he can be a great chess piece to deal with Richelieu." "Coachman?" Duke Choiseul looked at Laurence in surprise, frowned and said, "I don't think these people can be of any use. Such chess pieces are too small." "Maybe, but I think he will be a small but useful chess piece." Laurence still insisted on his own opinion. He already had some plans for the coachman named Pim. Chapter 165. Secret Talk in the Opera House. "Well, thank you for your hospitality, Your Excellency the Duke." In the red box on the second floor of the Royal Opera House, Baron Berchelieu leaned back in the sofa armchair, picked up a glass of crystal clear brandy and put it into his mouth, saying with great satisfaction, "It's really good wine. Just for this wine, I'm willing to stay in Paris for another 20 years. The Duke of Richelieu beside him nodded with a smile, also took a sip of the wine glass, cleared his throat and said, "I'm glad you like it. I will send someone to send a few more barrels to the embassy later." "Oh, you are so generous and thoughtful," Baron Berchelieu said with emotion, and after a moment of tipsy drinking, his face gradually turned red. However, as an outstanding diplomat, Baron Berchelieu knew that now was not the time to indulge in drinking, so even in the face of the fine wines collected by the Duke of Richelieu, he only tasted it and then put the glass aside. In the past few days, Baron Berchula has been very warmly entertained by the Duke of Richelieu, from watching plays to attending horse races, and to personally accompanying Baron Berchula to attend the royal banquet today. It can be said that it is warm and sincere. Although the Duke of Richelieu said that this was just a private friendship-oriented friendship, Baron Berchula was not a fool. The two of them had almost never dealt with each other before. He didn't think that a French duke with considerable influence would want to establish a pure private friendship with the English ambassador for no reason. Ahem. After Baron Berchula put the wine glass aside, he glanced absent-mindedly at the performance on the stage. Since the Royal Opera House needed to cater to the tastes of the royal family, and Louis XV's artistic accomplishment was quite limited, in Baron Berchula's opinion, the level of the performance was hard to describe. The Duke of Richelieu obviously thought so too. He was addicted to drama, and didn't pay attention to the stage at all, but silently tasted a cheese dessert sprinkled with cane sugar. After realizing that the Duke of Richelieu was not interested in the play, Baron Berchula sat up slightly, lifted his loose dress coat, and turned to look at the Duke of Richelieu. The Duke of Richelieu had entertained him enough in the past few days, and Baron Berchula knew that he could not continue to enjoy himself so shamelessly, otherwise he would really owe a favor that would be difficult to repay. So he took the initiative to test, "Your Excellency, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Duke Richelieu took out a handkerchief and wiped the cheese residue on his hands and said with a leisurely smile, "Tomorrow, since we have attended the royal banquet, we will return to Paris. We will leave in the morning and arrive at noon. Then we can play bridge together in the afternoon. I heard that you are very good at this. Your arrangements are really full, but it's a pity." Baron Berchula put on a very regretful expression and sighed. "Although your warm hospitality almost makes me want to live in your mansion, I can't leave my position for too long. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the embassy, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you tomorrow." After saying that, Baron Berchula raised his glass to his lips again, waiting for Duke Richelieu to reply. Baron Berchula believed that with the Duke Richelieu's shrewdness, he also understood what to say next after hearing this farewell. As expected, Duke Richelieu nodded with a smile and glanced at the stage below. It was only the second act, so he had plenty of time to express his request to Baron Berchula. "Ah, what a pity. I wanted to see your card skills, but you are of course different from an idle person like me. I, who have no position or power, can have fun all day long." Duke Richelieu also showed a regretful look and shook his head sadly. Baron Berchula sat up and said, "You are right. You worked hard when you were young, so it is only natural that you enjoy your old age now." Duke Richelieu sighed again, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen a lot. He said slowly, "Although this is true, compared to enjoying my old age, I still want to do something with this old bone." Although these words were said casually, as if they were just the feelings of a strong man in his twilight years, Baron Berchula couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Duke Richelieu in surprise. As the ambassador to France, Baron Berchula knew more about the political situation in Paris and Versailles than many French people. As a crucial part of the situation, the party struggle between Duke Richelieu and Duke Choiseul was also well known to Baron Berchula. Now that the Duke of Choiseul is in power, the first and most important thing for the Duke of Richelieu to regain political power is undoubtedly to remove the obstacle of the Duke of Choiseul. Since the Duke of Richelieu mentioned this matter in front of Baron Berchula, it is self-evident what the focus of the conversation between the two will be. Baron Berchula frowned slightly and looked at the Duke of Richelieu. His words were equivalent to bringing the topic to the party struggle with the Duke of Choiseul. So Baron Berchula sorted out his thoughts a little and asked tentatively, "It's great to see that you have such vitality and spirit, but it seems that it is difficult for you to do anything in your current situation?" Baron Berchula was not afraid of being involved in this struggle. After all, he was an outsider. Even if he stood on the right side, he and England behind him would be the ones who benefited. "That's right. My health has not been very good recently, but as long as the king appoints me, I'm willing to work hard," Duke Richelieu said with a smile, hinting to Baron Berchula that the key to this struggle is not the current political power of both sides, but the core is only Louis XV. Baron Berchula nodded slightly. The records of the embassy's intelligence agency for so many years can show that Duke Choiseul is gradually being alienated and distrusted by the king. Of course, the recent Corsica surrender incident has made Louis XV change his view of Duke Choiseul, as long as the treaty can be signed smoothly. Thinking of this, Baron Berchela lowered his head, avoiding the meaningful eyes of Duke Richelieu, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip slowly. Since Duke Richelieu told me this, he must hope that I can help him more or less. For this, I should be able to put forward some conditions in exchange, but can he really overthrow Duke Choiseul? Baron Berchela played with the wine glass in his hand, silently calculating. Seeing that Baron Berchela showed hesitation, the Duke of Richelieu slowly changed the subject and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I talked so much about me. By the way, how is your work recently? That guy Choiseul should be difficult to get along with, right?" Baron Berchela glanced at the Duke of Richelieu, and then nodded slowly. As a radical war advocate, the Duke of Choiseul also managed France's foreign policy. His tough diplomatic style naturally gave Baron Berchela a headache. He had to avoid conflicts and even wars with the French everywhere. After all, Britain is still digesting the fruits of victory in the 7 Years' War. Although the British are not afraid of going to war with France, the British government is unwilling to engage in such a high-risk behavior as war if there is no interest driving it. The British only need to develop peacefully for 20 years. After they completely take over and digest French Canada and French East India, England, which will have greatly increased its national strength, will not be afraid of the threat of war from France. The Duke of Choiseul also thought about this. He hoped to go to war with Britain again after military reforms and armament expansion to regain the colonial interests lost after the 7 Years' War. From this perspective, as the ambassador to France, Baron Berchela certainly hopes to see a conservative foreign minister appear in the Versailles court, rather than the warmongering Duke of Choiseul. Thinking of this, Baron Berchela also directly erased the option of supporting the Duke of Choiseul in his mind. Now, he had to either remain neutral and not intervene, or support the Duke of Richelieu to overthrow the Duke of Choiseul. The Duke of Choiseul is still the same, you should know that. Baron Berchela smiled helplessly and sighed. For a radical person like him, I wouldn't be surprised, even if he throws a declaration of war in my face next time we meet. A correct version is available at 1619 Book Bar. The Duke of Richelieu also echoed and said, yes, he can't wait to send his army and fleet to the English Channel tomorrow. It's really disturbing. Who likes war? If I have the chance, I will never let such a person control France's foreign policy. Oh. Baron Berchela narrowed his eyes and nodded. After saying so much, the Duke of Richelieu finally began to put forward conditions to win him over. From what he meant, France's foreign policy will be quite conservative after the Duke of Richelieu takes office. At least he will not advocate war against Britain every day. Such a result is what Baron Berchela and even the British government are happy to see. As for Baron Berchela personally, if he can really promote a conservative French foreign minister to take office, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. People will even attribute the peace in the next few decades to his credit. You are so right. Long live peace. Baron Berchela smiled meaningfully and raised his glass to clink with the Duke of Richelieu. With a crisp ding, the two smiled at each other and generously swallowed a big mouthful of brandy in the glass. Since overthrowing the Duke of Choiseul was a common interest for the two, the following things would be much easier to discuss. After letting out a very happy breath, Baron Berchela continued, I also hope that France can have a peace-loving foreign minister. It is really distressing. How can we get a foreign minister who really cares about the interests of France to take office? The Duke of Richelieu said happily, I know a lot of pacifists. I think they will be happy to accept the position of foreign minister, as long as Choiseul falls. But this is not an easy thing, right? Baron Berchela asked cautiously. Although he knew that, as long as he made good use of Louis XV, he would have a good chance of overthrowing the Duke of Choiseul. The power in the hands of the Duke of Choiseul still made Baron Berchela hesitate. The Duke of Choiseul could even directly ask the British government to replace a new ambassador to France in the name of the French government. In this way, Baron Berchela's diplomatic efforts in Paris over the years would be in vain. The Duke of Richelieu also saw Baron Berchela's hesitation, so he immediately said, "This is certainly not easy, but there is a great opportunity in front of us, as long as we make good use of it." "Opportunity?" Baron Berchela frowned and asked. The Duke of Richelieu moved closer to Baron Berchela, lowered his voice, and said only one word, "Corsica, Corsica." Baron Berchela was stunned for a moment, and did not react. "You should have an impression of this island, right?" The Duke of Richelieu nodded and asked. "Of course." Baron Berchela frowned, and said through gritted teeth, "If nothing unexpected happened, that place would have been English territory. It's a pity that Bonaparte, and our former Prime Minister, Sir Pitt, has been imprisoned on the island and his life and death are unknown, not to mention, that a Royal Navy warship and officers are still on the island. I can tell you privately, because the British Foreign Office is going crazy about this matter." Duke Richelieu took a sip of wine silently and said lightly, "I also heard that Bonaparte executed all the officers on the ship. I didn't expect you could bear this." Baron Berchela waved his hands irritably and said, "Of course the King and the Royal Navy can't stand it, but this matter was suppressed by our Prime Minister. If the Royal Navy forcibly landed in Corsica, it would play into Choiseul's hands. It is estimated that the French army and fleet have been prepared long ago. The intelligence I have even indicates that Duke Choiseul may have contacted the Austrians to form an alliance. So you're just going to let this matter go?" Duke Richelieu asked with a chuckle. Baron Berchela glanced at the Duke of Richelieu and said helplessly, "At present, it has to be resolved through diplomatic channels, and it should be negotiated by me and that damn governor of Corsica. However, when England is ready for war, we will bring up this matter again. Is that so?" The Duke of Richelieu nodded, but did not say anything. Baron Berchela looked at the Duke of Richelieu in confusion and asked, "Why did you mention Corsica? To destroy the treaty between the Duke of Choiseul and that Bonaparte? I think this is still very difficult. After all, King Louis has almost recognized this fact." No, the Duke of Richelieu shook his head slowly, as if he was still hesitating whether to tell Baron Berchela about this plan. After 5 or 6 seconds, he slowly opened his mouth, but his voice was very low. Even the sound of the organ on the stage almost drowned out the words of the Duke of Richelieu. Baron Berchela still pricked up his ears to barely hear what he said. "Duke Choiseul wants a war, so we will give him a war." Chapter 166 One person for one island. Amid the polite cheers of the audience, the actors on the stage bowed to the audience, and then the dark red curtain was slowly drawn, announcing the end of the morning performance. "Let's go to the theater lounge for a drink together." Duke Richelieu stood up with his cane and invited Baron Berchela with a smile. Baron Berchela did not respond for a long time, as if he had lost his soul. It was not until the Duke of Richelieu walked up to him that he came to his senses. He quickly stood up, bowed and said, "Oh, sorry, I was distracted." "What did you just say?" The Duke of Richelieu smiled indifferently, waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so shocked by what I just said. It won't become another 7 years war." "Well, of course I believe you, but..." Baron Berchela shrugged and said, "I think we should not take any war lightly, and this time is no exception. I think I have to ask for instructions from my country." Of course, it's a good thing to be vigilant, Mr. Ambassador. You can ask for instructions from your country. It's still early anyway." The Duke of Richelieu stood in front of Baron Berchela, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "There are also many people in your government who hope that Choiseul will fall. They will not oppose this plan. Moreover, as long as Choiseul falls, you will become the creator of peace between Britain and France, which is no small honor." "Yes, I understand." Baron Berchela nodded in agreement. If he could really change France's foreign policy from radical to conservative, Baron Berchela would have a good chance of being transferred back to his home country with this achievement. From a political perspective, this would be much brighter than being an ambassador abroad. Duke Richelieu also nodded with satisfaction. His plan was beneficial to both Baron Berchela's personal interests and England's national interests. Baron Berchela would naturally not refuse. "Then I'll wait for good news. The show is over. Let's go for a drink together," Duke Richelieu said with a smile, slowly walking towards the door. Baron Berchela also nodded and followed him. Together with Duke Richelieu, they walked out along the sparsely crowded crowd. As soon as the two of them walked out of the theater together, they saw an official who had been waiting for a long time coming to greet them. He ignored the Duke of Richelieu who was standing beside him, and said directly to Baron Berchela, "Excuse me, Mr. Ambassador, but Minister Choiseul invites you to have tea." Baron Berchela and Duke of Richelieu looked at each other, and couldn't help frowning slightly. They didn't expect to bump into each other, just when they were talking about Duke Choiseul. Is this a coincidence, or? Duke Richelieu guessed silently in his heart, but still smiled and said, "It seems that I can only excuse myself first. It's not easy for you to refuse Duke Choiseul's invitation." "Yes, thank you for your understanding." Baron Berchela scratched his head, and said to Duke Richelieu a little embarrassedly, although he had decided to devote himself to defeating Duke Choiseul before that, as the ambassador to France, Baron Berchela's work still required a great deal of cooperation from Duke Choiseul, and he didn't dare to make the relationship between the two too stiff. After all, Duke Choiseul had the power to request a replacement of the ambassador to France. Duke Richelieu was an outstanding diplomat in his early years, and he was certainly aware of this interest relationship, so he waved to Baron Berchela without caring, and then left first. Walking on the way to the back garden of the Palace of Versailles, Baron Berchela frowned and asked the official who led the way, "Why did the Duke of Choiseul suddenly invite me to tea? What happened?" The official who led the way was reluctant to say more, but said sparingly, "You will know when you go there. His Excellency Bonaparte, the governor of Corsica, is also there." "Governor of Corsica? I see." Baron Berchela's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible anger, nodded slightly, and then followed the official who led the way silently. In the back garden of the Palace of Versailles, in a corner near the Grand Canal, Baron Berchela found the Duke of Choiseul at a secluded long table. The afternoon sun was very bright, shining on the Grand Canal with green waves, and it flashed dazzling golden light, but Baron Berchela's mood did not improve at all, because of the beautiful scenery. If it were not for the duty, Baron Berchela would not want to get along with this tough minister of war who was in charge of French foreign policy. "Ah, Mr. Ambassador, you are here. Please sit down." Duke Choiseul saw Baron Berchela from a distance, and waved to him. Baron Berchela forced a smile and carefully looked around. There were only 3 of them in this garden, and there was not even a servant to serve them. This was not normal in the Palace of Versailles. It seemed that the others were deliberately dismissed by Duke Choiseul, which meant that what they were going to discuss next was definitely not the weather today. After confirming this, Baron Berchela took a deep breath to adjust his thoughts, then turned his eyes to the young man next to the Duke of Choiseul and said, "Thank you for your invitation, Your Excellency. So, this is the famous Laurence Bonaparte, right?" Laurence also looked up at Baron Berchela, but did not speak to him. He just smiled and nodded, and ignored Baron Berchela. Baron Berchela couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw that Laurence completely ignored his greetings. In his opinion, this so-called governor of Corsica was not even as good as an American chief, and dared to be so neglectful to him, the ambassador to France. If the Duke of Choiseul had such an attitude towards him, he would have tolerated it, but Baron Berchela could not accept such contempt for him by a young man of such status. Although he was very unhappy, Baron Berchela still looked at the Duke of Choiseul with some fear, and resisted the urge to attack. After seeing the two of them simply greet each other, Duke Choiseul spoke first. "Mr. Ambassador, my rash invitation should not have disrupted your plans, right?" Baron Berchela turned his attention away from Laurence, and said with a sophisticated and familiar smile, "Having tea with Duke Choiseul is much more important than my plans." "Really?" Duke Choiseul looked at Baron Berchela with a smile and said meaningfully, "I heard that you were supposed to accompany Duke Richelieu. I hope that old guy won't be angry about this." Baron Berchela's expression froze for a moment, but he immediately adjusted himself, laughed twice and skipped the question. Laurence, who had been observing all the time, also noticed Baron Berchela's strangeness at this moment, and he probably believed in his heart that there was indeed some secret between the ambassador to France and Duke Richelieu. So Laurence secretly gave Duke Choiseul a look, suggesting that he should bring the topic back to today's topic. There was no point in continuing to probe the secrets between Baron Berchela and Duke Richelieu, as Baron Berchela's mouth would definitely be locked. Duke Choiseul nodded in understanding. From his dealings with Baron Berchula over the years, the ability of this ambassador to France was not outstanding, but at least he had reached the passing line, and he was not stupid enough to reveal these secrets in a few words. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ambassador, there is still a conflict between England and Corsica that has not been resolved. Duke Choiseul glanced at Clarence, rubbing his throat and said, Governor Bonaparte is here too. Why don't you come and communicate? I think both of you can negotiate on behalf of your respective countries, right? Baron Berchula nodded without surprise. It seemed that the main purpose of today's tea party was to initially resolve this problem. However, after mentioning the Corsica incident, Baron Berchula couldn't help but look at Clarence with a little more resentment. The young man in front of him not only made the Kingdom of England lose a Mediterranean base with an excellent geographical location that was almost in its hands, but also made the former Prime Minister of England and a Royal Navy third-class battleship fold on the island. Not to mention that Corsica now relies on the protection of France, which basically cuts off the possibility of Britain taking military retaliation in a short period of time. Even if the British will settle accounts with Corsica in the future, it will be a matter of time. Although these facts made Baron Berchula feel a little humiliated, as a qualified diplomat, he still tried his best to control his personal emotions and seriously thought about how to resolve this incident with the governor of Corsica at the negotiating table. Clarence was not in a hurry and waited leisurely for Baron Berchula to speak first. William Pitt and the sailors on the Reasonable in Clarence's hands were all bargaining chips, and after obtaining French asylum, Clarence did not have to worry about British retaliation for the time being, so it was Baron Berchula who was anxious at the negotiation table. Ahem. Since I'm negotiating with Governor Bonaparte, I have a presumptuous proposal. Baron Berchula coughed twice, still looked at the Duke of Choiseul with some fear, and said in a deep voice, since this is a negotiation between the English ambassador and the governor of Corsica, then your excellency the Duke is not appropriate here. If possible, I hope you can step aside for a moment. A correct version in 16:9 book bar. For Baron Berchula, if the Duke of Choiseul joins the negotiation, the difficulty will undoubtedly rise to a higher level, which is also what he does not want to see. Of course, Clarence would not allow his request. After all, one of the conditions for the two to reach an agreement was to let the Duke of Choiseul assist him in the negotiation with the British. So before the Duke of Choiseul could speak, Clarence smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary. This is not a formal negotiation, but just an ordinary tea party. It's just that our topic happens to be the affairs between the two countries. The Duke of Choiseul smiled and nodded approvingly at Clarence, without any intention of getting up and avoiding the conversation. Baron Berchula had no choice but to grit his teeth when he saw this. He didn't have the ability to drive the Duke of Choiseul away. Okay, Governor Bonaparte, then we'll be more casual. Baron Berchula said slowly with a slightly stiff smile on his face. My demands are very simple. The Earl of Tatham in England, His Excellency William Pitt, must be released, including the sailors on the Rational. At the same time, the Corsican government must apologize and compensate for this incident, whether in the name of the Republican government or the royal government. In addition, former senior officials of the Corsican government who have been politically persecuted by you, including Pasquale Paoli, also need to be released, and their freedom guaranteed. Clarence kept a faint smile on his face, silently listening to Baron Berchula's eloquent list of demands, and did not interrupt him. I think I should have made it very clear. Baron Berchula talked non-stop for 2 minutes, and only closed his mouth when his mouth was dry. After taking a sip of hot tea, he looked at Clarence and asked for his opinion. Clarence stared straight into Baron Berchula's eyes and said, your conditions are quite detailed, but have you forgotten that the Corsicans are the victims of this incident? Victims? Don't be kidding. Baron Berchula snorted coldly, shook his head, as if he had heard a funny joke and said, you used such cruel means to kill dozens of loyal and brave officers of the Royal Navy, and you actually said that you were a victim? If it weren't for the Duke of Choiseul sitting next to you, you would be in the London military court now. Clarence's smile gradually faded, and he looked at Baron Berchula and said coldly, then have you forgotten what kind of atrocities the sailors and officers of the Reasonable have committed against the Corsican civilians? Baron Berchula shook his head and said, I have reason to believe that it was the Corsican civilians who first attacked the officers and soldiers of the reasonable, and they were just defending themselves. Are you saying that unarmed civilians took the initiative to attack fully armed soldiers? Lawrence asked, tapping the table lightly. Anyway, I trust my intelligence sources more. Baron Berchula ignored Lawrence's words and insisted on his own opinion. Lawrence knocked on the table more and more slowly, and his expression became more and more stern. After half a minute of silence, Lawrence slowly said, in this case, I also have reason to believe that your country's former Prime Minister, Mr. William Pitt, participated in the massacre of the Corsicans. I will immediately ask the Corsican court to try him for war crimes and burn him at the stake like the officers of the reasonable after conviction. You are pushing the three countries to the brink of war. Baron Berchula really didn't expect Lawrence to say such taboo words. His face suddenly turned red, and he slapped the table and scolded. If William Pitt really died in Corsica, or was executed by the Corsican government, then Baron Berchula's diplomatic action this time can be said to be a complete failure. He might even be recalled to the country and kicked directly to the House of Lords to retire. The Duke of Choiseul, who was standing by, did not seem nervous at all when facing the two men's confrontation. Instead, he watched the confrontation with a smile. After seeing that the two men were silent, the Duke of Choiseul took the initiative to mediate and said, okay, you two, there are only three of us here, you might as well speak more directly. Baron Berchula nodded silently. He actually knew that the sailors of the reasonable were slaughtering the civilians in Corsica, but admitting such a fact would put him at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Lawrence followed the words of the Duke of Choiseul and said, then I will no longer hide it, Mr. Ambassador. Your demands are mainly 2 points. One is to release Mr. Pitt and the captured soldiers, and the other is to apologize to the British government. As for the release of Paulie and others you mentioned, I think you also know that such a regulation is just to make up the numbers, and I can't accept it. That's right. Baron Berchula confirmed with gritted teeth. The most important one among them is your former Prime Minister William Pitt, right? Lawrence asked with a smile. Baron Berchula's teeth creaked, but he still said stubbornly, in fact, Mr. Pitt is not that important. Our current Prime Minister ascended to the position of Prime Minister by stepping on William Pitt. The two of them can be regarded as political enemies, so you can't expect our Prime Minister to regard Mr. Pitt as important. But the British government can't accept their former leader being imprisoned in a foreign country, right? Especially imprisoned by a tiny country. Lawrence saw through Baron Berchula's trick at a glance and shook his head. Baron Berchula was silent for a moment, and then nodded very slightly. For such an important person, you must be willing to pay some price to redeem him, right? Lawrence said with the posture of a shrewd businessman. Baron Berchula sighed slightly and asked irritably, well, you want a ransom, right? The Corsicans are just like kidnappers. Tell me, how much do you want? I don't want money. Lawrence shook his head and said, no money? Then what do you want? Baron Berchula frowned slightly, not knowing what Lawrence wanted to do. Duke Choiseul also looked at Lawrence with interest. He didn't know what Lawrence was going to talk about with Baron Berchula. Lawrence leaned closer, extended his index finger, and said slowly, an island. I want to exchange William Pitt with the Kingdom of England for an island. Chapter 167 Transfer of St. Kitts. Exchange an island? What are you talking about? Baron Berchula couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He shook his head in shock and anger, and said to Lawrence, let me guess, what are you going to exchange? Ireland? Scotland? Why don't you just exchange the whole of Great Britain? Even the Duke of Choiseul beside him couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't know which island Lawrence was going to exchange, he also thought that Lawrence's proposal was too fantastic. In the eyes of Baron Berchula and the British government behind him, William Pitt was just a former Prime Minister anyway. His imprisonment in Corsica would at most affect Britain's international reputation. Even from the perspective of the private interests of the current Prime Minister of England, the current Prime Minister would be happy to see William Pitt continue to be under house arrest in Corsica, because if Pitt stayed in Corsica for one more day, his prestige in the domestic political arena would drop, and it would cut off the possibility of Pitt's resurgence in the political arena. After all, as the Prime Minister who led Britain to victory in the 7 Years' War, Pitt still has a good prestige in the hearts of the people, which makes the current Prime Minister somewhat timid. Nevertheless, in order to maintain the national system, the British government still has to solve the problem of William Pitt as soon as possible, but they will certainly not accept an excessively high price, especially Clarence's proposal to exchange territory for people, which was rejected by Baron Burchell without a second thought. Governor Bonaparte, forgive me for being blunt, this is only said between the three of us. Baron Burchell spread his hands, still shaking his head, and said speechlessly, it involves the territorial issues of sovereign states. Even if King George III falls into your hands, we will not accept the practice of exchanging territory for hostages, and I myself will not set such a precedent. Clarence's reaction to Baron Burchell was not surprising, because once such a practice is set, it will be difficult to clean up. Today's William Pitt can be used to exchange territory, so tomorrow, can a captured British general also be used to exchange British land? This situation is naturally something that Baron Burchell and the British government absolutely do not want to see. So Clarence said with understanding, of course I will not ask for England's core territory. In fact, I just want to exchange a colonial island with you. Colonies? Baron Burchell's face was relieved a little. After all, the sale and transfer of colonial land is very common even between countries. The two most famous cases of buying and selling colonies were Russia's sale of Alaska to the United States for $7.2 million in 1867 and France's sale of French Louisiana to the United States for $15 million in 1803. Considering that exchanging colonies for hostages was essentially similar to paying a ransom, Baron Burchell regained some willingness to negotiate. He frowned, looked at Clarence and asked, Governor Bonaparte, since you said that, it means you already have a plan, right? But I have to tell you in advance that England's colonies are also England's sacred and legal territories. Even if it is an island or reef, its value is no less than William Pitt. Clarence nodded slightly, understanding that Baron Burchell's words were also expressing his attitude. He could barely accept exchanging a piece of colonial land for William Pitt, but it was impossible for him to promise to give Clarence a resource-rich or populous island. This was not only beyond Baron Burchell's authority, but also a condition that the British government would never accept. Of course, what I want is just a tiny Caribbean island. So Clarence leaned closer and said to Baron Burchell, Street Kitts Island, a volcanic island located at the northern end of the Pearl Islands. Street Kitts Island? I don't think I have heard of this name. Baron Burchell was stunned, rubbing his head in confusion to recall which colony this was. Clarence smiled, turned over the prepared map, and handed it to Baron Burchell, pointing to a tiny black dot on it and said, it's here, the northernmost tip of the Pearl Islands in the Caribbean Sea. Its area is only 1/40th of Corsica, and it is just an ordinary sugarcane planting island. The Duke of Choiseul on the side also came over to take a look, but he didn't see the small black dot that Clarence pointed to until he took out his glasses from his pocket and put them on. Duke Choiseul could not help but glance at Clarence in surprise. Although in terms of the ransom value, William Pitt, as a former prime minister, was almost worth such a small colonial island, but such an island was completely useless to Clarence. With Corsica's scarce population, they had not even fully developed their homeland. There were still large tracts of wasteland waiting to be reclaimed in Corsica, not to mention traveling across the ocean to develop this remote island. And in Duke Choiseul's impression, this St. Kitts Island was indeed nothing special. It was just a sugar plantation with an estimated population of less than 1,000. Did I make a mistake? Impossible. St. Kitts has been colonized for more than 200 years. If there is something special about it, I would know it. Duke Choiseul's surprise became more and more intense. He turned his eyes from the map to Clarence and thought silently. However, with Clarence's character, he will definitely not do a losing business. Baron Burchell was also staring at the map and frowning in thought. His thoughts were similar to those of Duke Choiseul. He knew that St. Kitts was just an ordinary colonial island, and it was a relatively desolate and barren colony, purely used to make up the numbers. What do you think? Clarence waved his hand to interrupt Baron Burchell, who was thinking. He believed that Baron Burchell and the British government would not refuse this good deal. Well, this is indeed an interesting condition. Baron Bachelor nodded slowly and hesitantly swiped his finger across the map. Finally, after looking at the black spot on the map for a few times, he made up his mind and said, I will report this matter to the mainland as soon as possible. Of course, from my personal point of view, I think we have a good chance of reaching an agreement on this matter. That's great, but I still have a small request. Lawrence smiled and nodded. Request? Please say it. Baron Bachelor also smiled and said. After Baron Bachelor made up his mind to exchange St. Kitts for William Pitt, he was in a good mood. The biggest problem hanging over his head was finally solved today. Moreover, in Baron Bachelor's view, using St. Kitts to exchange William Pitt actually took a lot of advantage. After all, he thought Lawrence would use the power of the Duke of Choiseul to ask for a sky-high price and ask for a richer colony. Unexpectedly, Lawrence directly chose a piece of dispensable land for exchange, which made Baron Bachelor feel that he had picked up a big bargain. Therefore, after the two reached an agreement, Baron Bachelor immediately became generous in response to Lawrence's small request. Lawrence looked at Baron Bachelor and said, since both of us have agreed to this condition, I hope you can issue a transfer document signed by you in a while. Sign in a while? Baron Bachelor said puzzledly, let's not talk about when the formal land transfer will take place. The transfer document signed by an ambassador like me has no legal effect. Lawrence shook his head and said indifferently, you only need to issue this document with your signature. It doesn't matter whether it is effective or not. Anyway, your government will issue a formal agreement in the future. This is a violation for an ambassador stationed abroad. Baron Bachelor said with some resistance and hesitation. Lawrence remained calm when he saw this. He pointed at the map and said with a bit of threat, but when your country's approval comes down, maybe I will change my mind then. I think I should ask for a more fertile piece of land. The main islands of the Pearl Islands are good. His Baron Bachelor took a breath with a little embarrassment. Of course, he wanted to try his best to achieve the bargain of exchanging St. Kitts for William Pitt. After all, this could also become part of his diplomatic merit. And if Lawrence really wanted to ask for the main islands of the Pearl Islands, let alone whether this transaction was in line with England's interests, it would probably take a long time to reach an agreement. If William Pitt had any accidents during this period, Baron Bachelor would not only have failed, but also made mistakes. After weighing the pros and cons, Baron Bachelor had no choice but to make concessions to Lawrence and sighed, okay, I will draft a standardized transfer agreement right away, and of course I will indicate the conditions on it. After that, Baron Bachelor took out his pocket watch and took a look, then stood up in a hurry and said, then it's getting late. Please excuse me. Baron Bachelor then bowed slightly to the two of them and quickly left the garden. Although there are still many matters waiting for the two to continue negotiating in this Corsica incident, such as the treatment of prisoners of war on the reasonable and the recognition and compensation of the two governments for the losses caused to each other, these matters are not so important compared to the first priority of releasing William Pitt. Baron Bachelor was eager to leave and was ready to immediately draft the transfer agreement that Lawrence mentioned, so as to prevent Lawrence from regretting this transaction that benefited him a lot halfway. After Baron Bachelor left, Lawrence and Duke de Choiseul remained sitting there, drinking hot tea leisurely. How is it, Governor Bonaparte? What do you think of this ambassador? Duke de Choiseul said calmly, still thinking about why Lawrence specifically asked Baron Bachelor for such a remote and tiny island. Lawrence hesitated for a moment and said, he is a fairly astute diplomat, but there is nothing special about him. But when he first came, his reaction when you mentioned the Duke of Richelieu really caught my attention. Yeah, I noticed that too. Duke Choiseul nodded calmly and said, combined with what you said, Ambassador Bachelor has been with Richelieu these days, so they must have some plans. Lawrence glanced at the calm Duke Choiseul and added, and judging from the current situation, this plan is probably aimed at you. Don't you care? Humph. Duke Choiseul obviously didn't take the collusion between Baron Bachelor and the Duke of Richelieu seriously. He snorted disdainfully and said, that damn old man has quite a few plans against me, but his methods are basically to let Madame du Barry whisper some words in King Louis's ear and mobilize his lackeys to slander and attack me. Lawrence could probably guess these methods. After all, the Duke of Richelieu's focus was definitely on Louis XV within the court, so the means he adopted had basically nothing to do with political means. However, this time the English ambassador to France actually joined the Duke of Richelieu's side, which made Lawrence vaguely aware that something was wrong. Maybe so, but Baron Berchela has no influence on the Court of Versailles, but the Duke of Richelieu took the initiative to win him over. There must be something wrong here. What you said makes sense. Duke Choiseul pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, but since they have just come together, it means that the plan is only in its initial stage. We can't see any clues for the time being, so let's put it aside for now. After that, Duke Choiseul added with interest, but your negotiation just now surprised me. I thought you would use Pitt to exchange for other resources. Moreover, even if it is to exchange colonies, the St. Kitts Island you proposed is too conservative, right? Although Duke Choiseul did not understand Lawrence's approach, he still believed that Lawrence had his plans, so he did not interfere with their negotiations. In response to the Duke of Choiseul's question, Lawrence just smiled and said, I think one St. Kitts Island is enough, and even such a small island, the Corsicans currently do not have the ability to develop it. Oh, then you still want to claim this small island? Duke Choiseul frowned and asked, even if the British issue a formal transfer agreement to transfer the sovereignty of St. Kitts Island to Corsica, I estimate that the Corsicans can only plant a few national flags on the island at most. Lawrence looked up at the sky. The sunlight was much softer than at noon. In a while, the banquet held by Louis XV for himself would begin. Speaking of which, I will meet King Louis in a while, and I'm a little nervous. Lawrence suddenly said with a smile. King Louis? What do you mean? Wait a minute. Duke Choiseul was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted, laughing uncontrollably and saying, I see, that's why you specifically asked Ambassador Berchela to issue a transfer agreement immediately. That's a really good move. Facing Duke Choiseul's praise, Lawrence just shrugged and said, I hope our king is really as generous as the rumors say. Chapter 168, Banquet in the Hall of Mirrors. Shortly after Baron Berchela left, he sent someone to deliver a hastily drafted transfer agreement to Lawrence. Although Baron Berchela drafted it hastily, the agreement was generally rigorous, and at the end, it was written in bold and conspicuous cursive letters that all transfer procedures would only begin after William Pitt returned to England. Moreover, according to Lawrence's additional requirements, the ownership and sovereignty of St. Kitts would be taken over by Lawrence in his personal name. Although Baron Berchela did not realize why, he did not care about these details in a hurry. At the bottom of the agreement was Baron Berchela's autograph and the seal of the English ambassador to France. Although these two proofs could not make the agreement take effect directly, they were equivalent to a written guarantee given to Lawrence by Ambassador Berchela. Well, there is basically no problem. Duke Choiseul also looked over the agreement and did not find any problems for the time being, but he still said very cautiously, but what he said, waiting for William Pitt to return to England before starting the transfer is a bit inappropriate. If William Pitt really returns, the British will definitely postpone and extend the transfer procedure. God knows how long it will take to argue by then. Lawrence smiled indifferently, folded the agreement carefully, and put it in his pocket, shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, anyway, it won't be me arguing with the British at that time. You. Duke Choiseul couldn't help laughing, and then shook his head helplessly. He knew that he would definitely be the one who argued with the British for St. Kitts Island in the end. The two chatted in the garden for a while, until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A royal butler found the two in the garden very respectfully. Your Excellency, Governor General, it's getting late. The royal butler bowed respectfully to the two of them and reminded them, the banquet and dance in the Hall of Mirrors will begin soon. If you have nothing else to do, you can prepare to enter. Hall of Mirrors? It seems that our king still values you very much. After hearing the location of the banquet, Duke Choiseul looked at Lawrence with some surprise and said, that's a good thing. Not every banquet and dance can be held in the Hall of Mirrors. Although Lawrence didn't know the unspoken rules of the royal banquet, he also knew that the Hall of Mirrors was a unique and luxurious place in the Palace of Versailles, and it was completely worthy of being called the treasure of the Palace of Versailles. This was not only a special place for the Bourbon royal family to receive envoys from various countries, but also the establishment of the German Empire and the signing of the Treaty of Versailles were all held here in history. in the hands of King Louis, who is now obsessed with the decadent court life. The Hall of Mirrors is also a great place to hold a ball. Every noble lady fantasizes about becoming the glamorous protagonist in the Hall of Mirrors one day. Even Louis XV's last official mistress, Madame Pompadour, met Louis XV at a masquerade in the Hall of Mirrors. At that time, Madame Pompadour was disguised as a shepherdess, and Louis XV was disguised as a tree. It's getting late. Let's get dressed. Duke Choiseul took out his pocket watch and looked at it, then looked at Clarence's old-fashioned dress with some disdain and joked, "You definitely don't want to appear in front of the king and all the celebrities in Versailles wearing this rags and rags, right?" Clarence grabbed his shirt and looked at it for a while, then nodded helplessly. This dress was asked from his brother Carlo when he first arrived in Corsica. Although Clarence thought the clothes fit him well, the Parisians who were proud of fashion would certainly look down on these backward Corsican designs. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the sunlight was a little dim at this time, the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles was bright and shining with golden light. 17 floor-to-ceiling crystal windows brought the sunlight from outside into the hall, as well as the summer scenery of the back garden opposite the Hall of Mirrors. In the reflection of nearly 500 mirrors, even if you stand in the hall, you will feel like you are in a back garden full of flowers. Although the banquet has not officially started yet, this corridor of more than 70 meters is already a little crowded. The well-dressed ladies carefully carried their silk long skirts and walked through the Hall of Mirrors to greet others and avoided bumping into the servants who came and went with large silver plates. The elegant men gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Tasting the white wine specially provided by the royal family while chatting happily. King Louis and his mistress Madame du Barry had not yet arrived, nor had Crown Prince Louis, Crown Princess Mary, and his 2 younger brothers. As members of the royal family, they would only arrive when the banquet officially began according to the rules. Clarence and Duke de Choiseul had already changed their clothes and were heading to the Hall of Mirrors. "Hey, to be honest, you look quite impressive in this outfit. I think the girls will have a lot to talk about tonight." Duke de Choiseul turned his head to look at Clarence, looking at his neat silver wig and handsome face, and couldn't help but sigh. Clarence scratched his wig uncomfortably, looking at the silver powder stuck on his hand, and said helplessly, "This thing makes my scalp itch. I really don't know why the French call this thing fashion." In Paris at the end of the 18th century, wearing a wig had become a symbol of culture and fashion, and it was also very common among the civilian class. Even ordinary craftsmen of this era would wear a silver curly hair on formal occasions. In Paris alone, there were 1,200 wig shops and more than 6,000 clerks working in them. In order to keep up with the trend of wigs, men even put aside the tradition of wearing hats, because wearing hats would mess up their carefully groomed wigs. Therefore, in Paris at this time, it was more common to see gentlemen wearing neat silver hair and tucking a large triangular hat with beautifully decorated feathers and golden tassels under their armpits, but they almost never wore it, just as a pendant. I don't understand what fashion is either. It's much harder to understand than politics and diplomacy. Duke Choiseul shrugged. As a traditional aristocrat, he obviously didn't care much about these new trends. He only dressed himself up in the most fashionable clothes because the king was so into them. If you ask me, 80% of fashion is hyped up by those second-rate artists. They deliberately make crazy and weird designs and denounce all those who don't agree with them as ordinary people. And we have to use taxes to subsidize those art academies to create these deformed designs. It's ridiculous. Duke Choiseul said dissatisfiedly. Clarence chuckled twice in response and nodded to indicate that Duke Choiseul was right. The two chatted and laughed all the way to the Hall of Mirrors. At the entrance of the Hall of Mirrors, Duke Choiseul's daughter, Miss Elvie, had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Although in Paris at that time, women had conquered men with their charm and had an increasingly important status, they were still men's appendages in form, which was why Miss Elvie had to wait until the Duke of Choiseul arrived before entering the banquet. So, the government doesn't need any subsidies for artists at all. People will pay for their favorite artists. We should really stop all those subsidies and spend the money on the army. Even when he reached the door, the Duke of Choiseul still ignored the strange looks of the people around him and loudly boasted about his criticism of the art world. "Father, Miss Elvie walked up to him with some complaints, put her arm around Duke of Choiseul's arm and said, "You are speaking ill of those artists again. I really should take you to more art exhibitions and fashion shows to cultivate your character. Oh, my little Elvie, you are a woman, and women are not politicians or soldiers. How can you understand my thoughts? I'm talking about national affairs." Duke of Choiseul shook his head at his daughter and said, although his tone was very doting, it was obvious that he did not take Miss Elvie's words seriously. There is no doubt that the Duke of Choiseul's discriminatory words immediately attracted the roll of eyes from the women around him. Miss Elvie also pouted unhappily, and then looked at Clarence behind him and said, "I'm so glad that you are here, Mr. Bonaparte. Although I asked my father to thank you for the last incident about Count Falconet, I still have to thank you again in person. You have saved a lot of trouble not only for me, but also for my sisters. By the way, tell me if my father's words make sense. A perfect version at 1619 book bar." Clarence was slightly pleased to hear Miss Elvie's thanks at first, but when he heard her throw the topic to him, Clarence couldn't help but twitch his mouth and glanced at the ladies around him who were listening attentively and waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Clarence had to spread his hands and said, "I must say that the Duke certainly has his reasons, but we do have many outstanding women, from Joan of Arc in Orleans to Marquise de Pompadour in recent times." Duke Choiseul had to nod helplessly after hearing these two names. The significance of Joan of Arc to the French is self-evident, and Duke Choiseul certainly cannot deny it. As for Madame de Pompadour, although she was only the official mistress of Louis XV, she also had a strong influence on French politics when she was alive. She also had some military accomplishments. During the 7 Years' War, the French commanders on the front line would occasionally receive battle plans drawn by Madame de Pompadour with eyebrow pencils from the Palace of Versailles. Even after she lost her physical attraction to the king due to her old age and frailty, she still maintained a close friendship with Louis XV with her outstanding artistic attainments and extensive knowledge. After her death, Voltaire, who was sponsored by her, wrote a sincere letter to express his grief over the death of this outstanding woman. The Duke of Choiseul was once a core member of Madame Pompadour's faction. It can be said that, if Madame Pompadour had not died prematurely, the Duke of Choiseul's position in France would be almost unshakable, and there would be no chance for the Duke of Richelieu and Madame du Barry. For such a woman, the Duke of Choiseul certainly could not say a bad word about her, so he had to wave his hand and said, "Governor Bonaparte, you are really eloquent. Forget it, let's go in quickly." Miss Elvie was very satisfied with Clarence's answer. She winked at Clarence playfully, and then took the Duke of Choiseul's arm, and walked into the Hall of Mirrors together. The servant who greeted guests at the door of the Hall of Mirrors saw that it was the Duke of Choiseul who came, and he also cleared his throat, and raised his voice. The servants who were able to serve as the welcoming and announcing work in the royal family were also very experienced. For guests of ordinary status, such as some petty bourgeois merchants or petty nobles, they would announce their names in a voice that only the guests themselves could hear, so as not to disturb the guests who were talking inside. For those who were higher up, such as a bishop or a count, they would raise their voices so that the guests in the room could know the arrival of the guests without being disturbed. As for now, facing the Duke of Choiseul, one of the most powerful ministers, they would stand up respectfully, raise their voices, and shout loudly in a hymn-like tone, as if they were afraid that no one could hear the Minister of War, His Excellency the Duke of Choiseul, and his daughter, Miss Elvie. This announcement was immediately heard by everyone in the room, except for the nobles of Madame du Barry's line. Most people interrupted their conversation directly and raised their glasses to greet the Duke of Choiseul at the door. The servant had not even taken a breath after shouting, and then he looked at Clarence behind the Duke of Choiseul, and then he couldn't help showing a hesitant expression. But seeing that Clarence was about to step into the Hall of Mirrors, the servant did not have time to think about it, and directly raised his voice, shouting in a voice slightly weaker than before, "Governor of the Republic of Corsica, His Excellency Clarence Bonaparte." The slightly narrow Hall of Mirrors instantly echoed with the loud voice of the announcer, and people also tiptoed to look at the entrance, vying to look at the protagonist of tonight's banquet. Clarence smiled bitterly and glanced at the servant who announced the visitor, then waved to the nobles and ladies who looked at him. Although Lawrence was not proficient in those cumbersome royal rules, he also knew that the volume of the announcer was obviously adjusted according to the status of the visitor. According to the voice of the servant just now, he was probably put on the same level as some old dukes. I don't know whether it is to take into account my status as the head of a country or to consider my relationship with the Duke of Choiseul. Lawrence thought about it helplessly, but did not pursue it seriously. After waving to everyone, Lawrence looked around the hall of mirrors in front of him. It was indeed as luxurious and magnificent as he had imagined. Although it was only about 10 meters wide, the hundreds of mirrors greatly enhanced the sense of space, making people feel no crowding or oppression when they were in it. Just as Lawrence was about to take a closer look at this world-famous monument, he heard the poor messenger at the door shouting again. Before he could even take a break, Duke Richelieu and the British ambassador to France, Baron Berchela. Chapter 169 The unexpected arrival of Chief Justice Maupeou. Leaning on a walnut cane with a silver head, the Duke of Richelieu staggered into the Hall of Mirrors with the help of Baron Berchela, like a drunk. He did not wear a wig and silk stockings to follow the trend, but a retro early Clark dress. The 74-year-old Duke of Richelieu was obviously not in good health, and even had to be supported by Ambassador Berchela, who accompanied him on this journey. But he insisted on driving from Paris to attend the banquet, which made Lawrence a little suspicious. If he just wanted to accompany Ambassador Berchela, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Lawrence, like other guests, cast his eyes on the Duke of Richelieu, silently guessing. It seems that he either came for me, or he has other intentions in the Palace of Versailles. The Duke of Richelieu curled up the corners of his mouth slightly, squinted his eyes, and showed a kind smile, waved and greeted everyone, and said with emotion, "Ah, Hall of Mirrors, I haven't been here for a while. This place has changed a lot since the time of the late king. I still prefer the Hall of Mirrors when I was a child." The Duke of Richelieu, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, does have the confidence to say this. After all, he was born in the Palace of Versailles, and the late King Louis XIV is his godfather. When he was a child, he probably used the Hall of Mirrors, where many people dream of visiting, as an amusement park. The Duke of Choiseul, who was in the center of the crowd, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Duke of Richelieu with disdain and whispered in Lawrence's ear, "Look at how close he is to the Englishman. My intuition tells me that this old man must have some conspiracy. Humph, no matter what it is, just let it go." Lawrence did not speak, but nodded slightly. Before he had enough reliable information, he was not sure what the Duke of Richelieu wanted to do. However, seeing his close relationship with Ambassador Berchela, Lawrence had an idea. "Your Excellency, I admire your intuition very much. It would be great if everyone could think this way." Lawrence tilted his head to the Duke of Choiseul's ear and said with a chuckle, "Oh." Duke Choiseul's eyes lit up. He was extremely looking forward to the proposal of Lawrence, a resourceful young man, so he asked repeatedly, "Since you said that, do you have any ideas? You know, people don't really care about the truth, and they can't touch the truth at the bottom." Lawrence stretched out his finger, secretly pointed at Duke Richelieu, and said in a low voice, "All their cognition comes from public opinion. As long as we control public opinion, we can mold their cognition like clay into the shape we want." "Well, that's interesting." Duke Choiseul nodded with a smile, but still said with some rigor, "But public opinion is not so easy to control. You also know that it is difficult to satisfy everyone. There will always be different voices in society." Lawrence shook his head and said, "No, we don't need everyone to agree on the caliber. As long as the voices supporting us overwhelm the voices against us, we can doodle on the canvas called the truth repeatedly. For example, where the Duke Richelieu had an affair with the British." Duke Choiseul pondered for a long time, then nodded twice heavily and slowly, and asked, "Governor Bonaparte, do you have a plan?" "It's just an idea now. I will discuss this with you after returning to Paris." Lawrence nodded. "Very good." Duke Choiseul licked his lips and patted Lawrence's shoulder with great approval. "I'm looking forward to your plan, Governor Bonaparte." Just as the two were talking in a low voice, the messenger at the door shouted again in a loud voice, "The Chief Justice of France, Marquis René Nicolas de Morp." This voice was much smaller than that of Duke Choiseul and Lawrence just now, so it did not attract much attention. But Lawrence and Duke Choiseul, who were talking, stopped at the same time and cast their eyes on a middle-aged man in a red robe and with a serious face at the door. Although he was a marquis, he was obviously out of tune with the nobles in the Palace of Versailles. This was not only reflected in his clothing, which did not wear stockings and high heels, but also in his bookish bureaucratic temperament. Chief Justice Morp walked into the Hall of Mirrors and meticulously returned the greetings of several nobles who greeted him. Then he went straight to the Duke of Richelieu and joined his conversation with Ambassador Burchula. Chief Justice Morp actually attended this banquet. Duke Choiseul frowned and muttered to himself with some displeasure. Lawrence looked at Duke Choiseul, but did not ask for Chief Justice Morp's information, because Chief Justice Morp was also a famous figure in history. In history, after Duke Choiseul fell and lost his political power, it was Chief Justice Morp who took over his position as the Prime Minister of France. However, he did not serve for too long, because Louis XV passed away in 1774, and he also stepped down. Of course, Chief Justice Morp is most famous for his suppression of the French High Court. In the French judicial system at that time, the High Court, especially the Paris High Court, was the final court of the entire system, and enjoyed great power in many matters, especially in taxation. Even the edicts issued by the king were only legally effective in the jurisdiction of each court, after they were formally recognized and issued by the High Court. It can be said that the High Court was at the forefront of the opposition to the royal power, and was the most direct means for the first and second classes to oppose reform. Therefore, the High Court became the most direct obstacle to France's fiscal reform. The decision made by the Versailles Court to levy taxes on the privileged class would be directly rejected by the High Court before it even left Paris. After taking over his father's position as the French Chief Justice, the Marquis of Morp, who once served as the president of the Paris High Court, suppressed the High Court in order to please Louis XV and consolidate the royal power. Although Morp's suppression work has achieved considerable results, it is a pity that after Louis XVI came to power in 1774, the king, who had just succeeded to the throne and whose political power was still weak, ordered the restoration of the power of the High Court and forced the then Chief Minister Morp to step down in order to prevent the protest of the High Court from expanding. Marquis Morp. This Chief Justice is on the opposite side of the Paris High Court. Lawrence glanced at the Duke of Choiseul, who looked a little ugly, and said aloud. The reason why the Duke of Choiseul disliked this Chief Justice was also very simple. At this time, Chief Justice Morp had already coveted the Duke of Choiseul's position, and the Paris High Court he suppressed was a staunch ally of the Duke of Choiseul. In 1762, the Duke of Choiseul, despite the king's opposition, forcibly supported the Paris High Court to pass a resolution to dissolve the Jesuits, which also made Louis XV at the time quite angry. Yes, although he has a noble title, he is actually a court noble. He was a centrist before, but now it seems that he has leaned towards Richelieu. Duke Choiseul stared at Chief Justice Morp, who was chatting and laughing with Duke Richelieu, biting his lip, and said, "The so-called court nobles are also called bureaucratic nobles and rogue nobles," referring to privileged groups like Chief Justice Morp who inherited their official positions. His position as Chief Justice was inherited from his father. Lawrence also frowned and said, his political power is not weak, especially his suppression of the Paris High Court, which probably makes him very popular with King Louis. Duke Choiseul looked at Lawrence with some surprise, nodded and said, "You are quite familiar with the political situation in Paris." Yes, he has a considerable position in the judicial system. After that, Duke Choiseul shook his head and added, "Humph, anyway, the High Court is on my side. If he wants to use the law against me, he must go through the High Court procedure. This is not a concern at all. It's just that his influence in King Louis and the aristocratic circle is really not low." Lawrence nodded in approval of Duke Choiseul's judgment. The main role of Chief Justice Morp is still in his influence and suppression of the Paris High Court. It is impossible for him to directly use the lawsuit to overthrow Duke Choiseul. However, both Duke Choiseul and Lawrence noticed that the Chief Justice appeared in the Hall of Mirrors today, and it was definitely not as simple as eating, drinking and having fun. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Lawrence and Duke of Choiseul looked at each other, and both saw suspicion of Duke Richelieu's faction from each other's frown. "Father, what are you looking at there, like a wooden stake?" At this time, Miss LV walked up angrily, poked Duke of Choiseul's back, and said with puffed lips, "It's rare for me to come to the Hall of Mirrors. Many sisters are here today, and I have to introduce you to them." For unmarried ladies like Miss LV, when interacting with people in such social occasions, they usually introduce their fathers to the other party, firstly to show their identity and family background, and secondly to show kindness and politeness. Okay, my little LV, I'll be right there. The Duke of Choiseul had no idea what to do with his arrogant daughter, and quickly took a glass of white wine from the silver tray of a passing waiter, and said quickly to Clarence, "Dear Clarence, you should also enjoy this banquet held for you. Let's put the matter of the Chief Justice aside for now. We don't have any intelligence anyway." Clarence nodded with a wry smile, watching the Duke of Choiseul being almost dragged aside by Miss LV. Before leaving, Miss LV looked at Clarence with great interest and said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Bonaparte, do you want to come and chat with me? My sisters are very interested in you. They all think you are a very good man." The Duke of Choiseul on the side pinched his nose and said unhappily, "Come on, they know that Clarence is a good man before they even say a word to him. These women only care about looks. If Judas was a handsome man, the women would definitely stand up for Judas." "Father," Miss LV said coquettishly, and poked the Duke of Choiseul's old waist mercilessly. Seeing this, Clarence smiled and shook his head, waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss LV, but I still want to take a look around here. After all, this is my first time in the Hall of Mirrors." "Ah, that's a pity. I wish you a happy banquet," Miss LV said a little disappointedly. At the same time, she glanced at Clarence shyly with the corner of her eye, and tiptoed to the Duke of Choiseul and said, "Father, you really should learn the manners of Mr. Bonaparte. I feel ashamed every time I bring you to my new sisters. It would be great if I could bring Mr. Bonaparte over. They will definitely be envious to death." "Hehe, little LV wants to get married? You are indeed not young anymore, but I have never found a suitable marriage partner before. If it weren't for the sake of making friends with Austria, I was going to let you marry Crown Prince Louis." Duke of Choiseul chuckled twice, looked at Clarence's back and said, "But I think Clarence is still lacking in status, but everything else is pretty good." "Father." "Shut up." Miss LV's face flushed, and she shyly turned her head to the side, and quickly pulled the Duke of Choiseul aside. Clarence, who was walking around in the Hall of Mirrors, naturally couldn't hear this conversation. After simply raising a toast to the guests present, Clarence also wanted to take a serious look at this pearl of the Palace of Versailles. The murals on this dome are really good. They should be painted of Louis XIV, right? Clarence stopped where he was, looked up at the 30 giant murals on the top of the Hall of Mirrors, and couldn't help but nod and sighed to himself. At this moment, an old but clear voice suddenly sounded behind Clarence, saying slowly, "You are right, Governor Bonaparte. In fact, this painting depicts the war scene of the former king's conquest of the Dutch lowlands. It is particularly noteworthy that in this series of murals, the painters did not deify the former king, but created him as a person. This is quite rare in court murals." Clarence did not turn his head, nor did he respond to these words. He was still looking up at the mural above his head, as if he had not heard it. The old voice continued, "If you know anything about painting, you will have noticed that the tones of these murals are green and cold, which forms a great contrast with the magnificent Hall of Mirrors, and is very eye-catching. The murals were painted by Charles Lebrun, the court painter of the late king. He once told me about his inspiration, but unfortunately I was very young at that time, and may not remember it clearly, but if you are interested, I can tell you about it." Clarence slowly lowered his head, but did not turn his head to look at the person who spoke. Instead, he faced the front, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency the Duke of Richelieu, but it's not necessary. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 The King Arrives. "Oh, I think Governor Bonaparte is very interested in painting," Duke Richelieu said to Clarence with a smile. He was still leaning on a cane, but no one was supporting him at this time. There were only him and Lawrence in this small area. Lawrence turned halfway around, picked up a glass of wine from a passing waiter, slowly took a sip of the wine, rubbed his throat and said, "I'm just a layman from Corsica. I don't have any talent for art, so I won't bother you to waste your words." As soon as the voice fell, Lawrence put the wine glass back on the waiter's tray and prepared to leave. Duke Richelieu immediately called Lawrence and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't have much interest in art, so why don't we talk about something we are both good at? For example." Lawrence said, frowning and glancing at the expression of Duke Richelieu. His faint smile made people feel that he seemed to be a really kind elder. For example, politics. The Duke of Richelieu took 2 steps forward with his cane and walked closer to Lawrence with great difficulty, then lowered his voice and said, "The last time we met was at the Paris Comedy Theatre, and you said at that time that you would carefully consider my proposal. I think this period of time is long enough. You should have considered it, right?" Lawrence frowned even more, and he couldn't figure out the Duke of Richelieu's intentions for a while. The Duke of Richelieu couldn't have been unaware that Lawrence had completely turned to the Duke of Choiseul, not to mention that Lawrence had directly beaten the Duke of Richelieu's grandson into a eunuch in a duel a few days ago. No matter how you look at it, the two sides are already incompatible and irreconcilable, but the Duke of Richelieu deliberately asked Lawrence about the result of his consideration at this moment, which is really puzzling. Considering the Duke of Richelieu's abnormal behavior, Lawrence did not refuse directly, but tried to test him. "Oh, so that's it. I thought you were going to mention your grandson. I haven't heard from him since the duel. Is he okay recently? How is his injury recovering?" The Duke of Richelieu's smile froze immediately, and even his peaceful eyes suddenly showed a hint of subtle ferocity. However, the Duke of Richelieu's concentration was also beyond ordinary people. After hearing Lawrence deliberately talking about something irrelevant, he only showed a moment of strangeness, and then quickly restored his kind expression and said calmly, "Are you talking about Falcone? He is still recovering from his injury. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know the specific situation. I will convey your concern to him." While the Duke of Richelieu was speaking, Lawrence was constantly observing his expression changes, and his facial changes that lasted less than half a second were also clearly captured by Lawrence. It turns out that he cares a lot about his own grandson. Although I don't know why he is so friendly to me, it is obvious that he can't let go of his hatred for me. After catching the Duke of Richelieu's instant change of expression, Lawrence could draw a conclusion in his heart with certainty. On the surface, Lawrence still pretended to be heartbroken. He covered his chest and sighed, saying, "That's good, that's good. Count Falconet's injury really worries me. We don't have to fight each other. I hope he can recover soon and devote himself to the field he loves again." The Duke of Richelieu's beard trembled with anger when he heard it, but he still suppressed his anger and said with a forced smile, "Let's put the matter of Falconet aside. Although he is my grandson, you defeated him in a fair duel after all. I won't say anything. But what do you think of the last proposal I just mentioned?" Lawrence did not rush to reply. After carefully observing the Duke of Richelieu's expression, he slowly said, "I told you at the time that your conditions did not seem to be very sincere, so I could only refuse." The Duke of Richelieu was not surprised to hear this. Instead, he smiled with control and said in a low voice, "You can actually think about it again. The terms drafted by Duke Choiseul, and you may soon be thrown into the trash." Lawrence glanced at Duke Richelieu without changing his expression and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you are talking about." Duke Richelieu did not explain, but smiled and shook his head, leaving a puzzling remark, "You will know soon, and I hope you will make the right choice then." "Will know soon." After hearing this, Lawrence immediately became alert to the words of the Duke of Richelieu. Combined with the Duke of Richelieu's special attendance at the banquet and the arrival of Chief Justice Mop, Lawrence gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, he came for me, and the Duke of Choiseul. Judging from his tone, he should take action after the banquet officially begins. There is no time to make any preparations in this short time, so let's wait and see what happens. After silently making up his mind, Lawrence didn't want to entangle with the Duke of Richelieu anymore. Anyway, he would definitely not get any valuable information from this old fox, so he said coldly, "If this is what you want to say, then I'm sorry to leave you." After that, Lawrence ignored the Duke of Richelieu and left directly. Not long after Lawrence left, Chief Justice Mop slowly walked over. He was obviously observing for a long time. Chief Justice Mop stood beside the Duke of Richelieu, staring at Lawrence not far away. After looking for a long time, he spoke. "So you told him? What is his attitude?" The smile on the Duke of Richelieu's face gradually faded, and then he shook his head and said coldly, "He looks determined to follow Choiseul, but it doesn't matter. After tonight, he will think carefully about who to join. I will trouble you to deal with him later." Chief Justice Mop nodded slightly, stared at Lawrence for a long time, shook his red robe and said, "I should be able to deal with such a young man, but I don't know why you think so highly of him." The Duke of Richelieu waved his hand with some disdain and said, "This Bonaparte himself is not important at all. The important thing is that he somehow got to know the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Although I know that Choiseul must have contributed to this, the relationship between this Bonaparte and the Crown Prince is progressing too fast." After that, the Duke of Richelieu glanced at Lawrence and said with a gloomy face, "To be honest, if I had known that he would have such a close relationship with the Crown Prince, I should have given him better conditions. But it doesn't matter. From tomorrow on, if he still wants to stand on Choiseul's side, then he and his little Corsica should get ready to get out of France." "Well, did that old bastard Richelieu tell you that?" After finishing the conversation with the Duke of Richelieu, Lawrence went straight to the Duke of Choiseul and repeated the content of the conversation to him. "It's really strange." Duke Choiseul shook his head in uncertainty and tried to analyze. His tone clearly shows that he wants to recruit you again. Under normal circumstances, he would not say such stupid things unless his brain is broken. Lawrence also added in approval, "But now there is a variable, which is the banquet tonight that Duke Richelieu mentioned." "Yes, and from what he meant." Duke Choiseul touched his chin, looked at Lawrence meaningfully, and said slowly, "It seems that he is determined that you will definitely stand on his side again, which means that the target he is about to attack must be closely related to your core interests." Lawrence also nodded twice in understanding that this was Duke Choiseul asking him to show his loyalty, so he shook his head and said, "But it is impossible for me to stand on Richelieu's side. Duke Richelieu will never completely let go of the matter of Count Falconet. Even if he temporarily resolves his grievances with me for political interests, in the end, if Duke Richelieu takes power, I will definitely not escape liquidation." After hearing this, the Duke of Choiseul showed a satisfied look, grabbed Lawrence's hand and said, "Your political awareness and sense of smell are really excellent, Governor Bonaparte. As long as you stand firmly by my side, I will also stand firmly by your side, no matter what tricks Richelieu will play. Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency." Lawrence nodded slightly. Then, "No matter what the old bastard wants to do, it must be centered around King Louis," the Duke of Choiseul said, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and said to Lawrence, "The time is almost up. King Louis will be here soon. I want to see what tricks Richelieu wants to play." Sure enough, within a few seconds after Duke Choiseul said this, the accompaniment music in the Hall of Mirrors suddenly changed style. Check out the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. The melodious waltz played by violins and orchestral instruments just now, which was still brisk and lively, suddenly turned into a magnificent epic music with horns and snare drums as the main instruments. It sounded magnificent and exciting. Upon hearing the change of music, Duke Choiseul and other nobles hurriedly stood up from their benches and carefully arranged their lapels. Many of them took out small mirrors like ladies and hurriedly took care of their messy wigs. Even the Duke of Richelieu, who had difficulty walking, immediately stood up with his cane. The nobles who stood up soon consciously and orderly lined up in two long queues on both sides of the Hall of Mirrors, waiting for the arrival of the newcomers. Although Lawrence was not familiar with the rules of the Palace of Versailles, from the scene, it was undoubtedly Louis XV and other royal family members who had arrived. Duke Choiseul was not as serious and nervous as the others. Instead, he patted Lawrence on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, young man, this is your first time to meet the king." Lawrence smiled and nodded. He didn't feel nervous at all. After all, Lawrence believed in the idea that kings and generals should be of different races, and the king was just an ordinary person who had power. As the drum beats and the music became increasingly dense, a neat sound of footsteps rang out at the door of the Hall of Mirrors, followed by a long and loud announcement with a long tail. His Majesty the King has arrived. The nobles who were closer to the door immediately lowered their heads humbly and obediently, only glancing at the door with the corner of their eyes. Most of the nobles behind them also looked at the entrance of the Hall of Mirrors with reverence. Walking in the front was an elderly man with slightly grey temples, but full of energy. His upper body was wrapped in a heavy blue robe embroidered with golden irises. On his shoulders was a bright white cloak with gold thread, and at the front of the cloak was a small pure gold cross. He wore thick white stockings and high-heeled shoes like the other nobles present, except that his boots were embroidered with royal symbols, the fleur-de-lis, just like his robe. No one was qualified to wear this outfit, except the current King of France, Louis XV. Louis XV, who was already 60 years old this year, still looked energetic, and seemed to be able to rule France for quite some time. Next to Louis XV was a beautiful woman holding his arm, the king's official mistress, Madame du Barry. Following behind Louis XV and Madame du Barry were Crown Prince Louis and Crown Princess Mary. The couple obviously did not get along very well, but walked together in a somewhat awkward manner with a superficial harmony. Further behind were some ordinary Bourbon royal family members, including Louis XV's several unmarried daughters who were still 34 years old, and Crown Prince Louis' two younger brothers, namely Louis XVIII and Charles X in history. Of course, among these royal family members, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly the current king. Louis XV had a pleasant and comfortable smile on his face. He first stood at the door and looked at the luxurious and magnificent Hall of Mirrors with satisfaction, and then walked towards his throne with a very steady and slow pace under the welcome of the nobles on both sides. On this corridor of less than 100 meters, Louis XV also walked and stopped to greet a noble on both sides. After walking 2 steps, "Oh, Richelieu, my old friend, I'm so happy to see you. How are you recently?" Louis XV caught a glimpse of the Duke of Richelieu in the crowd, and excitedly took 2 steps forward to hold the Duke of Richelieu's right hand, and greeted him with concern. "Everything is fine, Your Majesty." The Duke of Richelieu smiled lightly, and returned the greeting to Louis XV politely. "I'm glad to hear you say that." Louis XV nodded with a smile, and then looked at Chief Justice Morp next to the Duke of Richelieu and said, "Ah, the Marquis of Morp is here too. Not bad, not bad. Enjoy this wonderful time." "Yes, I will, Your Majesty." Chief Justice Morp lowered his head, and said quite respectfully. Lawrence, who witnessed this scene, frowned slightly and whispered to Duke of Choiseul, "It seems that Chief Justice Morp is indeed highly regarded by the king." Duke of Choiseul said without surprise, "Of course. After all, the Paris High Court has challenged the royal power more than once or twice, and Chief Justice Morp's behavior of suppressing the Paris High Court is naturally liked and supported by the king." If that's the case. Lawrence thought for a while, but frowned even more tightly, and then glanced at Chief Justice Morp, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, "I should be able to guess what the damn Duke of Richelieu is going to do." Chapter 171. The only ruler of Europe, Louis XV. Louis XV was filled with a warm and enthusiastic smile, shaking hands and greeting the nobles on both sides like a kind and generous grandfather. It can be seen that he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The 2 young people, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, had no interest in these tedious court activities. They followed Louis XV and waved to everyone without much interest. Soon, Louis XV walked slowly to Lawrence. Oh, Louis XV stopped in front of Lawrence and looked at Lawrence carefully with curiosity and surprise. Then the smile on his face became more intense, and even his eyes narrowed into a line. He nodded repeatedly and said, "A strange face that I have never seen in the Palace of Versailles, but such a handsome young man. I think I know who you are. Governor Bonaparte, right?" "Absolutely correct, Your Majesty." Lawrence bowed his head slightly, put his left hand on his right shoulder, and performed a simple knight's salute, and then looked up at his future monarch. Louis XV grinned twice, and looked into Lawrence's eyes. He seemed to see from his clear eyes that he was indeed a gentle and obedient minister. As for the unlimited ambition of the young man in front of him, Louis XV had not noticed it at the moment. Madame du Barry glanced at Clarence with some uneasiness and disgust, and kept smiling very reluctantly. She nodded to Clarence twice as a greeting. On the way to the Hall of Mirrors, Madame du Barry also heard what Clarence said about outstanding women at the door of the Hall of Mirrors. After learning that Clarence actually put the previous official mistress, Madame Pompadour, on a par with Joan of Arc, Madame du Barry's jealousy was completely aroused. After all, on weekdays, those nobles who flattered her around her praised her to the sky, and Madame du Barry was very ignorant to think that she was really much higher than Madame Pompadour, and thought that Clarence was deliberately belittling herself. Facing Madame du Barry's nod, Clarence bowed slightly and said calmly, "Good evening, ma'am." After seeing the king's favorite concubine with his own eyes, Clarence also admitted that she was indeed a beautiful woman with good looks. No wonder she could attract the attention of Louis XV. However, Clarence had no interest in observing other aspects of Madame du Barry. This was not because Clarence underestimated the enemy, but because Madame du Barry was different from her predecessor, Madame Pompadour. Her political ability was almost zero. She was obsessed with luxurious jewelry and palace decorations every day, and the political power and affairs were all managed by the Duke of Richelieu. Well, what Choiseul said is indeed true. He is indeed a young man who looks talented. Louis XV reached out and patted Clarence on the shoulder twice, nodded with a smile and said, "I have heard a lot about you recently. It is very interesting. I'm also looking forward to hearing you tell some of it in person later, at dinner." After hearing this, several nobles around immediately cast envious looks at Clarence. King Louis was inviting Clarence to dine at the same table with him later. Such an opportunity is not available to everyone. "I'm very happy to serve you." Clarence nodded his head and agreed without surprise. King Louis's pleasure was also within his expectations. Louis XV kept his eyes on Clarence for a few seconds, then looked at the Duke of Choiseul, shook hands with him and said, "Choiseul, my brother, I wish you a good night. I'm very satisfied with your recent work, but the old problems are still there. Stop being so hostile to Madame du Barry and the Duke of Richelieu, and stop advocating war against the British. I believe you can do it." Although the Duke of Choiseul seemed to be listening carefully, he obviously did not listen to what Louis XV said. As soon as Louis XV finished speaking, he said indifferently, "I will try my best, Your Majesty, and I wish you good health." After that, the Duke of Choiseul glanced at Madame du Barry with hostility. Seeing this, Louis XV sighed helplessly and said nothing to the Duke of Choiseul. Louis XV had intervened many times to mediate the struggle between the two factions, but such a struggle for interests was obviously not something he could suppress by using his position and power. Clarence at the side could not help but smack his lips when he saw this. It was estimated that there were only a few people in France who could talk so freely in front of King Louis, and judging from the reactions of the nobles around them, they were obviously used to it. After talking with Clarence and Duke of Choiseul, Louis XV was not so serious when talking to the nobles behind him. They basically just exchanged formal greetings. However, Crown Prince Louis stopped in front of Clarence, came up to Clarence excitedly, held Clarence's arms, and asked about his injuries with great concern. Crown Princess Mary also stopped where she was, nodded to Clarence with a smile, and lifted her skirt, then reluctantly pulled her husband back from Clarence, and whispered in German, "Okay, hurry up and move on. You are undermining the royal dignity, you know." "Well, okay, see you later, Clarence." Crown Prince Louis glanced at his two younger brothers who were blocked behind him, and quickly followed Louis XV's footsteps. Seeing this scene, the nobles around also looked at Clarence with admiration or fear, and kept the information that Clarence had a close relationship with the royal family in mind. After greeting everyone, Louis XV took the royal family members to his throne in the Hall of Mirrors, and gave a short speech to everyone, the content of which was also very cliched thanks for participating and enjoying themselves in time. Only a few sentences in the speech mentioned Clarence, the protagonist of the banquet, but this was enough to make the guests present look at Clarence with envy. After Louis XV's speech, the banquet officially began, and the accompaniment band's tunes returned to the melodious symphony. The guests sat down according to the seats arranged in advance according to their status. Clarence was invited by Louis XV to dine at the same long table with members of the royal family and several important officials including the Duke of Choiseul, the Duke of Richelieu, and the Grand Justice Morp. Louis XV sat in his seat, slowly shaking the brandy in the crystal glass, looking at the guests in front of him, and couldn't help but take a sip of the mellow aroma that filled the mirror hall, and said with joy, "Ah, what a wonderful evening. I hope you can all enjoy it, so please start eating." After that, Louis XV took the initiative to use the silver knife and fork to put a large piece of tender beef into his mouth, and uttered a satisfied hum. Clarence stuffed 2 grapes into his mouth and whispered to the Duke of Choiseul beside him, "I thought we had to pray before dining in the palace." The Duke of Choiseul shrugged, chewed the food in his mouth carelessly, and said inarticulately, "Sometimes, but the king doesn't like the style of those charlatans. Look, there is not even a bishop here today." Clarence nodded in understanding. It seems that the religious power of the church is indeed declining, and it has basically shifted to secular power. It is no wonder that the Papal States, which can be called the hegemon of the Apennines today, has weakened into a small Vatican City state in just a few decades, including the treatment of the Pope of the Roman Curia, starting with the current Clement XIV. It has become humiliating and displaced. His successor, Pius VI, was not only driven out of Rome many times, but also died humiliatingly in Napoleon's captivity. Pius VII, who came later, was not much better. He was first captured by Napoleon from Rome and taken to Paris to be forcibly crowned. During the ceremony, the famous scene of Napoleon taking the crown and crowning himself took place. Later, Pius VII, who felt humiliated, angrily excommunicated Napoleon. As a result, he was taken to the Vatican and imprisoned by Napoleon 2 months later. He was not released until Napoleon stepped down. Most of the subsequent popes also saw their power shrink due to the Italian unification movement. In the end, they not only lost their religious power, but also their secular power. They only existed as spiritual leaders. It seems that the barrel of a gun is much better than the scepter of God. Thinking of this, Clarence sighed to the Duke of Choiseul. Although Duke Choiseul didn't know why Clarence suddenly mentioned this, he nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, even though those charlatans say they can go to heaven every day, they are more afraid than women if you point a gun at them." The two of them chatted while tasting the royal dishes, and at the same time, observed the movements of Duke Richelieu and Chief Justice Morp. No matter what they were going to do, it must be done on this long table. Oh, right. Louis XV, with a slightly flushed face, put down his half-empty wine glass and leaned one arm directly on the table. He squinted his eyes and looked at Clarence, saying, "Just now I said I wanted to hear about Governor Bonaparte. I almost forgot. I'm a little curious about you. Why do you want to lead the people of Corsica to submit to me?" A correct version at 1619 book bar. Hearing the voice of Louis XV, the conversations at the table suddenly subsided. Everyone's eyes were focused on Clarence, waiting for his answer. Even the nobles at other tables pricked up their ears and secretly focused their attention here. Clarence was not flustered in the face of everyone's gaze, but slowly picked up the wine glass and put it to his lips, while quickly organizing some words in his mind. If this question was asked by the Duke of Choiseul, although the Duke of Choiseul would not ask such a stupid question, Clarence would definitely speak frankly, in order to seek the protection of France, to fight against the annexation threats of the Kingdom of Sardinia and Genoa. At the same time, joining the French market and customs union can also provide a good environment for Corsica's economic development. Finally, submitting to Louis XV can also bring huge personal benefits to Clarence himself. However, since this question was asked by Louis XV, Clarence had to think carefully about how to get a satisfactory answer from this king who was not interested in politics and was obsessed with the decadent court life. "Ah, your majesty." Clarence put down his wine glass with a smile, sat up straight, looked at Louis XV respectfully, and said loudly, "In fact, as long as you look at the courts of European countries, the answer will automatically arise in your mind." "Oh, what does this mean?" Louis XV became interested and asked drunkenly. "Among all the European countries, only you can be called an enlightened and benevolent monarch." Clarence said sincerely, Carlos III of Spain and Ferrand IV of Naples. Although they are from the Bourbon dynasty like you, the former is addicted to hunting, and the latter is incompetent. Carlo III of the Kingdom of Sardinia is even more ambitious. The governor of Venice Alvus IV is not enterprising. The Grand Duke of Tuscany Pietro is extremely mediocre. King George III of England is mentally ill. The Russian Tsar Catherine II is a woman. King Frederick II of Prussia is cynical. The nobles listened in amazement as Lawrence reported the names of the monarchs and their shortcomings one by one, and they almost wrote the word outrageous on their faces. Many of them have even dealt with these names in person, and they know that many of the monarchs in this list are rulers with great talents and strategies, but in Lawrence's mouth, they have become unworthy characters. However, Louis XV ignored the astonishment of the crowd, but listened with his eyes shining, and even absorbed in the conversation. He did not notice the soup on the table on his clothes. "So, your majesty," Lawrence said with a heartfelt look, "when I need to swear my loyalty to a monarch for the rest of my life, when I need to entrust the people of Corsica to a more talented monarch to govern, I think of you, the kind and generous and enlightened king, without any hesitation. I have seen that you, Louis XV, are the only great ruler in Europe." Louis XV looked at Lawrence with a smile. His head kept moving up and down, and he covered his chin and pondered, as if thinking about what to say next. Although the king did not say anything yet, everyone could see that King Louis was obviously very satisfied with this flattery. Although many people disdained Lawrence's blatant flattery, many smart people also found that King Louis really fell for Lawrence's tricks. Duke Choiseul frowned slightly and whispered to Lawrence, "I thought you had some profound ideas, but I didn't expect you to say such flattering words. Your Excellency, there is a saying in my hometown, which is to say people speak to people and ghosts speak to ghosts." Lawrence shook his head and whispered, "My identity combined with King Louis's identity determines what words will have the best effect. Your identity is true. No wonder." Duke Choiseul understood Lawrence's meaning in a flash, and nodded to Lawrence in surprise and appreciation. If any other ordinary noble said these words to Louis XV, the king would basically sneer at it. After all, Louis XV had seen this kind of flattery countless times in his life. But Lawrence is different. He is still a foreign ruler. Flattery from one ruler to another ruler will naturally make Louis XV particularly useful. But I'm afraid that many people will slander you as a flatterer in the future." Duke Choiseul joked. Lawrence shook his head and said, "Momentary fame is not important at all. I have decades to change the world's view of me." "Really? Then I'm looking forward to it." Duke Choiseul nodded meaningfully. Chapter 170 To the King's Generous Reward. While Lawrence was chatting quietly with Duke of Choiseul, King Louis also organized his words, looked at Lawrence with a smile on his face and said, "Ha ha ha, what an interesting answer. I completely understand what you mean. Governor Bonaparte, I want to say that you are also a wise ruler in Corsica. Especially I heard from Choiseul that you also have a talent in finance and taxation." Lawrence immediately exchanged glances with Duke of Choiseul after hearing this, knowing that Louis XV should be mentioning his position as the royal tax inspector, so he nodded and said, "It's not a talent, Your Majesty, I just have some experience." "Oh, don't be modest, Governor Bonaparte, I believe in Choiseul's vision." Louis XV waved his hand and said happily, "Come to think of it, the position of royal tax inspector has been vacant for a long time, and I'm looking for a suitable candidate." Duke Richelieu and Chief Justice Morp frowned slightly after hearing this. With their keen political sense, they almost immediately understood the purpose of Duke Choiseul arranging this identity for Lawrence. It seems that Bonaparte does not want to be limited to exerting influence only around the king. He also wants to directly intervene in the political situation in Paris. This may be a bit tricky. Chief Justice Morp analyzed quietly to Duke Richelieu beside him. Duke Richelieu looked a little ugly, but he still nodded in agreement, indicating that he agreed with Chief Justice Morp. If Bonaparte really gained a certain amount of political power, then with his special identity, he might become a big trouble for his side. Lawrence on the other side put on an expression of refusal, pretending to be very embarrassed and said, "Your Majesty, this is really a great responsibility." Louis XV stroked his slightly raised beard, waved his hand very heroically and said, "Don't refuse, Governor Bonaparte. I can't find another minister who is both talented and loyal." At this time, Chief Justice Morp suddenly interrupted and pointed his finger at Lawrence and said, "Please allow me to interrupt, Your Majesty. Governor Bonaparte is indeed an outstanding young man, but he is a foreigner after all. It is not appropriate to entrust such an important position to a foreigner." After the voice fell, several nobles of Richelieu's faction also nodded in agreement, and their opposition was written on their faces. Seeing this, Louis XV did not directly refute Chief Justice Morp, but smiled and turned his eyes back to Lawrence, indicating that he would answer it himself. Lawrence understood and said loudly, "Your Excellency, first of all, I want to say that His Majesty the King appoints a royal official, not a government official. As a government official, it is not appropriate for you to interfere in the appointment of royal officials, right?" Lawrence was only halfway through his words when Louis XV nodded repeatedly with great satisfaction. As a king, he naturally did not want the royal power to be restricted by the government and parliament, especially in the appointment of royal officials. Therefore, these words also touched the heart of Louis XV. As a staunch supporter of the royal power, Chief Justice Morp would naturally not make too strong an objection to Louis XV's decision. "Secondly, I want to ask, do you doubt my loyalty just because I'm a Corsican?" Lawrence then said, "If you follow your logic, our respected Duke of Choiseul was born in Lorraine, and Lorraine was still a territory of the Holy Roman Empire at that time. Do you want to say that Duke of Choiseul is also a foreigner, and therefore cannot be reused by His Majesty?" You Chief Justice Morp stared, and was immediately speechless. After a long while, he couldn't think of a suitable argument. Although it is well known that the Choiseul faction and the Richelieu faction are incompatible, Louis XV does not like the struggle between the two. Therefore, Chief Justice Morp certainly cannot follow Lawrence's words in front of Louis XV to attack Duke of Choiseul personally, which will only cause Louis XV's disgust. If he admits that Duke of Choiseul should be reused, it will also be what Lawrence wants. After all, Duke of Choiseul was not only born in the Holy Roman Empire, but also served in the Austrian court and army for decades. Such a foreigner could become an important official of France, so what's wrong with Lawrence being a royal tax inspector? The nobles around him couldn't help but smack their lips after figuring out Lawrence's words. It seemed that there was a reason why this young man was valued by the Duke of Choiseul and Louis XV. The Duke of Richelieu at the table looked at Louis XV's red cheeks, then patted Chief Justice Morp's thigh twice, indicating that he should not obstruct this matter. King Louis seemed to have made up his mind. After receiving the Duke of Richelieu's signal, Chief Justice Morp had to glance at Lawrence with resentment, snorted, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair, indicating that he had nothing to say. Louis XV could not help but feel proud. Seeing that his will was implemented smoothly made him very satisfied, so he said loudly to Lawrence, "Very good, Governor Bonaparte. Although it is not very formal, I hereby appoint you as the royal tax inspector. You will be responsible for inspecting all legal taxes on my land in my name. Someone will come to explain your duties to you later." "It's my honor, Your Majesty," Lawrence responded with his head down. As Louis XV's voice of decree fell, the eyes of the nobles in the Hall of Mirrors looked at Lawrence with more solemnity, and they whispered, "Doesn't this mean that Governor Bonaparte also has real power in Paris?" "That's hard to say. The position of royal tax collector has been vacant for a long time. Although nominally he has the power to supervise the collection of taxes throughout the country, this power has hardly been used. It is basically a nominal title. But this young man might really use this power. With the support of the Duke of Choiseul, he certainly won't be afraid of offending other forces." Well, it's hard to draw a conclusion. In any case, the position of royal tax collector is high enough in status and position. It is already at the level of Minister of State. The king is really generous. I think this is just a consolation prize for Bonaparte to surrender. No matter what the different nobles thought of this matter, one thing they could not deny was that this young outsider had grown from a subordinate of the Duke of Choiseul to a political figure that could not be ignored in the city of Paris. After Louis XV announced the appointment, he still looked unsatisfied. He stared at Lawrence with a gentle gaze, as if he had something to say. Duke Choiseul also noticed this detail, smiled twice, and whispered to Lawrence, "This should only be a reward for your submission to him." Your contribution in saving the crown prince should be counted separately. Lawrence nodded slightly. He had talked with Duke Choiseul beforehand and knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, this reward would be a title of Earl in name only. So Lawrence reached into his pocket and took out the transfer agreement signed by Ambassador Burchula. For Lawrence, a dispensable title was naturally not the best reward result, and what could make Louis XV change his mind was this piece of hard paper that still exuded the scent of ink. Louis XV also noticed Lawrence's action and curiously asked, "Oh, Governor Bonaparte, what is this?" Lawrence slowly stood up under the gaze of everyone, knelt on one knee in front of Louis XV, held the agreement horizontally in front of him with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, since you have appointed me to an official position, I have officially become your subject from now on. As a subject, I'm obviously not qualified to hold it, so I must present it to you." The guests in the Hall of Mirrors immediately focused their attention on the paper tube in Lawrence's hand and guessed the content inside with excitement and confusion. In an inconspicuous corner, Baron Burchula stared at the agreement in Lawrence's hand in a daze. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the one he had signed and handed to Lawrence a few hours ago. Wait. Baron Burchula suddenly realized something. His pupils shrank, and he couldn't help talking to himself. So that's it. No wonder I was asked to draft a treaty immediately, and specifically asked to transfer the sovereignty of St. Kitts to him personally instead of the Corsican government. Louis XV stood up with great interest. He also heard that Lawrence meant to give him the paper roll in his hand as a gift. In all these years, those who presented gifts to the king mostly presented rare treasures or exquisite crafts. It was extremely rare for someone like Lawrence to kneel on one knee holding a roll of paper. Louis XV left his seat, walked to Lawrence, picked up the transfer agreement himself, and read it with relish. "What is this?" Louis XV took a quick look and immediately showed a surprised and puzzled expression. Lawrence immediately explained, "A correct version of the book is available on 16:9. Your Majesty, as you can see, I'm about to take over the sovereignty of a piece of land in the Kingdom of Britain, but as a subject I'm not qualified to have the sovereignty of land, so I must offer you everything on this island of St. Kitts. You will accept all its rights on my behalf." "Hiss, you mean, you want to give me an island owned by the British?" Louis XV's eyes instantly ignited with a fiery look. As a king, he really had never accepted such a gift. Although Louis XV had no idea where this island of St. Kitts was located, how big it was, and how many people were on it, he was surprised to be able to make the hateful British lose face and take an island from them openly. Moreover, even though he was a monarch who was intoxicated with court life, he was still a king and had a natural tendency to expand territory. "Yes." Lawrence bowed his head and emphasized, "As long as you nod, St. Kitts will belong to the Bourbon royal family for generations." The guests in the room only realized after hearing Lawrence's words that he was actually going to give the king an entire island as a gift. "This is really..." Louis XV took the document and read it several times in amazement, then turned his head excitedly and asked Duke Choiseul, "By the way, Choiseul, where is St. Kitts Island? What kind of island is it?" "Ah, Your Majesty." Duke Choiseul smiled respectfully and said slowly, "This is an island located in the Pearl Islands of the Caribbean Sea. You know, the rich Pearl Islands. We also have several colonies there. Most of the sugar cane eaten by the French comes from there. St. Kitts Island is just like those islands. It is a small island suitable for growing sugar cane. So that's it." Louis XV nodded in sudden enlightenment and looked at the desserts sprinkled with white sugar on the banquet table. It seemed that the delicious white sugar on them came from St. Kitts Island. Duke Richelieu sat in his original position with a frown on his face, saying nothing. Although he knew that St. Kitts was a volcanic island with a population of less than 1,000, King Louis was obviously in high spirits, and it was inappropriate to say such a spoiling word at this time, especially since Duke Choiseul did not deceive King Louis, but just avoided the main point. "Get up quickly, Governor Bonaparte." Louis XV waved and called a waiter, handed the precious transfer agreement to the waiter, indicating that he should keep it properly, and then personally smiled and helped Lawrence up and said, "It's a complete surprise. Tell me, how can I compensate you for your loss?" "Your Majesty, you are too polite. This is my duty." Clarence slowly stood up and said humbly. The smile on Louis XV's face became even stronger. He patted Clarence's shoulder and asked him to return to his seat. Then he sat back, put his hands on the table, and looked at Clarence in thought. The Hall of Mirrors fell into silence, and everyone was curious about how King Louis would repay Clarence's gift. Louis XV also knew that everyone was waiting for his response. He wanted to make his reputation for generosity resound throughout the court, so today he specially prepared to confer the title of Count of France on Clarence in recognition of his heroic act of sacrificing his life to save the crown prince some time ago. But now it seems that just a count's title cannot match Clarence's contribution. After pondering for a moment, Louis XV suddenly waved and called Crown Prince Louis over and whispered something in his ear. The Crown Prince immediately showed joy after hearing this, turned his head towards Clarence, and then couldn't help nodding excitedly. Duke Richelieu and Chief Justice Morp witnessed this scene. The two looked at each other and had a bad premonition. As Prince Louis returned to his seat, King Louis cleared his throat twice and said loudly, "Well, Governor Bonaparte, let's put aside the matter of St. Kitts for now. I was deeply moved by your heroic rescue a few days ago. Just for this reason, I must express my gratitude." After that, Louis XV nodded to Prince Louis and announced, "I have decided to appoint you as the first attendant of the Crown Prince. I hope that your passion to save the Crown Prince that day will allow you to assist him more wholeheartedly." King Louis's loud voice echoed in the Hall of Mirrors, and the guests in the room focused their eyes on Clarence in disbelief. If the royal tax inspector just now had only status but no power, then the position of the first attendant of the crown prince was low in status, but huge in power, and the two complemented each other perfectly. Even Duke Choiseul looked at Clarence with admiration, thinking that the exchange of St. Kitts for this kid was really a big profit. Everyone knows that, although the current king looks energetic, he is already 60 years old. For at most 10 years, the young fat crown prince on the table will rule France. As long as Louis XVI succeeds to the throne, no matter who the first attendant is, his political future will undoubtedly be bright. Even if the new king does not value him, his treatment will basically not be much worse. Therefore, in this case, being able to become the first attendant of the crown prince is something that many people dream of. While Clarence calmly accepted King Louis's appointment, he smiled bitterly in his heart and thought, if I were in my hometown, I would be considered a prince's groom. Chapter 173, Lee Faction's Great Victory. The banquet in the Hall of Mirrors had already been over for 3 rounds, and most of the guests had a light blush on their faces, just like King Louis. The servants in the back garden brought ladders to light the coal lamps in the garden one by one. Under the orange light, the flowers and leaves swaying in the evening breeze were also reflected in the Hall of Mirrors together with the light, making the guests seem to be in the back garden. Of course, at this moment, there were probably not many people in the Hall of Mirrors who could calm down and appreciate this wonder. They were still shocked by King Louis' generous reward to Clarence. The faces of the Duke of Richelieu and Chief Justice Mop were particularly ugly. They both knew that with the blessing of the two identities of the royal tax inspector and the first attendant of the crown prince, that Bonaparte was no longer an object that they could manipulate and calculate. Although Clarence's power and background were still negligible compared to the Duke of Richelieu, the Duke of Richelieu also admitted that he had to take this kid seriously in the future. By the way, Chief Justice Mop curled his lips and whispered with a little worry, this shouldn't have any impact on the plan later, right? Duke Richelieu secretly observed Louis XV's expression, then shook his head slightly and said, it shouldn't, and if that Bonaparte kid knows what's good for him, his two identities might be useful to us. I hope so. Chief Justice Mop nodded gently. You really made a good deal. This is much more useful than a nominal count. Duke Choiseul on the other side also smiled and whispered to Clarence. Now, the relationship between the two is not just about negotiating a treaty for Corsica to submit to France. Clarence's close relationship with the royal family alone is enough to make Duke Choiseul pay attention to him. To be honest, I didn't expect King Louis to be so generous. Clarence shook his head twice and said, I think it's not just because of generosity. Although the king is not good at governing the country, he is not completely ignorant of politics. Duke Choiseul restrained his smile and said seriously, I'm afraid he really saw your talent and loyalty, and hoped that you could become the right-hand man of the future king, so he specially appointed you as the first attendant of the crown prince. You should know that there are many positions of the same level, and the king must have other intentions in choosing this position. Lawrence also nodded in agreement with Duke Choiseul's opinion. After all, Louis XV must have known that he didn't have many years left, and the current crown prince was only 16 years old. This age is a time for those ambitious monarchs to start to show their talents, but the current crown prince is obviously not that kind of monarch, and has not shown any special talents so far. Louis XV should also be worried about this grandson with a weak political foundation, and want to take advantage of his reign to finalize a team of assistants for him. Although Lawrence was very close to the Duke of Choiseul, in Louis XV's view, Lawrence had just arrived in France. He did not form a huge interest group like the Duke of Choiseul and the Duke of Richelieu. Therefore, it was safe to put such a person next to the crown prince. Then I will become the future minister of the orphan. Lawrence smiled bitterly and joked with the Duke of Choiseul. That's far from it. The Duke of Choiseul laughed twice and said, the king probably just wants you to assist him as the crown prince's attendant. After all, your act of saving the crown prince at the cost of your life has proved your loyalty. Lawrence smiled and shrugged, but did not reply. He just silently said in his heart, then I'm afraid I will disappoint this old king. The singing and dancing in the Hall of Mirrors continued. Although the dishes at the royal banquet were extremely rich and delicious, no guest who could sit here should come for the food. King Louis was the same. His attention was not on the feast on the table. Instead, he was smiling and chatting with the guests at the long table. Soon, after finishing his chat with the Duke of Richelieu, King Louis turned his gentle gaze to the Chief Justice Mort next to him. This staunch defender of the royal power left a deep impression on King Louis, and his behavior was also supported and praised by Louis XV. By the way, Marquis Mort, I don't see you very often in the Palace of Versailles. Louis XV asked with a smile. Why did you suddenly think of coming to the banquet today? Chief Justice Mort nodded, and was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his greasy mouth, and then said respectfully, I'm busy with official duties on weekdays, so I don't have many opportunities to come at your majesty's invitation. This time, I have to leave Paris for a while, so I took the opportunity to come and bid farewell to your majesty. As soon as Chief Justice Mort finished speaking, Lawrence and Duke Choiseul opposite him looked at each other vigilantly. At a critical stage when the struggle between Choiseul and Richelieu entered a fierce stage, neither of them believed that Chief Justice Mort would choose to leave Paris at this point. Duke Choiseul felt something was wrong. As far as he knew, there was no business outside of Paris that required Chief Justice Mort to deal with personally. Local affairs were naturally handled by local judicial institutions. Louis XV did not notice these details, but asked casually, is it because of official business? How long will you be gone? Chief Justice Mort lowered his head and said, yes, I may be away for a few months. Duke of Choiseul touched his chin, thought for a while with a bad face, and took the initiative to speak tentatively. Oh, Your Excellency, is there any urgent matter in the local area that requires you to leave for a few months? The Paris Palace of Justice will be in chaos without you. Chief Justice Mort turned his head to look at Duke of Choiseul, his eyes full of amusement, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with pride. He said slowly, you should know about what happened some time ago. I expelled all 15 appellate judges of the Dijon High Court in Burgundy because of the various misconducts they committed. Yes, of course I know. Duke of Choiseul stared at Chief Justice Mort fiercely and nodded heavily. It has been a while since Chief Justice Mort dismissed all the appellate judges of the Dijon High Court. This action was tacitly approved by the king at the time, so Duke Choiseul had no way to interfere, and could only allow this act of suppressing the High Court to happen. The Dijon High Court has been shut down for several months now. Although I don't like those selfish, arrogant, corrupt oligarchic judges, without them, the judicial system in Burgundy is indeed difficult to operate. Chief Justice Mort looked at King Louis and said emotionally, so I need to go to Dijon in person to investigate the local judicial environment and write a report, and at the same time personally select a group of qualified appellate judges to take office. So that's it. King Louis nodded in tacit approval and didn't take it to heart. Duke Choiseul and Clarence obviously heard something wrong. Duke Richelieu and Chief Justice Morp must have known that the High Court was a loyal ally of Duke Choiseul. Duke Choiseul could tolerate Chief Justice Morp suppressing the High Court at the behest of the king, but he would never allow Chief Justice Morp to replace all the High Courts in a region with his own people. Once such a gap is opened, it will be difficult to clean up later. Chief Justice Morp knew that Duke Choiseul would not tolerate such behavior, but he still deliberately mentioned it in front of the king, which made Clarence and Duke Choiseul immediately alert. There is something fishy. Clarence bumped Duke Choiseul's thigh and reminded him softly. Although the Duke of Choiseul also saw this, he still shook his head and said, "It should be, but I can't allow him to abolish the members of the Dijon High Court." So, the Duke of Choiseul looked at Chief Justice Morp and quickly thought of a wonderful reason to rebut, and said loudly, "Excuse me, Your Excellency, as the Chief Justice of France, your authority is limited to judicial and legislative aspects. As for the appointment of bureaucrats, this seems to be beyond your authority." King Louis listened. Although he knew that what the Duke of Choiseul said made sense, he was still a little displeased. After all, Chief Justice Morp's approach was in line with the interests of the royal power, so he signaled the Duke of Choiseul to make an exception this time. "Okay, Choiseul, I know the appointment of these judges should be your responsibility, but this time you have to leave Paris for a few months, and there are still many things in Paris that need your attention. I think I should let Chief Justice Morp complete this task. Your Majesty, Your Excellency." A perfect version at the 1619 book bar. If it were anyone else, they would have compromised immediately after hearing the king speak like this, but a tough minister like the Duke of Choiseul had no intention of backing down, and said directly in a stern voice, "A Chief Justice directly appoints an appellate judge of the High Court. This behavior has no legal basis and is illegal. If this kind of thing gets out, wouldn't it make other countries laugh at our French judicial system as a joke?" Hearing the Duke of Choiseul's unyielding words, the nobles present also sighed and shook their heads, feeling that he was the only one who could speak to the king in this way. Louis XV frowned, thinking about how to refute the Duke of Choiseul. However, Chief Justice Morp was not displeased at all when he heard the Duke of Choiseul's rebuke. Instead, his smile became even more intense. He said before Louis XV, "This is indeed a little inappropriate, but Your Excellency, I also consider that the burden on your shoulders is too heavy, and I want to share some of it with you." Humph. Duke of Choiseul snorted coldly without appreciation. Knowing that Chief Justice Morp was just flattering, he said bluntly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I can handle it." Chief Justice Morp did not show any surprise, but instead exchanged a proud look with Duke of Richelieu. This feeling of being calculated made Duke of Choiseul very uncomfortable, but he did not know what Chief Justice Morp was doing, and why he deliberately proposed a plan that would definitely be rejected by him. Clarence next to him looked at Chief Justice Morp without saying a word. Although he had vaguely guessed the other party's intention, he had no means to counter Chief Justice Morp at this moment. After a few seconds of silence, Chief Justice Morp suddenly looked at King Louis and said sincerely, "Your Majesty, although I believe that Duke Choiseul can handle these matters with his ability, his burden is indeed too heavy, especially if he has to go to Dijon instead of me. Many things will be delayed, such as, for example." Louis XV frowned and asked. Chief Justice Morp cleared his throat twice, looked at Clarence meaningfully, and said in a deep voice, "For example, the treaty that His Excellency the Duke is negotiating with Governor Bonaparte will be delayed." Duke Choiseul then realized that Chief Justice Morp's purpose was not to go to the Dijon High Court. Once Duke Choiseul took over the affairs of inspecting Burgundy and appointing judges of the Dijon High Court, his negotiation with Clarence would inevitably be suspended, at least during the time he was away. King Louis naturally did not want to see this situation. "Well, that's right." Louis XV rubbed the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Then he said, "I don't want this matter to be delayed too long. I believe Governor Bonaparte thinks so too." Clarence nodded expressionlessly and said, "Of course, Your Majesty." Chief Justice Morp and Duke of Richelieu both showed a bit of success on their faces, and Chief Justice Morp said immediately, "If necessary, I would be happy to share this part of the affairs with Duke Choiseul. As a Chief Justice, I think I'm no less capable than Duke Choiseul in the compilation of legal treaties." King Louis also smiled, obviously favoring Chief Justice Morp, and said, of course, your ability is obvious to all. So Choiseul, what do you think? Let Chief Justice Morp negotiate the treaty with Governor Bonaparte. Duke Choiseul could not help biting his lips tightly. King Louis had obviously only given him two choices, either to allow Chief Justice Morp to insert his hand into the High Court, or to hand over the negotiation of the treaty with Clarence to him. Chief Justice Morp saw that Duke Choiseul was still hesitating, and mocked him. What's the matter, Your Excellency? It's not that you have exclusive power to negotiate with the governor of Corsica, right? Duke Choiseul glanced at Chief Justice Morp coldly, then sighed softly, and said to Clarence, I'm sorry, Governor Bonaparte, the High Court is an ally I cannot lose. I understand. Clarence nodded without surprise. Duke Choiseul took a deep breath, nodded to King Louis and said, I understand, Your Majesty. I will send someone to connect the existing negotiation process with Chief Justice Morp. Very good, very good. Louis XV's face was full of satisfaction, and he said happily. The Duke of Richelieu and Chief Justice Morp also had smiles on their faces, and regarded this confrontation as a great victory in the struggle between the two factions. They not only completely cut off the possibility that the Duke of Choiseul would use the Corsica surrender incident to increase the king's trust, but also grasped Clarence, the rising political star, in their hands. Since they have taken over the negotiations with Clarence, the two of them naturally think that they have already grasped Clarence's fate in their hands. As the party involved, Clarence sat there without saying a word, as if their confrontation had nothing to do with him. Louis XV. It seems that the king who can stay on the throne for 55 years must not be a fool. This is a good calculation. Clarence glanced at the smiling Louis XV, and slowly said to himself, Chapter 174 A big gift for the Paris financial community. Bang. The mahogany cue hit the cue ball hard with a loud bang, but the cue ball missed its target and hit the edge of the table. The cue ball almost bounced off the edge of the table, because it was hit too hard. It's a very powerful shot, Your Excellency, but it's a pity that the accuracy is a little off. The noble who was playing billiards with Duke Choiseul said regretfully, and then coated his cue with lime powder, and prepared to start hitting the ball. Duke Choiseul took a deep breath and shook his head twice, as if he wanted to get rid of all the unhappiness in his heart, but this action only made him more irritated. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. Who can finish this game for me? Duke Choiseul sighed and said, then he directly handed the cue to a noble beside him, walked away from the billiard table, and found Clarence who was thinking on a bench in the corner of the billiard room. The banquet in the Hall of Mirrors had ended for half an hour. Both Clarence and Duke of Choiseul had to admit that they were tricked by Chief Justice Morp, or rather, by Chief Justice Morp and King Louis. It was for this reason that Duke of Choiseul was extremely irritable, and even his beloved billiards could not calm him down. As a self-willed minister, it was difficult for Duke of Choiseul to accept the feeling of being manipulated by others. Clarence did not have any special emotions about this. Political struggles were like real sword duels, with both offense and defense. If Duke Richelieu's faction could only passively accept the suppression of Duke of Choiseul, they would not become a headache for Duke of Choiseul. Alas, I really envy you for being so calm, Governor Bonaparte. Duke Choiseul sighed, and shook his head, sat directly next to Clarence, crossed his legs and said, damn Mop, he actually did such a thing. The most important thing is that the king also supports him, otherwise his little tricks are not enough. This Chief Justice Mop is really smart. Clarence recalled the banquet just now, and analyzed it carefully. The two options he put forward for you are what the king is happy to see, and they will naturally get the support of King Louis. Two options? What's the benefit of handing over the negotiations to Chief Justice Morp? Duke Choiseul was stunned for a moment, perhaps because he was in a bad mood, and he didn't react to the interest relationship for a while. Clarence then patiently explained, King Louis probably doesn't want me to get too close to you. He hopes that I can simply get close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince without being affected by your struggle with the Duke of Richelieu. That makes some sense. Duke Choiseul frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded to admit that what Clarence said made sense. Since Louis XV has appointed Clarence as the first attendant of the Crown Prince, he certainly hopes that Clarence can serve the royal family wholeheartedly instead of getting involved in the party struggles between the two factions. In this way, King Louis will be pleased to entrust the signing of the treaty to Chief Justice Mop, a solid defender of the royal power. However, I think your position is still very firm, Governor Bonaparte. Duke Choiseul turned his head and looked at Clarence and asked. Clarence also nodded twice solemnly, indicating that he would still stand on the side of Duke Choiseul. Although Clarence would gain further trust from King Louis if he took the initiative to get out of this storm of struggle, Clarence still needs to use the authority of Duke Choiseul to seek benefits for himself and Corsica. Although improving relations with the royal family is a sure win investment, in that case, Clarence may have to wait until Louis XVI ascends the throne to get real returns, and Clarence obviously can't wait that long. After receiving Clarence's affirmative answer, Duke Choiseul nodded with satisfaction, sighed and said, the role of Chief Justice Mop is actually very similar to yours. Although he supports Duke Richelieu, he also has close relations with the royal family. Clarence then analyzed, so it seems that Chief Justice Mop is not completely on the side of Duke Richelieu, right? He is really on the side of the royal family. If Chief Justice Mop was just a subordinate of Duke Richelieu, then Louis XV would not be able to safely agree to transfer the treaty to him to complete. Because this would only make Clarence change from leaning towards Duke Choiseul to leaning towards Duke Richelieu. Judging from today's results, Chief Justice Mop is likely to have only maintained a loose cooperative relationship with Duke Richelieu, and he did not get too close to Duke Richelieu. Duke Choiseul nodded and said, although I don't know their specific situation, it is true in theory. The combined status and power of Chief Justice Mop is not inferior to that of Duke Richelieu. He will definitely not be willing to be a pawn for Richelieu. Moreover, there is a conflict of interest between them. Both of them covet my position. They should just cooperate to deal with me. If that's the case, it may be our opportunity. Clarence tapped his head twice and said slowly. After hearing this, Duke Choiseul's slightly decadent and irritable eyes immediately showed a glimmer of light. After thinking for a while, he whispered, yes, it is indeed a good opportunity. Let's discuss this after we return to Paris. After all, there are many people here. After confirming the united front of the two and the general direction of progress, Duke Choiseul finally recovered from the defeat in the previous confrontation. Clarence asked casually, by the way, when are you going to Dijon? Now Duke Choiseul is Clarence's biggest and most direct political backer. If he leaves Paris, Clarence is also very self-aware and knows that with the political power of a foreigner who has just arrived, it will be difficult to resist the targeting of Duke Richelieu's faction. Duke Choiseul saw Clarence's worry, patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, I have hundreds of reasons to delay this matter for a year or two. Even if I go, I won't stay there for too long. I will deal with this matter after you return to Corsica. I should stay in Paris for a while. Clarence continued. Oh, is there anything else to deal with? Duke Choiseul asked casually. In addition to the negotiation of the treaty, it is basically the listing and operation of the Corsica National Silver Company on the Paris Stock Exchange. Clarence nodded, as if he mentioned this matter intentionally or unintentionally. Duke Choiseul also immediately understood what Clarence meant. Assisting the National Silver Company to be listed on the Paris Stock Exchange was the content of the contract between the two, so he smiled and said, don't worry about this. I have invited people from the bank and the stock exchange to have lunch. You can just pick a suitable time. It seems that your face is really useful. Clarence smiled and shook his head. After silently calculating the time, he said, my idea is the sooner the better. The sooner the better? Well, then we will rest in Versailles for a day tomorrow and return to Paris tomorrow night. Duke Choiseul shrugged and said, stood up and straightened his clothes, then said goodbye to the others in the billiard room in a swift and resolute manner, and left the palace of Versailles with Clarence. The morning of June 8, 1770. Yesterday evening, Clarence returned to Paris with Duke Choiseul and his men. After sending Clarence and his party to the mansion on the Champs-Élysées, the Duke of Choiseul left and said that he would send someone to invite Clarence to the mansion before lunch today. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and Clarence and his men were enjoying their hearty breakfast in the dining room of the mansion. Although Grosso and Jan had been in Paris for some time, the fragrant cream stew on the table still made the two people who had eaten simple meals for decades unable to help but gobble it up. Anna was studying French and aristocratic etiquette hard during this period. Even at breakfast time, she had a private tutor accompany her to point out any problems in her dining etiquette at any time. It can be seen that this humble girl is also trying her best to serve Lawrence. Lawrence didn't have much appetite. Anyway, there was a more hearty meal waiting for him at noon, so at this moment he was just drinking coffee while casually reading today's newspaper brought by the old butler. I have to say that those newspapers are really well informed. Lawrence glanced through the morning paper and shook his head with emotion. I just accepted the king's appointment the day before yesterday, and this matter was reported in the newspaper today. Hehe, isn't this a good thing? Grosso smiled from the bottom of his heart. He also knew the principle that rising water lifts all boats. The more Lawrence's power is promoted, the more rewards he will get. After saying that, Grosso couldn't help but look at Lawrence a few more times. Who would have thought that this rising star in Paris was just a poor little noble who took refuge with his relatives when he first met him 2 years ago. Anna also stared at Lawrence shyly and respectfully for a long time and didn't even notice that her cheeks were slightly red. Her private tutor, a conservative middle-aged woman, stood behind her with a cold face and said seriously, "Miss Celestia, please don't keep staring at others at the dinner table. It's not polite. Read the correct version in 16:9 book bar." "Ah, sorry, I'll pay attention." Anna quickly retracted her gaze, but her face flushed even more. Just as everyone's breakfast was coming to an end, the old housekeeper of the mansion suddenly came to report, "Mr. Bonaparte, 2 guests came to visit. They claim to be members of the Royal Academy of Sciences. One is Mr. Lavoisier and the other is Mr. Guter." "Lavoisier and Guter? They came at a good time, saving me from having to make another trip later." Lawrence stood up somewhat unexpectedly. It seemed that the two were well informed and knew that he had returned to Paris last night, so he ordered, "Please invite them to the reception room. I'll be there right away." After a while, Lawrence met Lavoisier and Guter, 2 famous scholars, in the reception room again. Both of them were wearing grey-black dresses and wigs, and they were obviously dressed up carefully for this visit. And Mr. Guter had a brown paper bag tightly tucked under his armpit, and the content inside should be the report on the Ajaccio silver mine that Lawrence wanted. As soon as Lawrence walked into the living room, the two of them stood up and greeted him respectfully in unison. "Good morning, Mr. Bonaparte." "Good morning, gentlemen." Lawrence greeted them with a smile, then asked them to sit down quickly and signaled the servants to bring snacks and hot tea. Mr. Guter, the mentor, spoke first and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to bother you so early, Mr. Bonaparte. Or should I call you Mr. Tax Inspector now? You are well informed, but there is no need to say that. Just call me by the old name." Lawrence smiled and shook his head. He also realized that Mr. Guter's attitude was much more respectful after learning about Lawrence's new identity. Although Lavoisier was not as snobbish as Guter, he looked at Lawrence with a more solemn look and took the initiative to say, "By the way, Mr. Bonaparte, I have submitted your application for joining the Royal Academy of Sciences, but the final committee vote is not something that I and Mr. Guter can influence." "No problem, no problem. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Lavoisier. Correspondingly, your request for the expansion of the tax farming area will be responded to soon." Lawrence smiled with great satisfaction. Lavoisier nodded, very relieved after hearing this. He knew that Lawrence could help him achieve his request to expand the tax farming area without relying on the Duke of Choiseul. After all, the Royal Tax Inspector nominally has the power to supervise the tax officials. As long as Lawrence takes the time to go to the Paris Tax Farming Bureau to say hello, the tax officials will not even give him this face. In this way, the transaction between Lawrence and Lavoisier has come to a temporary end. Although Lawrence had a strong desire to recruit this chemical genius, the focus of the next step was still on Mr. Guter, the famous mineralogist. Seeing Lawrence turn his eyes to himself, Mr. Guter quickly handed the paper bag to Lawrence and said with a very bright smile, "Haha, Mr. Bonaparte, I have fulfilled your request. I have compiled the report on the Ajaccio silver mine you requested." Lawrence nodded twice lightly, took the paper bag, and took out the report inside, and flipped through it casually. Although Lawrence only gave 10 days, Mr. Guter obviously spent a lot of thought on this report. The paper alone was made of fine hard parchment, and the text on it was printed after special typesetting. Although Lawrence did not understand mineralogy and was not very clear about the various terms and calculations in the report, he believed that Mr. Gita must have beautified the data of this silver mine several times according to his requirements. So Lawrence turned to the end of the report, the page with the signatures of scholars. For non-professionals, the authoritativeness of a report depends on whether its author is a well-known scholar. There was not only the signature of academician Gator, but nearly 10 signatures. Although Lawrence did not recognize these names, judging from their signatures, they were all academicians of the Royal Academy of Sciences. This is really a surprising report. Lawrence smiled slightly, put the report carefully back into the paper bag, looked at Mr. Gita and said, "No one should question its authenticity, right?" Mr. Gita shook his head confidently and said, "You can see that I found some friends to sign this report. They are all top scholars in the field of geology, at least in France. If someone questions this report, it is equivalent to questioning half of the geological academic community. The consequences will be I believe in your work, Mr. Gita, and I'm very satisfied with this report." Lawrence looked at Mr. Gita and Lavoisier with a smile, and said slowly, "By the way, do you two want to have lunch together later? There will be several special gentlemen who will be there." "Oh, special gentlemen? Which ones are you talking about?" Mr. Gita asked excitedly. Since he was having lunch with Lawrence, he would undoubtedly meet powerful people. This was a great thing for a snob like Mr. Gita. "Let me think about it." Lawrence rubbed his temple and said slowly, "There are the Duke of Choiseul, the President of the Bank of France, the President of the Paris Stock Exchange, and I don't know the others." Before Lawrence finished speaking, Mr. Gita nodded repeatedly and said incoherently with excitement, "What? My God, I almost fainted. I mean, I'm willing to participate. I'm very willing to participate in this lunch. Thank you for your invitation. I'm also happy to participate." Although Lavoisier is not so interested in wealth and power, he naturally does not want to miss such a rare opportunity. "Very good, both of you. Please wait here for a while." Lawrence raised the corner of his mouth, picked up Mr. Gita's report and read it again, and said slowly, "We are going to give a big gift to the Paris financial community in a while." Chapter 175 Capitalists and Power. The three chatted in the reception room for more than an hour. At about 10:30 in the morning, the old butler came to report, "Mr. Bonaparte, the Duke of Choiseul is here, and his carriage has stopped at the door." Lawrence just nodded slightly, to show that he knew, and prepared to get up and change clothes. "Oh my God, are you serious? The Duke of Choiseul is at the door." Although academician Gator knew that the Duke of Choiseul would be present, he couldn't help but grab the butler's hand after hearing the old butler's words, and asked excitedly. When he thought of having lunch with such a powerful figure, academician Gator suddenly felt that his future was bright. Lawrence gently pressed academician Gator's hand down, smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't be excited, dear Mr. Gator. As a consultant to the National Silver Company, you will have many opportunities to deal with the Duke of Choiseul, as long as your work satisfies me." "Oh, of course, my work will definitely satisfy you, I can guarantee it." Academician Gator patted his chest vigorously and said to Lawrence confidently. About 10 minutes later, Lawrence changed into a black suit and walked out of the mansion with Lavoisier and Guter. The Duke of Choiseul's iconic enlarged and extended four-horse carriage was parked on the street in front of the door, and the groom wearing white gloves stood on the side of the carriage like a guard, waiting for Lawrence to come. "You are here, Governor Bonaparte." The Duke of Choiseul saw Lawrence coming out of the carriage through the window, opened the door himself, smiled and took Lawrence's arm to lead him into the car, and glanced at the two people behind him, and asked casually, "Who are these two?" "My friends, members of the Royal Academy of Sciences. They have issued an investigation report for the Ajaccio silver mine. Since we have to deal with people from the bank and the stock exchange, we should bring them with us." Lawrence shrugged and explained, adding, "After all, I can't understand those dozens of pages of investigation reports." "Investigation report? You saved the trouble for the bank people, otherwise they would have to send someone to Corsica again." The Duke of Choiseul nodded and said, "This saves time. I don't want to wait for the bank people to spend several months to conduct an investigation. Lawrence said with a smile. Okay, let's go now. Even though it's only 10 o'clock now, I think everyone over there has already arrived. Duke Choiseul was naturally unaware of this completely false report. He just thought that Lawrence was thoughtful and sent people to evaluate the Ajaccio silver mine in advance, so he directly looked at the groom and signaled that the two gentlemen should also be helped into the carriage. Academician Gator got into the carriage with the help of the groom and then sat nervously beside Lawrence without saying a word. Although he wanted to show himself in front of Duke Choiseul, he also knew that he was just a marginal figure, so it was better not to make a fool of himself. Lavoisier was not as snobbish as his mentor, but he couldn't help but feel a lot more restrained in front of Duke Choiseul, and he also kept his head down in silence. After several people sat down, Duke Choiseul called to the groom, "Let's go to the Isle de Cité." The Isle de Cité is a small island with an area of less than 2 hectares embedded in the middle of the Seine River. It is connected to the urban areas on both sides of the Seine River by 2 St. Louis bridges that are only more than 50 meters long. Although it is small in size, it is the origin of the entire Paris. As early as when Paris was still called Loudain, it was already the center of Paris. Even today, there are 3 famous buildings standing on this tiny island: Notre Dame de Paris, the Paris Palace of Justice, and the oldest hospital in France, the Hôtel Dieu. Hearing that they can dine in the restaurant on the Isle de Cité, Lavoisier and Gator were particularly excited. After all, on weekdays, only those top dignitaries would go in and out of the Isle de Cité. The carriage crossed the small St. Louis Bridge and drove onto the Isle de Cité, passed in front of the gate of Notre Dame de Paris, and finally stopped in front of a pure white restaurant facing the Seine River. The decoration of the restaurant was very traditional. It seemed that it was not influenced by the lively and light Rococo style. Instead, it had the solemnity and tradition of the early Baroque style. This style was indeed very popular with traditional hereditary nobles like the Duke of Choiseul. Led by the waiter, the group went up to the 2nd floor, walked through a narrow corridor, and turned into the innermost room. The room was not large, but it was very finely decorated. The walls around were hung with first-class realistic landscape paintings, which seemed to be from the same artist. The red curtains in front of the window were pulled open and hooked on both sides, so that the bright sunshine at noon and the style of the Seine River were projected into the room. The dining table was a round table made of sunken wood, with seasonal flowers and herbs placed in the center. In front of each seat were neatly arranged silver tableaux and sweet and sour appetizers. When Lawrence and his group walked into the room, there were already 6 or 7 people inside. Most of them were wearing uniform dresses and sat on chairs very stiffly and seriously. There were only 2 middle-aged men wearing wigs and silk robes, smoking pipes and standing in front of the window, chatting loudly. I have to say that the project is terrible. I really should have used that money to buy short-term government bonds issued at a discount. I made a lot of money on zero-interest bonds. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with your actuary and your risk control officer too. They actually lent such a low-interest fund to that company. What a bunch of trash. I'll get them all out anyway. Humph, there are a lot of people who want to get into the financial industry. Even if I open 10 more banks, I won't have trouble finding employees. I dare say even beggars in Paris can read a balance sheet. But your loss wasn't big, right? I heard that you only lost 20,000 livres. Just 20,000 livres? My god, if I lose 20,000 livres every year, I calculated that I would be bankrupt in another 700 years. As the door was opened, the 2 people who were talking loudly glanced at the door and quickly stopped chatting and hurriedly put away the pipes in their hands. Those who were sitting at the table immediately stood up, lowered their heads, and bowed slightly to the Duke of Choiseul at the door, without making any noise. Your Excellency. The 2 people who had just chatted had flattering and warm smiles on their faces, trotting over and bowing to the Duke of Choiseul together. The Duke of Choiseul smiled and nodded in return, and pointed at the 2 people, and said to Lawrence, "Let me introduce you. This is the chief of the Paris Stock Exchange, Lord Magic Melidierot." Lawrence looked at the man on the right and nodded slightly to him. "This is the president of the French Commercial Bank and the owner of this bank, Mr. Jean Montmartre." Lawrence looked at the man on the left again. He was also the one who had just said that he would go bankrupt in 700 years. Hearing this, Lawrence looked at him meaningfully and nodded at him. Mr. Montmartre was not displeased by Lawrence's nod. Although he was a leader among financiers, he belonged to the third class after all, and he was well aware of the gap in status between him and Lawrence. Lord Mary, as the chief of the stock exchange, was a financial official of high status, but he was tactful enough to keep a low profile in front of Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul. Duke Choiseul patted Lawrence on the shoulder again and said with a smile, "Then this is... oh, no need to bother you to introduce. We all know this handsome young man." Mr. Montmartre said in a loud voice, "Governor Bonaparte, the new royal tax inspector and the first attendant of the crown prince. I have admired outstanding young people like you for a long time." Lawrence smiled politely, then pointed to Lavoisier and Guter behind him and said, "You are too kind. These two are Mr. Lavoisier and Mr. Guter, academicians of the Royal Academy of Sciences." Although Academician Guter bowed deeply to Mr. Montmartre and Lord Mally very attentively, and even almost knocked over the vase next to him, because of his bow, the two financiers obviously had no interest in a poor scholar, but just greeted him very coldly but politely. Then Mr. Montmartre pointed to the people standing there, saying that they were his employees, all accountants, actuaries and financial analysts under his command. After some introductions and greetings, the few people sat down at the round table. Lawrence first stared at Mr. Mortimer for a while. His last name sounded very familiar to Lawrence. If he remembered correctly, he should be from the French financial family, the Mortimer family. This family amassed countless wealth during the reign of Louis XIV and the early reign of Louis XV. It is said that there are as much as 100 million livres. Although with the death of old Mortimer, his wealth was divided among his children, the amount each person got was still an unimaginable figure. Judging from Mr. Mortimer's shameless words just now, his wealth is at least in the tens of millions of livres level. What a rich man. It would be great if all the bankers in Paris were so rich. Lawrence looked at Mr. Mortimer with a smile and silently calculated his wealth. 10 million livres converted into gold is about 3 tons. His wealth alone is enough to make up half of France's fiscal deficit for a year, not to mention that this money can be equivalent to several years of fiscal revenue in Corsica. A perfect version in the 16 to 9 book forum. Mr. Mortimer didn't realize what Lawrence was thinking and thought the young man was smiling at him, so he quickly put on a brilliant smile and looked at Lawrence, asking, "By the way, Mr. Bonaparte, I heard from the Duke that you have a company that wants to be listed on the Paris Stock Exchange?" Lawrence came back to his senses and nodded in response, "Yes, that's why we are sitting here." In France at the end of the 18th century, the financial industry was not as free to develop as it was in later generations. Before a company is listed on the stock exchange, it must first find a qualified bank, which will conduct preliminary qualification review and risk control. After passing the review, the bank will submit an application to the stock exchange for formal review and approval. After the official listing, the bank will also set up a special representative office on the stock exchange to serve the investors who invested in this company. If there are any problems with the company in the future, the bank will also bear the corresponding responsibility. Financial officials set such rules to minimize the risks of the financial industry. Of course, this also limits the expansion and development of financial capital, which is naturally hated by capitalists. As capitalists gradually came to power, this rule was gradually abolished. At this time, the Amsterdam Stock Exchange no longer had such restrictions. This is why the Duke of Choiseul specially invited 2 people today. Only when the bank and the stock exchange pass the application at the same time, the Corsica National Silver Company can be listed and issue stocks. The French commercial bank welcomes potential companies to apply for listing with us. Haha, after all, we can also extract a lot of commissions. The income from this business accounts for 11.45% of the total income. Ahem, sorry for going off topic. Mr. Mortimer took out the gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on his nose. At the same time, he took a document from the accountant next to him and said with a smile, while looking at it, "Since you are a friend of the Duke of Choiseul, I will do my best to help you." Lord Mary also nodded and said, "The stock exchange will also fully cooperate with you." "Very good, thank you for your help," Lawrence said with a smile. Mr. Mortimer nodded, took a deep breath, and asked seriously, so, what about the information of your company, the Corsica National Silver Company? Let's do a simple review here. Information? What information? Lawrence asked with his head tilted. Well, it's the operating conditions of your company, such as the balance sheet, the owner's equity statement, and the income statement. These three statements are the most basic, as well as the certificates of your company's various important assets and Mr. Mortimer glanced at Lawrence and Duke Choiseul, and reminded them carefully. Lawrence didn't even listen, and waved his hand to interrupt, saying, none of these things. Mr. Mortimer was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at Lord Melly, and said hesitantly, what about the company's account books? There must be some. Even those illiterate village girls will keep accounts for their families. Lawrence used his little finger to pick his ears, and said indifferently, maybe, but those things are under the jurisdiction of the Corsica Ministry of Finance. I neither sorted them out, nor brought them here. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Mortimer's brows were twisted into a ball. If he didn't know the noble status of the two people in front of him, he would have thought that this was a jerk making fun of him. Lord Melly looked at Lawrence in disbelief. Although he had done a lot of things to take benefits from others and make things convenient for others, this was the first time he had seen someone like Lawrence. The Duke of Choiseul on the side said nothing as if it had nothing to do with him, and smiled as he tasted his coffee. Mr. Mortimer was obviously a little confused, but he didn't dare to offend the Duke of Choiseul, so he could only pat Lord Mary's thigh quietly, wink at him, and then said to Lawrence, I'm sorry, sir, I have to discuss with Lord Mary first. Please allow us to be absent for a moment. Lawrence didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. After the two left the room, Lawrence casually asked the Duke of Choiseul, they won't give you face, right? Although he asked this, there was no worry on Lawrence's face, as if he was determined that even so, the two would not refuse his request. Humph. Duke of Choiseul snorted disdainfully, shook his head and said, these capitalists are as cowardly as moles. They are vulnerable in the face of real power. If they don't even understand this truth. Huh. Lawrence continued with deep conviction, you are right, but this is also why capitalists are completely unscrupulous once they come to power. Duke of Choiseul curled his lips, shook his head and said indifferently, that kind of thing will never happen on French soil in another 200 years. Lawrence just smiled and shook his head and said nothing more. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.